Welcome, Minister. Good to see you again. And how is beautiful downtown Young?
Young is beautiful in my electorate. It's home for me, so it's and it's looking beautiful at this time of year, of course.
It always is, yeah.
Canola,
right.
yeah.
And how about Cootamundra?
The town itself is it's a much happier place now. It's going very well. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. All right, we might get started with our questioning as soon as I've done the opening statement. Welcome to the initial public hearing of the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2022-23. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Minister Steph Cooke and accompanying officials to this hearing today, and the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of emergency services and resilience and flood recovery. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. And Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. And finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? Excuse me. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Cooke, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency. Swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation are on the cards on the table in front of you. And I'll begin with the first witness on my left, which is Ms York.
Thank you. Carlene York, Commissioner, New South Wales State Emergency Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Fitzsimmons.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Rogers.
I swear that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr Baxter.
Paul Baxter, Commissioner of Fire Rescue New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am till 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:30 to 12:15 with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 till 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During the sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for attending, and Commissioners, much appreciated. Minister, have you read the Air Traffic Safety Bureau report into the large air tanker crash that killed 3 American citizens back in 23rd of January 2020?
Actually, yeah, you're right.
I haven't had an opportunity to read the report in full.
Does that mean you've read parts of it, or you've read the executive summary, or you've been briefed on it?
I have been briefed on it, and I'm aware that the RFS has accepted all 3 recommendations directed to it. I'm also advised by the RFS that they are already working on their implementation, and as Minister, I appreciate that I have the responsibility and will be overseeing and driving the implementation of these recommendations, including if they do expand beyond, in terms of implication, the area of the RFS or indeed their operations. I think Mr Buttigieg, to elaborate further in relation to the implementation of these recommendations, is already underway. I will ask Commissioner Rogers to provide some further information.
Well, before you do, can I just take you to an extract whilst you're on those recommendations, because I was going to touch on those later, but since you brought it up, I want to quote the report because it goes to those points. While the ATSB, this is the Air Transport Safety Bureau, acknowledges the commitment to undertake reviews and research at the time of publication, this is at the time of publication of the report, which was 4 or 5 days ago, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service had not yet committed to adopting any safety action that would reduce the risk associated with the 3 identified safety issues to an acceptable level. As such, the ATSB has issued 3 safety recommendations, which is the ones you're referring to the RFS to take further action. So what they're saying is that it's a bit ordinary that this wasn't proactively done by the time the report was out, but now we're telling you to do it. Is that a fair summary?
Mr Buttigieg, I will ask Commissioner Rogers to provide some further information. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Minister. I think it's fair to say we've been in discussions with the ATSB about the contents of their report and their intended recommendations for a period of time leading up to quite recently. As a matter of, I spoke with the Commissioner of the ATSB only last week. So I think until such time as we saw the extent of the recommendations and then obviously considered how we would best implement them, it was very hard for us to actually lock something in. But
So Commissioner, on that point, why do you think that they've been quite pointed in this report where they say specifically that you had not committed to adopting? So the implication is that you should have known that these were 3 issues, and we would have expected you to implement them by now rather than wait for the report to come out. That's how I read it.
No, well, I respect the fact that that's the way you read it, but I think from my point of view, it was to see the report in its final, final draft, or not even final draft, but as it's published, and actually then be in a position to implement things. Now, we've already done the procedural changes that will take us through this fire season to address the recommendations. But in addressing the recommendations, it's in a manual format. I don't think that to address these recommendations, that's going to be something that will sustain us through a big fire season. We need to make sure we look at things from a systems-based, holistic way of doing business, because the way we're going to have to change in light of this is something that's new for firefighting, or indeed aviation operations for emergency management, that isn't in place anywhere in this country. It's a brand new way of doing business.
Now, I understand all that, and I appreciate the elaboration, but we've got quite a bit to get through here, so just one more before my colleague asks a question as well. So the dialogue that happened between you and the authors of the report, there was no indication that these were the sorts of things you should be getting cracking on straight away.
No. I knew they were in the report, as in the drafts. Absolutely,
okay.
I did.
Okay, so fine. So you waited till the report came out, and now you're going to implement them. Adam?
Just why then did the report use the language that you had refused to adopt these measures? Like, I know you said you were waiting for...
No, I don't think they said,
Okay.
with respect, we refused to adopt them. What they've said is we haven't yet provided them. We've said that we're going to, and the language to them is we will address the recommendations. What we haven't been able to give them up to this point is the detail on how we're going to address the recommendations, and that's what they're looking for.
Well, it says here had not yet committed. So
Yeah,
the
so
implication was is
They
that
put it to you,
yeah.
and you'd said no, or intransigence, waffle.
No, I don't accept that. I'm sorry.
No. I'm just trying to tease out the language.
Sure.
They
So,
said you've
so what it basically is that when these reports are done, we have 90 days to actually provide a response back to ATSB to say, we're accepting the report and this is how we're going to accept it and this is the measures we're going to put in place.
Right.
We've got a project plan already done. We've already got people identified to look at what's going on in the US because they seem to be the most advanced in this space. So we're well advanced on actually looking at these
So to
things.
be clear, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You told them, yeah, absolutely, we accept this, we're going to do it. Told them that.
Absolutely, but it,
Wouldn't tell them how.
no, that's right. But it's the detail of how we're going to implement it is what we've got to write back to them within the 90 days.
Sure. Okay. Look, when you read the report, and I've read a fair bit of it, it's quite damning, because basically what it says is that on the day, the incident controller, who is the person who's sort of on the ground in the field having a look at the conditions, had basically grounded all the aircraft because of dangerous conditions. And they have these planes called bird dogs, apparently, which are like reconnaissance flights which go down ahead of the larger aircraft to case out the place and, make an assessment on the danger of the condition. And that bird dog aircraft from one of the earlier dispatches said it's too dangerous, don't go in there. Now, I want to know why the large air tanker was sent down to that fire when there was specific knowledge of dangerous conditions on the ground that was communicated to the control centre.
So on any given fire, and particularly in that fire season, you'll have a range of conditions that are occurring that will affect different size aircraft. So it's not an unusual occurrence that you might have in certain conditions light helicopters grounded, but heavier ones will still keep flying. Each you can't just say because one aircraft is grounded, that means you could by that way you'd have an ultralight plane. If it can't fly, then a jumbo jet can't fly. There is different thresholds for different aircraft. So the fact that those aircraft weren't flying is not.
No, my
mean
understanding is it
automatically.
wasn't just the bird dogs; it was other planes as well that were
Correct. Smaller
not-
planes. Correct.
So,
All smaller
but they're
planes.
specifically saying we don't think you should go down there, and yet I'll just read. I mean, I don't want to sort of take up too much time reading extracts from the report, but I think it's very important to gauge the seriousness of the criticism. Despite an awareness of these conditions and that all other fire control aircraft, including a Boeing 737, Commissioner, that's a large air tanker, including a Boeing 737, were not operating in the area at the time due to the weather conditions, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service continued with their tasking of N134CG to anonymity without aerial supervision, that is, without a bird dog. In addition, they relied on the pilot in command to assess the appropriateness of the tasking, but did not provide them all the available information to make an informed decision on flight safety. That information for the tasking to anonymity should have included details about actual hazardous environmental conditions resulting in the cessation of local aerial operations, the bird dog pilot declining the tasking due to the forecast weather conditions, and a report from the Boeing 737 crew that conditions precluded them from returning to the fireground. So we're not talking just about light aircraft here, we're talking about a 737. That information's come back, and yet these three American pilots were sent down there. What's your response to that?
My response to it is that the pilot of the aircraft, of Bomber 134, was air attack qualified to do that work without a bird dog. So they can bomb without them. It's not a requirement to have them there every time, and it happens routinely. And there's a particular qualification in the US Forest where they get the accreditation to do that. The fact of that the bomber, the 137 you referred to.
Sorry, Commissioner, just to tease that out. So you're saying these American pilots came over with a qual that allows them to do this without a bird dog?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. And if you read the report, it actually calls that out. And one of the criticisms is that we haven't done enough due diligence to validate that ourselves, rather than the companies relying on them to ensure that qualification is in place. It acknowledges that in the report. The Bomber 137 you referred to, I think what's also important is that went to ATSB.
Yep.
It viewed it as being hazardous and it wasn't prepared to bomb. There was then a conversation between 137 and 134 who explained the conditions at ATSB. The pilot of Bomber 134 said, I'm going to look at it myself. He's going to check it out himself, which he did. He then said, no, I agree, it's too dangerous, so I won't bomb that fire. So the pilot actually looked at it, said, I'm not going to bomb that fire. He was then asked, are you prepared to look at a different fire? Yes, he said, I will. He went to the other fire, and that's the fire he crashed on.
Yes, no, and I've read your statements in the media to this effect, which is essentially the logic is you went down to anonymity and you didn't have the full information, but your skills of self-assessment allowed you to judge that fire was too dangerous. So then you went to the other fire and you should have used the same skills to judge that fire wasn't dangerous, but yet the pretext of not having the information wasn't there. And this is what the report's saying. Irrespective of all of that, they should have been availed of the full suite of information, and they weren't. And there must have been some sort of serious breakdown in communication or some sort of coercement on behalf of the control room back in Homebush to say, down you go.
Well, I'm sorry. I think that's completely irresponsible language, and you have no evidence of that. So I refute that.
Well, can we just go through the 11 o'clock meeting, which is detailed in the report? And I'll quote again. On the day, the Snowy Mountains region in New South Wales had a severe fire danger rating due to high temperatures, strong winds and forecast thunderstorms. The region included the Adenimabi and Good Firegrounds. Now, that was the first one, Adenimabi, and the second one was the Good Firegrounds, which you referred to, which were both under the control of the RFS Cooma Fire Control Centre. At about 1100, the Cooma FCC incident controller made a phone call to the RFS State Operations Centre. A number of senior personnel from the State Operations Centre were involved in the conference call. They discussed the escalating fire at the Adenimabi Fireground, with rural properties under threat and concern the town would be impacted if containment lines did not hold. During the call, RFS personnel stated that there were strong winds, severe fire weather conditions, and that the smaller fire control aircraft were not operating in the area due to the winds and poor visibility. There was also a discussion as to whether a bird dog aircraft had already departed to assess the conditions. However, a senior RFS officer stated that they should send the Boeing 737 large aircraft tanker irrespective, as it can bomb by itself if need be and not wait for the bird dog assessment. So someone in that room has said, don't worry about it. They can bomb without the bird dog, and sent them down there without the information. Can you tell me who was in that room at the time?
I can't tell you who was on that call, to be honest.
Were you in the room?
I was in the room on that day. Absolutely, I was. I can't remember where I was on that particular call. I possibly was.
And you don't remember the chain of command that said send them down there? You don't recall that discussion that happened?
As you probably would appreciate, there was a lot going on at that time. There was a lot of fires right across the state. I honestly cannot remember exactly who was on what call, but all of the things that you've mentioned about them going down anyway, assessing, are things that are routinely done. There is nothing that is completely out of ordinary of sending a larger aircraft down who is initial attack qualified to look at a fire and examine the safety. Could I just finish
with all respect,
answer?
Commissioner, if someone's engaged in serial unsafe practices, it doesn't justify continuing those practices.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realise that you were an expert in that part.
Well, I don't claim to be an expert. I claim to have read the report, and the report's damning. It basically says you sent these people down there without them being availed of all the information, and now we've got 3 dead people. I mean, Minister, what's your response to this?
I'll take you back to my first response in relation to this, Mr Buttigieg, which is to acknowledge that the RFS has accepted all 3 recommendations that have been directed to it. They're already working on the implementation, and as Minister, I intend to see this through whilst ever I have the honour and privilege of the portfolio. I think it's important to acknowledge that that people have lost their lives in relation to this. 26 people lost their lives over that Black Summer bushfire season, and we lost 7 firefighters through that time.
Yes.
4 of them were RFS volunteers. These 3 particular gentlemen that we're talking about through this report today, I've been down to the area concerned. In fact, I went down in January. It was one of my first events as Minister to attend a memorial marking the 2nd anniversary of this tragic crash. I was joined by Commissioner Rogers and Commissioner Fitzsimmons, and we paid our respects at that time, and our thoughts and condolences remain with the families who have lost loved ones.
Minister,
and we
I
are
appreciate
determined.
your sympathy, and
we are
I appreciate
determined
your
to-
sympathy.
Point of
and
order.
follow up. I'm just trying to get to the point of the question because I
Point of order.
understand we're trying to soak up time.
What's the
here.
point of order?
No,
I just, if we start now, this talking over each other, it descends into a place that I think becomes uncontrollable and difficult for Hansard. So if we can stamp it out now and set the precedent, I think it makes it
Yeah,
easier for everyone.
on the point of order, I reserve my right to intervene to redirect the witness to the line of questioning that I'm pursuing. Otherwise, we'll be here all day listening to hour-long answers, which are interesting, but don't go to the line of questioning that I'm pursuing.
Well, I remind everyone that, you know, we have to talk to one another decently. Interventions in relation to question answers, the question should be put, the answer given, but equally, I don't think answers should be drawn out unnecessarily long. They should be to the point and relevant, immediately relevant. So I uphold the point of order with qualification.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, if I could just take you back to the essence of the line of questioning. Today here I've presented a line of facts and extracts from the report which basically says that there was a problem in the chain of command, and there may very well have been a situation where that aircraft was unnecessarily sent down to that area knowing full well the danger was there. I'm asking you, will you give a commitment to tell us who was in that room on the day and who made the call to do it? Now, I would imagine that those commands and those conversations are all logged and recorded. I'm asking you to present the committee with that detail so that we can get to the bottom of this. Will you undertake to do that?
I will take whatever we can on notice, Mr Buttigieg, and provide the committee with further information. At this time, I'm satisfied that the Commissioner is addressing the recommendations of the report. A series of new policies and procedures and enhanced systems are being developed with a view to implementation ahead of the upcoming fire season to make sure that we reduce as much as possible the risk to the safety for firefighting crews.
Now, I appreciate that you're following up on the report, although there's obvious concern about those 3 recommendations not being proactively acted on sooner than now. But just to reiterate, you will provide the committee with a record of what happened on the day there in the control centre, because it seems to me as this is a critical piece of information that the committee should be availed of.
Mr Buttigieg, I'm sure you can appreciate that I wasn't in the room on that day.
No, I understand that, but
Yes,
I'm asking you whether or not, as Minister, you'll provide the committee with that detail.
I will seek some advice on whether that is information that I
But
can
before
bring
you
to the
said you
committee.
would.
I will assist the committee as much as I possibly can with the provision of any additional information that you are asking for.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
I'm good to go. Thank you. Morning, Minister and Commissioners. We've just received some weather warnings for the North Coast this morning, that flash flooding for this weekend possibly. We're not in quite the same position as we were at the beginning of the year, but more to the point, we are all living knowing that the general forecast and the Bureau has put us all on notice that we're looking at a third La Nina. And how are we heading into that? Obviously we've just experienced the most catastrophic flooding experience in the Northern Rivers that we know of. There's people displaced everywhere. But the thought of another, are we really ready? Are we in a different position? Have we got more boats for anybody who may be left in the Lismore Basin or who's returned? And what are we looking at? How do you feel, Minister?
Thank you for the question, Ms Higginson. I'd like to just very briefly acknowledge your role and in representing your communities and where you've come from. I too have spent a considerable amount of time in the Northern Rivers over the last 6 months, and I've from time to time read comments that you have made in relation to this matter, and I truly appreciate the devastation and the destruction that's occurred through the Northern Rivers in particular, not the only area impacted, but there are people up there who understandably are very, very nervous about what we are facing, and I completely acknowledge that. And we're also looking at a situation where we are looking at what we might be facing at the same time as still trying to recover and rebuild from what's already occurred. So I can understand the community's nervousness and their need for certainty. I think in answering your question, I'd like to break it down, I guess, into three main parts. The first one is the government's budget, as this is budget estimates, and our investment in the emergency services space. And I'll keep those remarks brief. I'd like to touch on some learnings since that event to give the community some confidence that we have learnt from from events that have occurred previously, and that we are well positioned to respond to future events. And then I'll ask the commissioners to provide you with an operational update, so things like those additional boats, etc., can be addressed. So I'm sure you, more than most, would appreciate that it's my role as the Emergency Services Minister to make sure that we are as ready as possible, and for anything that the future holds, and that our emergency services organisations, 3 of which are represented here today, but 3 others, Surf Lifesaving, Marine Rescue and the Volunteer Rescue Association, that they are best resourced and best placed to respond. So to that end, in relation to the 2022-23 budget, we are investing a record $4.2 billion in our emergency services organisations. In relation to the RFS, their total budget, including recurrent and CapEx, is $837.7 million. For fire and rescue, their recurrent budget is $983 million, with another $105 for capital expenditure. The SES, $197 million and in their recurrent expenditure, and $40 million in their CapEx. These are record amounts in relation to the investment in these organisations. When it comes to the SES, and I think this is probably the one you most want to hear about, we announced $132.7 million, which is the highest single injection of funds into this organisation since its creation following the Hunter floods in the 1950s.
Minister, would you mind if I just interrupt for a moment, please?
Of course.
Look, the money, I hear the money, and the investment is, fantastic in the sense, and we did hear the Premier arrive in Lismore and say we wouldn't spare a dollar. So it's good to hear that there is money. But, when you're sitting on your roof, money's not really what you're thinking about. So can we just get to how are we ready, Minister? Like, what do we say to all the people in the Northern Rivers who, as you've acknowledged, are utterly traumatised, and what they want to hear? That I think they know that the money is good, But really, how are we more ready than what we weren't in March this year?
Sure, I appreciate where you're coming from, and I'll throw to Commissioner York in just one moment, just to acknowledge that the money is important, because if we don't provide the money, then our organisations don't have the resources, the equipment, the vehicles, the vessels, what they need to do their job. So I'm really proud of our budget in this space, understandably.
And so have we bought more boats? Have we bought more fleet? Have we purchased those things? Are they readily available? Are they sitting on the side of the hill in Lismore? Are we
Commissioner
ready?
York.
I think it's important to note that the weather conditions are quite different than what we had in the February-March floods. It's not across the whole, it's not an east coast low across the whole of the east coast of New South Wales from Victoria to Queensland, and there aren't massive floods in Queensland. So the resources available to centre northern districts are quite different. Northern rivers are quite different than we had. We were particularly stretched during the February-March floods, that we had to maintain resources in a lot of places across New South Wales. So we have the boats available. There aren't any extra up there, but we're continuing to roll out our replacement program for fleet and vessels. I think the really good thing that we have invested in, thanks to the government's money, is 6 Unimogs, which are very large transport vehicles that can go into flooded waters, and there is one now based at Lismore. It was used in the July floods, and obviously we've learnt a lot of lessons from the February-March floods that were put into place in the July floods. We message much earlier. We've already started messaging and communication up there in the northern rivers, and it's also expected to have rains on the mid-north coast as well. And so we can relocate fleets and vessels much easier than we could in the February-March floods.
So,
we've already
excuse me,
started
Commissioner,
doing...
Thank you. Can I just ask on that, if that's okay? I acknowledge the weather conditions are slightly different, but if we've seen what... We understand now that extreme weather events and bigger systems can just arrive, and they can arrive very quick and they can hang around. So are you suggesting that at the moment we're relying on not having a similar experience to what we had in February, March, because of the lack of the build-up that we're seeing now? Do we not accept that that could change within a period of weeks? And if that did change and the demands were on this equipment up and down New South Wales, would we be stuck again?
No, I don't. I don't agree with that, and I don't. With respect, I don't agree that they're slightly different weather conditions. What we're looking at for this weekend and in the next week is substantially different weather conditions than we had in February, March.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't suggesting. What I'm saying is that it really. What is your lead in? I suppose I'm asking. Would it have to be the same as what we experienced in February to be planning for the same as what happened in February? Or would we accept that actually it could be we could arrive at the same situation from different weather circumstances, that there is no one characteristic event?
No. The Bureau is more confirmed within 3 to 5 days before a weather event. We're always planning, we're always risk assessing what is going to happen. We've already started weather briefings, and particularly for this coming storm and flood season, we've got pre-season briefings all booked up for next week for our partner agencies. We're even going to do one with the media so that they understand the assistance they give in relation to relaying our key messages. We have resources available to go. We're looking at the resources available across the state, and we're also talking with our emergency service partners that give us the assistance. So it's not just SES that are ready. All agencies will be ready to go into those areas if the weather does start to decline. The forecast at this stage, if we look at just the weekend, is about 100 to 150 millimetres of rain. Again, substantially different to what we had in those areas.
Ms Higginson, could I please, given that you've referenced this morning people being stuck on roofs and et cetera, I'd like Commissioners Rogers and Baxter to provide you with a little more information, because our response, especially in these major events, involves everybody, and that they are responsible for aerial assets and a number of other programs. So, Commissioner Rogers, please.
Thanks, Minister. Like the other events in support of the SES, the RFS certainly deploys rescue helicopters. There's currently one at Coffs Harbour now, and there's another one going to the mid-north coast. I'm not sure exactly where, but up there somewhere. So there'll be 2 helicopters available on the deck, and it's important to get these assets in place ahead of those weather events coming in, because the weather then closes in and it's hard to get them in there. And like we did during the major floods up there, where I think we had some 6,000 firefighters involved throughout the events, we'll provide as much support as SES requires. Be it firefighters, be it incident management team, additional aviation assets, and generally providing that support function to SES. And I think we've well practiced in that. Through the experiences over the last year or so, we've become very versatile of working together and making sure each agency plays to its strengths. Commissioner Baxter?
Can I just ask, so if, let's put us in a sort of month's time or this weekend's weather doesn't stop and we're back we're heading to where we were at this end of the year. Are you satisfied that you know exactly the trigger point and the place to mobilise the evacuation centres, mobilise those immediate responses? Because we know we failed last time. We failed big time. Even this morning, speaking to a chap about the Woodburn situation and just the absolute dire absence of a safe place to go. Do you feel that we're in a position now that we would know exactly when to trigger things to be prepared early in terms of an immediate response?
Well, Ms. Higginson, the event that we saw in February and March of this year was unprecedented. There have been at least two inquiries and a number of other reviews, etc., that have taken place that have all recognised the enormous magnitude and scale of the destruction from what was floodwaters that were 2 metres above and beyond anything we'd previously experienced.
But Minister, next time they may be a metre higher. We know this. We know it's possible. All I'm asking is, are we planning for that properly, and are we ready? Is the question. Are we actually ready? And I realise that I think everyone recognises we're in a really, really tricky place. We're recovering, and it is from the worst event we've had. We're preparing, but do we have the interim plan in case we have another extreme weather event that causes another enormous flood higher than the 14.6?
Sure. Ms. Higginson, you may recall that in June, July, we experienced more flooding, this time focused in the western parts of Sydney. That flooding event was equal to, or if not above in certain places, records that those communities had seen before. And our response had improved out of sight versus what we'd seen earlier in the year. We had no loss of life. We had increased messaging. We pre-positioned resources right across the board. We had evacuation centres identified, communicated with the public days and days in advance. We held council and local member briefings in the lead up to the event, through the event and after the event.
Minister,
We stood up CEOC early.
How many more volunteers and staff has the SES got now compared to March the 1st this year?
Commissioner York, please.
So I'm very pleased to say that since those floods in February, March, we've received almost 3,500 applications for new volunteers, particularly in the northern rivers, approximately 425, and we've got 240, above 240 of those are ready, what we call job ready and ready to go out. So we're working through those, and I think that's a really heartening number that people have. We've put the call out. We do need more volunteers. We've put the call out and the community has responded, and we're working very hard to get those assets on, or resources, ready to go as soon as we can. So there are a lot more volunteers that are available to be able to assist any community. And I support what the Minister said is we learnt some lessons from this, there's no doubt about it. I don't accept, it was nice to hear you say we failed, because I think there's planning decisions from decades ago, mitigation strategies from decades ago that we are confronting, and I think it will take some years to fix some of those, but we're in a much better position to be able to respond to any requests for the community for this flooding, and the additional money to create a new zone, which will be based at Lismore, will be able to make us more in contact and working with the community. But in the interim, we're looking at what incident management team we can create and send up to command and control those flood responses from the Lismore area.
Thank you. Have I got a bit of time to ask five questions?
4 minutes.
Okay. Can I just ask, please, about we're almost 3 years on from the Mount Wilson backburn fire that took place, and the New South Wales coronial inquiry into the Black Summer fires, the cause and origin of the Gross Valley fire at Mount Wilson, was held on the 15th to 17th of June. The RFS fire investigators, accompanied by the New South Wales Police fire investigators, told the coroner they were given a brief of evidence at the Katoomba Fire Control by an RFS officer they could not name. And the evidence was that the Gross Valley fire was a continuation of the Gospa mountain fire. Can you, Minister, provide the name of the person who provided the brief of evidence to the Gross Valley Fire investigation team, Darren Howell, and the New South Wales Police forensic fire investigator, Neil Wilchinga, at the Katoomba Fire Control Centre on the 21st of January?
I'd have to take that on notice, Ms Higginson.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have that either.
Further on that, with the recommendations from the Bushfire Inquiry 2020, in particular the neighbourhood safer places in remote communities, can you please provide information on when recommendation 17 will be implemented in the fire-prone communities of Bilpin, Colo and St Albans district that were heavily impacted in the Hawkesbury local government area?
Ms Higginson, I may, just while I retrieve my notes, I may ask Commissioner Rogers to make some remarks in that response. Thank you.
In relation to the neighbourhood safer places, there's a body of work going on, and indeed there's been some funding provided by government through the Bushfire Inquiry to set up some neighbourhood safer places that are in areas where it's not easy locations, like there's not an obvious oval or something like that, and they're the sort of ones where they've been more problematic, and so there's going to be a trial to have a neighbourhood safer place attached to RFS stations to try and make sure that, and you might recall that during that awful fire season, we had a number of instances where people had nowhere else to go and they went to the RFS station and the RFS stayed there with them at the station and protected them there. So recognising that in some of those remote communities, the RFS station is the only emergency service there, there's no one else there, we're looking at doing a pilot to get a couple of those areas, and one of those pilots is going to be in those areas that you're speaking about. So we'll be putting those in place and just seeing, if that's community acceptable. So we're absolutely on it, but we haven't done the work yet.
Right. Have you got a timetable to do that? Is that kind of indicated and available?
I will get that for you. I don't have it on me. I can't tell you the time frame, I'm sorry, but I'm happy to get that for you.
Thank you. And Minister, in the 2009 Victorian Government Royal Commission into their Black Saturday bushfires, there was a recommendation for an Inspector General for Emergency Management. There's been a lot of feedback about that system and that it's a very effective system. Will you recommend, or will you look into or commit to the creation of an Inspector General for New South Wales emergency management?
Thank you for the question, Ms Higginson. We just, and tying it to your previous questions around the bushfire inquiry, the government accepted all 76 recommendations coming out of that particular inquiry, all of which are either underway or complete, and we've completed 50% of those recommendations sitting here today, with a lot of work still being done. We will absolutely close out the remaining 50%, and Commissioner Rogers has touched on the fact that we do have certain pieces of work very much underway at the moment. We've just also had the flood inquiry, the independent flood inquiry, handed down, and through that process, a project management office has been established within DPC to consider the recommendations of that particular inquiry. There are 28 recommendations, 6 recs have been supported in full, and the remaining 22 have been supported in principle, noting that there is a lot more work to be done. So in relation to your question, I will take it on notice, but noting that this is a government that takes these independent inquiries very seriously. We look to support as many recommendations as we possibly can, and that is evidenced by what we've done through the bushfire inquiry, with 100% of those recs being supported, and are well on our way to completing those. We will look to implement the recommendations out of the flood inquiry, and if a suggestion such as the one that you have put today will aid with the implementation and improve outcomes for communities, I'm sure that the DPC, through their project management office in this space, would be open to looking at that, and we will continue to work very closely with with the project office as we look to really tease out these recommendations and look to implement them to for the benefit of the community as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I might just tie up that line of questioning that we were pursuing previously. I might just go to Commissioner quickly. So you did say on record before that you were in that meeting, that 11 o'clock meeting, or not?
I'm sorry, Mr. Buttigieg.
So you remember how there was the control centre up in Homebush, and there was the 11 o'clock meeting which was referred to in the report?
The phone call you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. I don't recall whether I would have been in the room. Absolutely, I was in the room. I just can't recall if I was actually on that call or not. I'll have to check. I'm just not sure.
And you don't have any knowledge as to the who gave the orders to send the aircraft down?
I don't know. I can't tell you exactly who was in that call, but I've got to say I don't believe that the actions that were taken and the response by the RFS is anything extraordinary than we've done dozens of other times.
No, but I think the report makes it clear that there's a fundamental problem there. But and I just want to ask you before I go on to the Minister, would those conversations be recorded in the control room?
Likely. It depends on the numbers they come in on, and I'm not trying to be evasive here.
No,
It just depends. If people have done those calls and they've linked them on mobile, sometimes they're not. If they ring into the official desk phones, they're all recorded.
Okay. Minister, can I ask you, in the context of what we've heard and the report and the fact that 3 human beings are now dead, does the RFS take responsibility?
Well, I'll repeat my answer to earlier questions, which I think is appropriate, that the RFS has accepted all 3 recommendations directed to it, Mr. Buttigieg. The Commissioner advises me that there is already work being undertaken with respect to their implementation, and
No, I understand that because you've already answered that. That was
That's right.
with specific request to the respect to the question about the implementation of the. What I'm asking you now is that will the RFS take responsibility for the deaths of those three people?
Mr Buttigieg, I think it's appropriate that Commissioner Rogers answer your question.
I would just say, Mr. Buttigieg, and I respect the questioning, but I would also ask you respect the fact there's a coronial inquiry still underway into that incident. I'm very concerned that the line of questioning and the things that you're talking about are subject to that coronial. So all I'm saying is please be a little cautious and we should all respect the court.
Sure. Now, I want to ask you, Minister, given that you've undertaken to implement those recommendations and they're not yet implemented, will you ground the fleet until the recommendations have been put in place?
No.
No? So you're prepared to have RFS assets in the field without implementing the safety recommendations of that report?
Your line of questioning is of an operational nature, and I'll ask Commissioner
Well, no,
Rogers
it's very
to elaborate.
straightforward. There were
answered your
three
question
recommendations
initially.
which you've undertaken to implement, which you admit need to be implemented because that's what the report says, and yet you're prepared to still have aircraft in the air without those recommendations being implemented. That's what you're telling me, isn't it?
I don't want any more lives put at risk, and on that basis, I will ask Commissioner Rogers to further answer your question.
If I might, Mr. Buttigieg, in an earlier part of my answer, I did say to you that for this fire season, this upcoming fire season, we will have manual systems put in place to address the recommendations. So the recommendations will be addressed for this fire season. They're just not going to be addressed in a systems way that would take us through a 2019-20 fire season. Because whenever you've got a manual system, the busier you get, the more prone it will be to failure. So we've got to try and get some automated system that makes sure that we don't miss anything and nothing gets missed. And that's only going to be through systems. So we absolutely will be addressing the recommendations for this fire season, but I'm targeting the following fire season to have that more systemic approach.
No, I understand that, but that implies that there's a potential gap, there's a potential risk whereby if we had a similar situation where there were dangerous conditions, subject to wind shear, whatever, and those three recommendations won't be in place because the fleet is still in the air. So if that's the position of the Minister, that's fine, but I asked for the answer. I think I've got it. I just want to take you through now, Minister, to the issue of the Celeste Barber donations, which occurred back in 1920. You remember that, where Celeste Barber solicited about $51 million in donations on a online social media campaign. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, Mr Buttigieg.
Now, coming out of that, there was a parliamentary. There was all sorts of things. There was a high court, federal court ruling, or a high court ruling that said it could only go to the RFS, and then we had a parliamentary inquiry. The upshot of it all was that there was a recommendation to implement a $10 million benevolent fund. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am, Mr Buttigieg.
Now, that benevolent fund was to be allocated to the families of victims who had either died or been injured as a result of those bushfires. Can I just clarify, is that's for volunteer firefighters only and their families, correct? Yep.
That's correct.
Can I ask you, Minister, do you know where that's up to? I mean, keep in mind that my information is that back in June 2020, so this is roughly 6 months after the fires, the fund was approved by the trustees. So June 2020, we're now in, August 2022, 2.5 years after the fund was approved, and not a single cent has gone to those families. And we're talking about the people that you referred to before, the other people who had died as a result of those fires, and I think some 832 injuries, and about 46 hospitalisations according to my figures. We had those 3 Americans die, who of course weren't volunteers, but then on top of that, we had another 3 people die, I think, according to my figures. But you touched on this before. 4. So we have a situation here where you've got you've got death, you've got injuries, you've got a woman who has gone out of her way to raise $51 million, 10 million of it which was hypothecated to the families, and we have not one single cent gone to those families. What's going on?
I can confirm, Mr Buttigieg, that the approvals have been finalised in relation to the Benevolent Fund, and there will be calls for members to join the board next week. And I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge people and their generosity from right across Australia and indeed around the world, and the efforts of Celeste Barber. It's clear, following the terrible time that we experienced through Black Summer, that people were moved and inspired by the heroic efforts of our firefighters.
Yes, they were moved and inspired, Minister, and it's laudable. And, you know, I mean, in an ideal world, we shouldn't have to rely on people's goodwill and charity, but it's great that they've done that. But you've been Minister for what, just over 9 months now, and after all this and all this pain and suffering, you know, I've mentioned the mental health issues, the fallout, some of the horrific stories you hear. What have you done to expedite this? So we only just got the governance in place now for this fund, have we?
Mr Buttigieg, we have been working on this, and as you've quite rightly identified, I've been in the role for 9 months.
Did you get briefed straight away when you came in?
I beg your pardon?
Did you get briefed on this issue when you came into the ministry?
Absolutely.
So what did you do about it?
Well, we've got it resolved, Mr Buttigieg, and we will continue to work on its establishment and the distribution of funds, and to further elaborate and to ensure that the committee gets the answers that it requires. I'll ask Commissioner Rob Rogers to provide some further information.
Thanks, Minister. And thanks for your interest, Mr Buttigieg. It is an important fund, as you mentioned. I think one of the challenges, if I could just put into context, the Benevolent Fund was not, is not being established for just those people that were injured in those fires. It's being set up as an ongoing thing that will go decades in advance to help look after injured firefighters and their families. There's been, for the people that have suffered during that particular fire season, there's been also separate measures, fundraising measures that have been provided to particularly the widows that lost obviously their partners during that fire season. And I'm not suggesting that means they don't need anything. I'm not at all. I'm just simply saying that there's been a suite of things that have been done to support those people, and we will continue.
Sorry, Commissioner, is that, just to clarify, is that government money or just local fundraisers?
No, there was, what happened when, you might remember, when firefighters Keaton and O'Dwyer were killed, there was different people were setting up GoFundMe pages. We became a little bit concerned that, I won't say they were not there doing it for the right purposes, but it was quite fragmented. So the RFS under Commissioner Fitzsimmons then set up or helped establish a GoFundMe that we would make sure we got, and every dollar would go to those families. And that's exactly what happened. So that there was separate things, I guess.
And do we have any idea of the quantum of money that was raised?
There was... Do you remember it, Shane?
We do. The answer is we do.
Yeah.
And can you
it's
tell me?
considerable, but could I just...
Well, sorry, I don't want to be rude, Commissioner. I appreciate your elaborating, but I just want to get to the number of this. We've got $10 million sitting there, and it's almost 3 years now to pull together from the actual bushfires themselves. And I appreciate there's been money raised, but you've got a lump of money here which could potentially go to alleviating the pain and suffering of people, and it's taken 3 years, and we haven't even really. Minister, you're saying that they're putting out EOIs for positions on the board. Can you tell me what the legal arrangement of the fund is? Because I'm just interested to see how much longer these people have to wait.
It's a company limited by guarantee, so it's like it's establishing a company. I got to say, I don't profess to be an expert in that field at all, but there's certainly been a lot of work going on. There's been approvals we've needed to get in order to establish that fund.
Will it need legislation?
I don't believe so.
Who
No,
are
I
the
don't believe so.
shareholders and directors?
I'm sorry?
Who are the shareholders and directors of this company?
Well, when the directors get appointed, I mean, they're all.
Who are the shareholders?
Oh, I'm not quite sure how to answer that, to be honest. I don't know how to answer.
Minister, can you elaborate? This is pretty important. It's taken
I mean,
nearly 3 years to get to this
donated
stage.
money. And you may know this better than me. I'm not. When I say I don't know how to answer, I don't mean I'm trying to be evasive. I'm just not.
Well, this is money given by the community.
Correct. It's in
and to the government in the hope that the government would actually get it into the hands of people who need it.
No, it's
how is this
actually
being
not
done?
in the government per se. It's in the DGR. It's in a trust.
Yeah.
It's in the DGR, and the DGR has allocated $10 million to go to the establishment
Out of the 50 million that was raised.
out of that money, which was actually more than $50 million in total, because there was
It still hasn't got out the door into the hands of people. who
I'm
need it.
sorry. I
The
didn't
money.
hear
I'm just so I'm just asking about the arrangements for this fund.
Yeah.
Minister, can you tell us who owns the company?
Mr. Searle, this is a trust that's being established.
But it works through a corporate
There's
vehicle.
an EOI next week for a board in that respect.
Yeah, but who are the legal owners, the beneficial owners of the company's shares that will actually, in effect, have legal control of this body?
I think it's like if I can, and I maybe it's better for us to provide it on, you know,
No, of course.
Well, I mean, I know that there'll be a foundation member, but how that flows into who has, you know,
It's just a bit
ultimate
disturbing,
ownership.
Commissioner.
I don't know
like,
how
you
that works.
We're sort of at the tail end of this parliament. This happened a number of years ago, and we've got the minister here, and we've got all these senior officials, and I'm not able, and my friends not able to get answers about how this money is going to be managed or arranged or what the legal arrangements are. It seems
Minister-
breathtaking that no one can answer.
Well,
See, Minister, the issue is, if I could put it to you directly, and I've got no doubt whatsoever that your intentions are good. I know you're a good person. I know you care about these things. But one of your KPIs as a Minister of the Crown is to cut through all this, right? You are representing a community who has been damaged and devastated as a result of volunteering themselves to fight fires, and now their families are left in the wake of it. And it seems to me as though you haven't used that ministerial power to cut through all this rubbish. Now, there's governance issues. I understand that. There's shareholders, there's incorporations, whatever it requires. But the fact is, we've had more than enough time, and these people still haven't got 1 cent. Like, do you take responsibility for this?
Correct.
Mr. Buttigieg, I reject the premise of your question. Since I've come into this portfolio,
9 months.
9 months,
Yep.
I've worked tirelessly to cut through any number of issues facing the portfolio. And in relation to the Benevolent Fund, as I've indicated to you, we have resolved the approvals that were required for its establishment. We go out to EOI next week in relation to board appointments. We will continue the path of progress because we know how important this is to the people who have.
Well, I put it to you that if I'm those
please-
families, I'm not
please-
thinking you're thinking it's important enough. There was a famous economist called John Maynard Keynes who said, in the long run, we're all dead. I mean, how long do these people have to wait?
Mr. Buttigieg.
Well, Minister, can I ask this question? Leaving aside your tenure, the people with you have been in their roles a lot longer and have been around this space a lot longer. Can anybody here today give an explanation of why it's taken nearly 3 years to get to the stage where the vehicle is only being set up?
I can just say to you that, and I might just go back, Mr. Searle, and go back and I have a little bit more clarity about the shareholder issue and the like, if that's okay.
Because this government's got a bit of form, you know, with the Motorways Corporation, which should have been a state-owned corporation, but it was privately owned.
It's got nothing to do with government.
No,
nothing to do with
it's-
I know,
government.
but you guys are
So it's a
putting in place the arrangements that are going to govern
yeah,
this.
and I guess, and look, and I'm not trying to be evasive. I guess all I'm saying is I'm not an expert in this field at all.
So is but no one here today can
No,
enlighten us.
but I think I can give you a little bit more info that might with your expertise you might be able to sort of pick up on things a little bit more. The aim is to set up the Benevolent Fund very similar to Police Legacy.
Right.
That's the aim, and and indeed we have engaged Police Legacy, and I'm hoping to have retired Police Commissioner Ken Moroney actually become part of our board, helping to set it up.
And will the board members be volunteers? Will they be paid?
We will have a varied group to try and make sure we have that different skill set, but certainly absolutely volunteers will be key to that. Because it's a we've been talking extensively with the ATO about how to set this up properly so we don't break rules and get into tax problems. So the way it's being set up is a not-for-profit. So there isn't like shareholders per se because it's a not-for-profit.
Okay.
And the founding member will be the Commissioner of the RFS.
Okay.
Because obviously we are holding the money on behalf of the DGR
Okay.
to put with the Benevolent Fund.
Can I ask this now crucial question, Minister, or whoever can answer? At what point in time do you think you'll actually start to get the money out of the fund into the hands of victims and people who need it? The people for whom this was intended 3 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Searle. It's important that we get this fund set up correctly right from the get-go, because at the end of the day, the fund will distribute donated money, and it's important to give confidence to people who have donated to the fund that those funds are being distributed not just in a timely fashion, although I do accept and acknowledge that timeliness is very important,
Minister,
but that it's done in a way that is appropriate.
Minister, but the very simple question is, do you have a time estimate for when the money will start to flow?
Well,
yes or no?
We expect the full establishment of the organisation or the fund by the end of the year, and so from that point forward, I would expect to see that money starting to flow to those who need it.
Thank you.
So when we come back at the next round of estimates, we can expect that people would start receiving funds.
That would be my expectation.
Okay, thanks, Minister.
Thank you. Could I go back to the Mount Wilson backburn, going back those years? The people of Mount Tomah and Berrambing were caught in a burn-over event on Sunday, the 15th of December in 2019. They say that it happened when the RFS lost control of the backburn that it had lit at Mount Wilson. They say that no RFS emergency warnings were issued before the fire front engulfed these communities. The Mount Wilson backburn fire burnt for some 53 days, entering the Gross Valley, destroying 63,700 hectares, threatening thousands of homes in the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains local government areas. Those communities are still looking for some transparency, some honesty, and some accountability. They're suffering, and they feel legitimately like they would like some answers. Can the RFS please provide assurances that the cause and origin investigation of its Mount Wilson escape backburn fire will occur, so that the losses caused by this fire, the exact number of homes burnt down, properties lost, can be officially quantified for the community, and the community can get some justice.
Yep. Look, I'm happy to give you an answer to that, and I think we've been very clear during that fire season. There was a very small number, but there was some backburns that went wrong. More than 1,000 backburns that we had to put in during that fire season. I think there was, a record of 4 that were caused problems for people, and obviously that was one of them. We've been through the coronial process. We've been talking, obviously, but we've also made a commitment to that Mount Wilson community. We're in the process of setting up a meeting, and what we're going to have at that meeting is we're going to have the RFS incident controller there, actually talking through what was the thinking, the rationale, what were the circumstances that she was facing when she was, setting up the strategy to deal with that fire, why we got to that point that we did, and an acknowledgement that obviously that was not what we were planning on doing, and what the difference in the weather that was forecasted, what actually happened, and that's not by way of trying to, us get out of responsibility, but simply to provide the context to the community, as you said, that they're looking for openness and transparency, and I give you an assurance that we will be doing that. And the best thing we can do is have the person that was making the decisions on that fire front up to that community, let the community ask them questions, and let them talk through the community what occurred. And that is in the stages of being planned at the moment.
Thank you. And so is that something that, when you say in the stages of planning, is that when can that community kind of plan? Is that sort of coming up soon, a month, this year?
Oh, absolutely. And when I say I would expect within the next 2 months we'll have that done. And it's just a matter of setting a date that works for everybody involved. But we've already made that commitment that we're going to do it.
Thank you. Do you also accept, just on that and more broadly, do you accept that there's quite a lot of community knowledge about backburns, localised backburns and those experiences. Obviously, the RFS has that knowledge too, but that the community has and can have often very particular knowledge about backburns, and particularly some of those notorious areas that backburns have gone wrong over and over, and that's something that is that something the RFS is working with those local communities to really understand those complex nuances around notoriously wrong, problematic backburn areas?
We do, and we normally do that through the local brigade, because the local brigade are obviously residents of that area and are the conduit between the community and the broader RFS. And so we rely on our brigade members in those areas to provide that context to us, because it's very difficult, during the middle of a fire when things are happening very quickly to be able to go out and talk to communities about what we might need to do, because sometimes it might have to happen really quickly, like within a couple of hours of a fire starting. Backburning, whilst they're obviously in acknowledging that sometimes they do go wrong, if we didn't do backburning, it would be the losses we saw during that fire season would be considerably higher.
Yes, absolutely. And Commissioner, do you accept though that, and it's always difficult to say this, but those local RFS members who, absolutely we know how hard and diligent and their knowledge, but that they're not the only ones. They don't always represent or hold all the knowledge. They may change, they may have different views on experiences that have happened through backburns, and therefore it is really important to capture some more voices in the local community around fire experience and knowledge.
I accept what you're saying. I'm not. I agree. There would be different views out there. and that's why I'd encourage those people to join their RFS brigade.
Yeah, I get that.
Be involved in it and put your voice forward.
Of course, but not everyone can join a fire brigade, or
Well, I mean, we always like to say that there is a role there for everyone. Not everybody has to be a hold a hose and you know, put out fires. There's a role for everyone, and engaging with community members is a critical role that we have people that don't choose to firefight get involved in. But look, hopefully, once we've had that meeting with that community will have a sense of, I guess, closure and be able to move forward. And I'm happy to, I'll provide an update when that's happened through the Minister.
Thank you. And that's, I mean, that is one of the recommendations, isn't it? That the New South Wales RFS should undertake a community engagement session with affected residents to discuss the backburn.
Correct.
So that's what you're referring
Correct.
to, and that's
Yes.
finally happening now.
Correct.
Terrific. Because it was reflected as it had been completed, but this particular community contest that hasn't happened, and now that's happening,
No.
which is great. Minister, are you aware of, I think you are aware of a map that has been put together by the Hawkesbury Blue Mountains Community Bushfire Alliance, and the map is of potential roadside water sites to help protect Western Sydney from bushfire. Perhaps I can table that document. I think you've seen it, Minister. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you about that and whether that is... sorry, Minister. My understanding is that you've actually met twice this year with this alliance in February and August to discuss the permanent in-ground bore-filled water tanks to assist these communities. Is this something you're committed to? Is this something you will commit to in creating this system, or is there something else you think should happen?
Thank you, Ms Higginson. Yes, I'm aware of the map that you've tabled this morning, and yes, I have met with the group that we're talking about in both February and very recently. I think August is that would make sense to me. And I've given an undertaking to the group that more than happy to review their suggestions and their ideas in relation to this. And I've asked the RFS to assess this and always looking from my perspective to hear directly from communities and community representative groups to make sure that we have a good, strong relationship with communities. As you've identified in some of your earlier remarks, local knowledge is absolutely critical. And we've seen that even most recently in relation to various flooding events across New South Wales, not just in the Northern Rivers, but in other locations. And I think that I genuinely think we get the best outcomes for communities when governments of all levels and the community and the not-for-profit sector work closely together. And so I look forward to seeing where we can take this idea or this as a project into the future. And whilst I can't commit solidly today that we will do it, my commitment to those communities and their representatives is that we will absolutely take very seriously their ideas and do what we can to work with them. And if it is viable and if there is a way forward around that, we will look to do that.
Thank you. So that is a commitment to assess that actual project, that water bore project.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Is it our time now? Or is
It's
it
the
your
chair's
time? Your
time.
time. Yeah, no, that's comes.
So I'm happy to.
No.
Can I do one more?
Yeah.
Can I just ask Commissioner Fitzsimmons, just in relation to resilience, New South Wales, now that we've seen the recommendations around the changes to Resilience New South Wales, how do you, what are you doing now to implement those changes, or what are your instructions at this point in time?
So, Minister, you're happy for me to
Yes, I am.
So
Yes.
I think it's important to identify that the report has identified 28 recommendations, 6 of which have been accepted, and 22 have been accepted in principle, 80% of them in principle, which signals a considerable amount of work to go through to unpack the intent of the recommendations and determine the most appropriate arrangements going forward. A project group has been established in the Department of Premier and Cabinet, which will oversee that work across government to analyse and comprehend the report and determine the path forward. The signal at this stage is, and importantly, that nothing has changed in terms of the arrangements. Obviously, there are ongoing improvements and lessons, but the reality is we need to remain focused and committed, and our teams are focused and committed to continuing to support and assist disaster-impacted people across New South Wales. So we're quite some time away yet, in my view, before we see any discernible changes to arrangements.
And do you think they're sensible, the recommendations, and that that it is based on your absolute unique positioning as the head and commissioner of Resilience New South Wales, and in light of some of your evidence that you gave to the inquiries, do you see that this is the best way forward?
I've provided the Minister and Premier and Cabinet with a range of feedback concerning my views on the inquiry, content, findings and recommendations, and I think it's fair to say that I don't think the path suggested is a sensible one.
And so how do you reconcile that? What do you just do what you're told now? Is that what happens, or?
No, I'm part of the government operation. I'm part of the team being led and coordinated through Premier and Cabinet that is looking at the recommendations and determining what is the best way going forward to understand and service the intent of concerns or issues that might be identified. But we've got to do that, I think, with the benefit of informed consideration that are evidence-based and best serve the people of New South Wales.
And so do you think then that by the end of this process, however long this is going to take, and if you've got an idea, I'd be really grateful to know if you know how long that project team has given, its project management team has given itself to work through this. Do you have faith that by the end of that process, New South Wales will be better positioned in terms of the initial project of Resilience New South Wales?
Chair, sorry, can I just raise a point of order here, referring to the budget estimates guide, suggesting that public servants should not be asked to express an opinion on the merits of government policy, suggesting this is getting dangerously close to that space, and it has been for a little while.
The question really went to the implementation of government policy, which the Commissioner has said that he and the senior officials are working through, and she's just probing him on those details.
Thank you.
I'll rule with the opposition. The reality is we see public servants every day of the week in these committee hearings, not and specifically saying they're not prepared to comment on government policy. So I'm sure the public service in front of us here can judge for themselves, but your point's well taken.
Yeah, and also I can feel where on the edge I am, and I'm aware of that, and I am aware the Minister's here and can intervene at any time as well.
And to that point, if I may make some comments, please, Ms Higginson.
Well, the Minister can make comments on government policy. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what,
that's
what
right.
you're here for.
That's right.
We hope so.
Thank you. As I indicated in answering some earlier questions, the independent flood inquiry has been handed to government. We have considered the findings and the recommendations. There are 28, 6 of which are supported in full. The other 22 are supported in principle, noting that there is a lot more work to be done. And in relation to resilience, New South Wales as the agency, as Commissioner Fitzsimmons has quite rightly indicated, our focus remains very much on the people and the communities of flood-impacted communities right across New South Wales. And whilst there's always, and quite rightly so, a strong focus on the Northern Rivers region for very, very good reason, we have seen multiple flooding events this year which have impacted 90 local government areas at times. And so it's really important that the great work of Resilience and its staff, who are based right across New South Wales, they do a very, very important job. Most of them are right on the front line in terms of really helping people with their individual circumstances. They're doing very, very good work, and this work must continue whilst in the background we look to ensure that all of our agencies are well positioned to respond to natural disasters into the future, particularly as we know that they're likely to increase in frequency and severity. And as a government, I think it's critical that we look to see that what we're doing into the future is going to match the needs and expectations of our communities.
So, Minister, when are you expecting people, the communities of New South Wales, when are you expecting them to be able to have a high degree of satisfaction and confidence that we have an agency that is ready and fit for purpose?
Thank you. Well, the New South Wales government will look at the appropriate model, and that relates to our emergency services organisations and in relation to recommendation 5 of the flood inquiry, and we will have more to say in the weeks and months ahead as that important work progresses.
Can I just go to the housing issue at the moment and the Resilience New South Wales response, the temporary housing? What are we doing in terms of there seems to be some problems that have arisen around the placement of some of those temporary housing projects in the Northern Rivers. There was one in particular that we were doing some enormous amount of fill, and it kind of got some controversy, and I think it's raised some questions about what are we doing do we have sort of control over what we're doing, or is it so desperate that we're doing things wrongly at the moment?
Thank you, Ms. Higginson.
So it was 1 metre plus landfill on a site that had actually been flooded. So there's real concern about, do we have a plan?
I'm not quite sure which site you're referring to. So we have a number of temporary housing villages
This was
under construction.
the Mullumbimby pod site on
present.
Prince and Station Streets. That was one.
Okay, so it is, just to clarify, is your question specifically relating to that particular site, or is it in relation to the provision of emergency accommodation and temporary housing overall as a program, of which there are so many elements? I could probably take up the rest of budget estimates just talking about that.
It's specific to these...
Just to that one site?
Well, that one site, but... Are there more of those? Are there more? Because clearly we've got a really constrained landscape, and we're putting these temporary housing pods, etc., in locations. That one seems to be very problematic, and are others problematic?
Okay, start at the top. So the... As a government, on the 17th of April, we announced $350 million to establish temporary housing villages across the Northern Rivers region. These are to provide a safe and dry roof over people's heads while they rebuild their lives. As it currently stands, we have a dozen sites across the Northern Rivers region that are either under construction or we're in the final stages of negotiating the leasing arrangements. Every single site has had challenges of one form or another. They're not consistent across the board because each of these sites, and you're very well familiar with the landscape and you've identified it quite rightly, site identification to start with has been very challenging because we wanted to ensure that when we set these up, they weren't going to get flooded. That was, the number one criteria. And so we've worked with local governments, we've worked with other New South Wales government departments, whether it's transport or health or Crown lands, to identify the most appropriate sites to place these pods and these modular homes. So I'm pleased to say that we are well on our way in relation to standing up those villages. They're quite amazing. We've never done anything like this in Australia before, and particularly not on this scale. We expect that they will, when entirely complete and occupied, will across the landscape will house hundreds and hundreds of displaced people. That they're, I guess, my overarching remarks to this point. As I said, I could talk for hours and hours about this. I might ask Commissioner Fitzsimmons to speak to that particular site that you refer to.
I'm just very conscious. We've got 1 minute to morning tea time, and I'm already in opposition time.
No, they were going to reset after the break.
Okay, terrific.
Can
Thank
we
you.
answer this question
yeah,
after the break?
I would be very grateful. And if you wouldn't mind, is it fair to accept that perhaps we have not got the location spot on in all circumstances?
No, I think the Mullumbimby site, I think that is the one that you're referring to, is an appropriate location.
Okay.
But perhaps on the other side of the break we can explore this a little further.
Well, isn't
Okay, on that,
think we'll do it after.
note
follow
of
that up.
agreement, we will now break for morning tea and come back at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Fitzsimmons, I think in answer to a question in a previous round, you indicated that you didn't think the path being taken in relation to the flood inquiry report was a sensible one. Was that because of the recommendation to scrap your agency?
I don't think I said the path wasn't a sensible one.
Right.
Not at all, actually.
You thought the government's response wasn't sensible?
No,
Okay. Which wasn't
the
sensible?
report.
The report itself.
So what I said was that the contents of the report I had concerns with. I made that very clear, and the path forward is the working group.
Okay, so you challenged that part of the report that suggests the criticisms of your agency.
I
and the scrapping?
provided feedback along with many others concerning our thoughts and views on the report.
Okay, and did you have input into that before they made their recommendations? Did they flag with you that this was going to be a likely outcome and ask for your comment?
No.
Okay, and is it correct that did you really learn about that through the media?
Learn about what? Sorry.
The proposal to scrap your agency.
I learnt about the contents of the report in those media headlines well before it was received by government.
Right.
I learnt about that through the media.
Okay, how did that make you feel, learning about such an important matter in that way?
As you would expect, it's extremely disappointing.
So just to clarify, Dominic Perrottet never picked up the phone and asked you, or told you that resilience was to be restructured?
No, let me clarify that. As the Premier has quite rightly said some time ago, we did speak, and I, back in June, I spoke to the head of the public sector, head of Premier and Cabinet, and sought to have a conversation with the Premier. And to the Premier's credit, we had a conversation in early July, and it's important to note that the report had not yet been received at that stage.
But he didn't tell you it was going to be restructured at that conversation.
Without detailing all the conversation, it was signalled in that meeting that the briefings or the indications were that they would be looking to see adjustments to the arrangements in New South Wales going forward, pending the outcome of the independent report.
Well, just briefly on that, I think on the 17th of August, you sent a letter to Resilience New South Wales staff, I think, indicating that at that stage you hadn't been contacted or provided a full copy of the report or being briefed on the government's position concerning the recommendations. That's correct?
If that's what I said in my email, that would be correct.
Have you now been apart from the government's public announcement, essentially accepting the 28 recommendations, which I think happened the same day or very shortly thereafter?
Well, I sent a number of messages to my staff, Mr. Searle, over periods of time because, as you would expect, some of the media headlines, which, ranged everything from the agency's gone, the CEO's terminated, those sorts of things, were really inaccurate and deflating and concerning for the teams.
Yes.
So sending messages out to provide clarity and accuracy was really important. And one of those messages was, I think, just preceding the press conference regarding the government's response to the inquiry, and I encouraged staff to watch the press conference if they could, and that I would commit to circulating a copy of the inquiry and the government's response once we received it.
Okay, how many meetings or discussions have you had with the Premier regarding Resilience New South Wales' future or your own personal future?
As I said, I had a conversation with the Premier and...
Before the report was finalised, though?
Correct.
Subsequently?
No.
You haven't had any discussions?
No.
Not with Mr Cootes-Trotter from DPC?
I've had conversations with Mr Cootes-Trotter, and of course I've been speaking regularly with the Minister, but Mr Cootes-Trotter, and as was indicated, both in the government's in the report and in the government's press conference, that I've been asked to stay and support with the transition of arrangements, whatever that might be.
Okay, but to be clear, you haven't been asked to head up the proposed new recovery in New South Wales?
No, not at all.
Okay, has there any redeployment to any other role been flagged with you to date?
No.
Okay, so in short, sorry to press on this, you just simply don't know what the future holds for yourself. That's correct?
No, that's fair
okay,
to say at this stage.
Minister, The Premier had referred to Commissioner Fitzsimmons as a hero in the past. Is this how your government treats heroes in the public service?
Thank you for your question. I'd like to make it very clear that as Minister in this space for 9 months, it has been an absolute honour and privilege to serve alongside Commissioner Fitzsimmons. He is a hero. There is no question of that.
Yep, but
He has
actions
led
speak louder
through.
than words.
He has. Please let me finish. He has led this state through the terrible black summer fire season. He has been a loyal, dedicated, amazing public servant for a good portion of his life. From my perspective, I have an incredibly good, strong working relationship with Mr. Fitzsimmons. We are just getting on with the job of the portfolio, and he has my full support.
Well, good to hear, Minister. So what role did you have into the government's, in preparing the government's response? So the report comes out mid-August, almost simultaneously the Premier announces in effect that the 28 recommendations, including scrapping the agency, are to be accepted by government. Presumably, as Minister, you had input into that decision. Is that correct? What discussions did you have leading up to the government's announcement about the future of the agency?
In relation to the inquiry itself, I had a couple of meetings with the inquirers, but in no way had influence over their final recommendations.
No, but between the final recommendations and then the government's announcement of its position,
yes.
What input did you as Minister have into that, or did the Premier just do it himself?
Well, it's. I think there's a. I just want to track back just a little bit. I reject the assertion. I've now lost the word that you've used. Was it scrapped? Scrap the agency? I actually reject that assertion because what we as a government are committed to doing is actually streamlining our disaster response and recovery arrangements to better support communities into the future. So the actual recommendation itself, it's number 5. The word that is used, and I think it's an appropriate word, is reshaping. And in relation to once the report itself was received by government and in the formulation of the government response, all of the agencies that form part of my remit provided feedback to DPC. My office was consulted through that process, and ultimately what we have is a set of recommendations, as has been already stated, that have been either supported or supported in principle, noting a lot of other work needs to occur. And this particular recommendation will require extensive work over the coming weeks and months ahead. And it needs to be, I think we need to bear in mind that this work is being done against a backdrop of recovery efforts that are occurring right across New South Wales, of which we have resilient staff and staff from other New South Wales government agencies, whether it be Service New South Wales or any other number of government agencies working to help and support communities get back on their feet.
Well, Minister, you said Commissioner Fitzsimmons has your first support. You've got the highest regard for him. But you've now then also said, effectively, that you agreed with the recommendations to effectively scrap the organisation. I know you used the word reshape.
I
but
reject that
it's
assertion, Mr. Searle.
New name, different functions, scaled back, stripped right back. It's a different organisation.
This is an inquiry that was established by the Premier. It ultimately reported through to the Premier. I was consulted on the way through once the report was handed down, and we were formulating that government response.
Well, Minister, Commissioner Fitzsimmons says no one phoned him before the government response was announced. If you respect him so much, why did you not put in a courtesy call to give him the heads up?
I need to clarify that, Mr. Searle, if I can.
Oh, if you can, please.
I thought the question was You asked me whether the Premier, and
So did the Minister ring you?
I don't think a day goes by where I don't communicate with the
Well,
Minister.
I'll ask the Minister this. And
Sorry,
I'll ask the Minister and then...
You know, I didn't want to mislead in that previous answer.
Minister, did you give Commissioner Fitzsimmons the heads up that the government was going to announce acceptance in principle, at least, of the 28 recommendations before it was announced?
I had conversations with Commissioner Fitzsimmons. I would have to take on notice exactly when those conversations took place. But
Minister, with respect, this is a pretty big announcement. It took
yes.
a lot of people by surprise.
Yes.
You would remember whether, before the Premier made that announcement, you picked up the phone to Commissioner Fitzsimmons to say, hey, just letting you know, we're backing all of this stuff in. Now, did you do that?
I spoke to Commissioner Fitzsimmons, and in fact, I spoke to the commissioners of each of the agencies within my remit the day before the report was released, and my conversations with each of those commissioners was framed up in relation to how what the recommendations were in relation to their particular agencies.
Sure. So, to be clear, you told Commissioner Fitzsimmons what was coming before the Premier announced it. Is that correct?
In relation to recommendation 5, yes.
Okay. And that accords with your recollection, Commissioner?
Yes, and as the Minister said, that was an advanced conversation ahead of the distribution or receipt of the report, if I remember rightly. So the conversation was the heads up that here are some pertinent recommendations concerning you and the agency, and then we had more fulsome discussions in the days and weeks that followed.
So, in effect, you had been briefed on the government's position?
That wasn't we need to be really clear here.
Okay.
The report is received by government.
Yes.
It is the view of the authors,
Yes.
not the view of the government.
No, but in terms of the government's response, you had been briefed before the Premier announced it then? At least as to how it impacted you, potentially?
No. So, and I'm not trying to be semantic.
No, I'm just trying to understand what's actually happened here.
So we all, a number of organisations, agencies, were asked to contribute through to DPC
Okay.
in order for them to formulate the government response, which goes through processes.
Okay, all right. So, okay.
So as per my email on the morning of the press conference, I had not seen the full report and I had not at that stage seen the finalised government response.
Right, you hadn't seen it, but you had been told what the government was going to do.
No, because when it was announced,
Okay.
the 28 recommendations, 6 were accepted.
Yep.
As is.
Yep.
Supported as is, and 22 were supported in principle.
Okay, but supported in principle means the government is going to do something substantial, flowing in the same direction, doesn't it?
It signals there's a lot to work to do in order to meet the objectives of
But moving back to you, Minister, it does sound like the Commissioner wasn't briefed about the dramatic impact the government was going to, support in relation to the organisation then, does it? Sounds like he wasn't thoroughly briefed about what the government's position was before the Premier announced it.
My obligation as Minister is to ensure that I communicated the recommendations as they related to my agencies. And I mean, there are some agencies where one or more recommendations will impact on them, and then you have another agency where perhaps one recommendation might relate to them, but no others.
Okay.
So what I have done in advance is spoken to each of my commissioners about the recommendations as they have been. In fact, I think I read them verbatim over the phone to each of the commissioners as they were formulated, and my Chief of Staff has also, in addition to that, taken the time to speak to the commissioners.
Okay, now I might have missed something, but there seems to be a disconnect between your evidence here and Commissioner Fitzsimmons' evidence. I just want to be really clear about this. Commissioner Fitzsimmons has said a couple of times now that he was not briefed on the government's response to the recommendations before the Premier announced the government was accepting them in principle and otherwise. So my question to you is, well, you didn't give him the heads up, did you, that the government was going to back in all of these recommendations in the way that it did?
That's. I think there's actually some confusion around phone conversations and what was communicated in relation to the receipt of the report, the recommendations that were contained therein, the need to have agency input into the government's response,
Okay,
and
Minister,
then
with
what
respect-
the final government response was, and
Okay,
as
Minister,
it
with
was
respect-
released on the day that the report itself was also released.
Okay, well, Minister, with respect, you're confusing matters. My question is very simple. Before the Premier announced that the Government of New South Wales was accepting all 28 of the recommendations, which I know some are in principle and some are absolute, but making that big announcement, you did not speak to Commissioner Fitzsimmons to give him the heads up about that before that announcement was made, did you?
I think in order to ensure that I provide the accurate information to the committee, Mr. Searle, I would like to take that question on notice because there is.
Okay, well, I'll put you
I've
very
had
clear
many
where I'm-
phone conversations.
Okay, well,
I'd like to
I'll tell you
go
what I'm
back
hearing.
and.
I'm hearing Commissioner Fitzsimmons is very clear in his recollection that he was not told what the government was going to announce. And you've tried to give us the impression that, in fact, you did give him the heads up, but now you're taking it on notice. So it doesn't sound like you gave him the heads up, because
No.
if you had, can I put it to you, that you would have remembered that? That's the truth, isn't it?
No,
You're obfuscating, aren't you, Minister?
No, I am not obfuscating at all, Mr. Searle. I want to make
Sounds like
sure. Well, I'm not. I want to make sure that the information that I provide to the committee is accurate in
Please do.
relation to the receipt of the report by government, the need to formulate a government response, the communications that I had with Mr. Fitzsimmons and the other commissioners in relation to the recommendations as they related to the work of their agencies and any changes that are proposed through the recommendations, the need for our agencies to work with DPC in relation to the formulation of the government response, working
what, you
through
just
that
can't remember- You
process.
just can't remember where in this process you spoke to Commissioner Fitzsimmons and told him the government was backing in a recommendation that effectively scraps his organisation. You can't remember.
No, as you can imagine, Mr. Searle, I have many conversations with Mr. Fitzsimmons, not just in relation to these matters, but as I've already tried to indicate to the committee, against a backdrop where we are continuing to support communities right across New South Wales with their recovery efforts. So you can imagine Commissioner Fitzsimmons and I have ongoing conversations about all manner of
Minister,
issues.
my colleague asked a very, very direct question. Did you brief the Commissioner on the impact of the recommendations on his role and his agency? You've implied that, well, maybe recommendation 5, I'll take it on notice, but the Commissioner's very clear. He was blindsided. So you see the problem the committee's got here with your evidence.
But recommendation 5, there's nothing in recommendation 5 that says Commissioner Fitzsimmons is out of a job. There's nothing
So he
in
wasn't fully
recommendation.
briefed.
There's nothing in recommendation 5.
So you're telling the committee that he wasn't fully briefed then?
But there's nothing in that recommendation that has scrapped his role.
Minister, can we just put this to bed then? Can you give us an assurance that Commissioner Fitzsimmons will continue in his current role or the equivalent role in Recovery New South Wales?
Sacking for 6 months.
What's your position?
Interjections
What's your
are disorderly
position,
at all
given
time.
your high regard for him?
Can't have it both ways.
Commissioner Fitzsimmons will continue in his current role as the Commissioner of Resilience New South Wales. The agency will continue to do the work that it is doing. The work that it is doing is focused on supporting communities and people impacted by flooding and other natural disasters. Its remit will carry on. There is
Until when?
one recommendation of 22 which have been supported in principle, pending a lot of additional work to do. there is a project management office set up in DPC to look at these matters. We will continue to, and all of the agencies in my portfolio will continue to work with and through that process in a very collaborative, consultative way.
We'll return to this, Minister.
Oh, sorry.
If you wanted to,
Oh,
Commissioner,
if I could just, in the interest of
Yep.
full disclosure, because I've just been reminded of something. The Chief of Staff to the Minister's office did have a conversation with me signalling that the Secretary for DPC would be briefing commissioners. We did have phone tag in the morning, but I did end up speaking with DPC Secretary later in the day after the press conference.
Thank you. Minister, what have you been told about the project management team's timeframe and timeline?
We're currently in the process of establishing that particular project management office. It is based within DPC, and as it is set up, there'll be more to say. And in the meantime, we'll continue doing the work that we're doing in relation to flood recovery.
So, Minister, what is the time frame that you're working on in relation to the project management office?
Well,
What have you been told? How long is it going to exist for? What's its remit and not remit? What's the ambit?
As I've indicated, it is a project management office set up within DPC, which ultimately reports through to the Premier. So I'm not necessarily the right one to.
What has the
to
Premier
answer your
told
question.
you? Has the Premier said we've got this project management office and we anticipate we'll have it for the next 10, 15, 5 years, 3 months, 2 weeks?
A lot of that work is currently being scoped out, given the fact that we do have 28 recommendations and 22 of them have been supported in principle, have not shied away from the fact that there is an awful lot of work to do, not just in relation to the recommendations as they relate to my portfolio, but indeed right across government. And if I may respectfully suggest that those questions might be better directed to DPC.
And so what has, just following up with what my colleagues here were saying, what has Mr Fitzsimmons been told how long it will be until the project management office has determined the next steps with the different Resilience New South Wales we're going to end up with?
Commissioner Fitzsimmons, have you been told by? Can you please repeat the questions?
Yeah, what
Because I'm not privy to that conversation.
Okay. Well, so yeah, clearly, Mr. Fitzsimmons, what have you been told in terms of the time frames that we're doing this transition, this change, this creation of the other body?
Look, I think it's difficult to put a precise time on it, but as I said earlier, we're talking, I suspect, months away before there's any material changes, and that's in recognition of the consultation and the consideration that needs to take place.
Okay.
When you think there's 22 out of 28 that require a lot of analysis.
Okay, thank you. Just back on the temporary housing and the sites and pods where we didn't quite finish earlier, are there... I mean, obviously, under the emergency planning measures, we can fast track certain procedures, but what assessment process do we go through, and is that an assessment process that is publicly available? Is it documented? What do we do when we're assessing those sites for the suitability?
Ms Higginson, I'll ask Commissioner Fitzsimmons to answer that. It's of an operations nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And as you signalled, there's a raft of sites and locations that have been considered and evaluated, and some are well and truly underway, some are being occupied. I think we started with about 20 through collaboration with councils and other government departments. We've signed on leases for 11 of those, with various works underway across the northern region area. We work very much through our Department of Public Works around engineering and assessment in terms of site evaluation, site works. Obviously, there's a significant procurement chain around identifying suitable pods and/or caravans in some locations which are more amenable to the site and the utilisation. So yeah, it is significant and it is challenging. And your question before the break, a parcel of land may be identified, but if it's flood prone, it seems to be folly to put temporary housing accommodation into that site. And much of the Northern Rivers is very prone to flood, so it has been. And I don't mean to be patronising there.
You're totally absolutely right.
It's not without its challenges. And even if there is a site up out of the floodplain area, you've got topography issues and slope issues, which might also be an inhibiting factor in that site. Not to mention, of course, some of the community consultation. So some of the identified sites, one in particular that made the news recently in the Lismore area, was ultimately rejected by the community and council. So we're still working with council and the community to identify alternate sites. So it's a very complex area.
Are the is there transparency, public transparency around the leases? Are they available? Like, are the leases and the price that we're paying for those leasing arrangements, are they publicly available?
Oh, look, I'll take it on notice. I think the expenditure would be certainly public, but the details of the leases and contents therein, I would need to take some advice on that. But obviously, I have no problem sharing what is available to be shared.
Thank you, Minister. How with the back to home grants? How many people in the Ballina and Lismore electorates have actually received those grants? Do you have that?
I might, in the interests of brevity, I might take that on notice. But we'll most likely be able to come back with that this afternoon, I would have thought.
All right, I'm looking for both Lismore and Ballina electorates. How many recipients of the grant, how many have applied for it, how many are still waiting, and how many have been denied? Just those categories.
Sure. Can I just ask just one clarifying point?
Yes.
You'd like it for the state electorates of those areas or the local government areas?
We do stuff on local government areas, Minister.
I was thinking more. Yeah, That's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
So we could provide that information to you on a local government area level for Ballina.
I know as recent as last week, we've approved over 11,000 payments, close to $160 million, but the breakdown by LGA, as the Minister signalled, we'll seek to try and secure that detail today while we're here.
Great, thank you very much. Just in relation to the... where have I put it? It was specific to the Aboriginal housing, and the there was $70 million announced for Aboriginal housing solutions for communities such as Cabbage Tree Island, and I understand that was announced in April, and it was announced as further support for New South Wales flood zones. Is it the case that $7 million of that money was taken out of the flood recovery and it was put into the more general administration of the Aboriginal Housing Organisation? Are you aware of that?
I'm not Ms. Higginson, but I'll ask Commissioner Fitzsimmons whether.
Thank you. I mean, the question
either answer it or take it on notice one way or another.
Thank you. The question really has any of that $70 million actually been diverted away from the flood response housing?
I don't believe so. The distribution was done in accordance with local community groups, but we'll get the particular detail of that breakdown, because very early on there was some misreporting about the quantum and who it went to, and we had to address that misinformation, because it was designed not just to be for one group, but to be for a number of areas.
All right, thank you. If you could take it, because I don't think it's been cleared up. There's still quite a bit of question out there about what happened and where is that 70 million being allocated? And as far as I understand, there isn't sort of clear, there hasn't been a clear answer around that and transparency. Do you guys want to go? Do you want to go again? Thank you.
Sure.
I need a break.
So, Minister, just to be clear, you're going to go back on notice and check your notes on what you said to Commissioner Fitzsimmons and when?
That's correct.
Okay. Just so you are aware, obviously, the impression I've got is you didn't speak to him before the Premier's announcement about the government accepting all of those recommendations. If you've got a different recollection, you can tell us on notice.
Thank you, Mr Searle.
No, thank you. In budget paper number 2, page 8-18, $1.4 billion is allocated this year to Resilience New South Wales and over $2 billion over the next 3 years to do a range of very important things. Given the cloud of uncertainty that's now sitting over the top of Resilience New South Wales, at least in its current form, can you tell the committee what's going to happen to that $1.4 billion and those functions that are currently assigned to Resilience New South Wales to make sure that these things will actually get done?
As I've already indicated, the work of resilience continues, and there is a project management office set up within DPC to address the recommendations of the flood inquiry, noting that we have, as a government, supported in principle a number of the recommendations, including those that impact on Resilience New South Wales.
Right.
And if I can, on the budget,
Of course.
we seem to go through this a lot, but
Yeah.
but the budget for RES in the financial year 22-23 is just over $2 billion, and 1.9 of that centres around grants. It's actually it's allocated money. It can't be redistributed or reused for anything else.
That's for those functions.
We're effectively the holding account for government and treasury on that significant disaster expenditure.
Okay.
So that'll be. I suspect it won't be touched, and it'll move to wherever it's got to be moved to.
Okay. How many staff are in Resilience New South Wales? It's about 240, is that right, Commissioner?
Yeah, I've got an accurate figure as that, because that varies from time to time. So as we speak at the moment, the staff in place as at the end of August are 252, which includes temporary personnel and contractors, largely in response to the ongoing disaster efforts.
Okay, thank you. Minister, what's the plan for those 240 staff?
The resilience staff that are currently working very hard to support flood-impacted communities will continue. That the staff will continue, their work will continue. It's incredibly important work.
But there must be a bit of anxiety about their future, which agency they're going to be in. What engagement have you or your office had with the workforce or with their unions about what their future might hold? Have you had any engagement?
It is my hope that all resilience staff will stay within the New South Wales government. They are doing tremendously important work.
It is your hope, Minister, so you can't give those people a guaranteed job?
Only insofar as I would love these staff to feel valued as they should and recognised for the really important and critical work that they're doing. To return to Mr. Searle's question, I've been out and about on the ground talking with our resilience staff for months now, whether that's in the Northern Rivers region, whether it's part of the recovery centres that they are part of, whether it's the recovery access points.
But Minister, very clearly, post the government's announcement that it's going to accept the recommendations, you or your office or the government have not had any engagement with the workforce or their unions about their future, have you?
Well, I continue to work with Mr. Fitzsimmons, as is my job to do as Minister. But over and above that, I'm out on the ground with our blitz teams, in our recovery access points, and making sure that, from my perspective, every time I encounter a Resilience New South Wales employee, that they know from me how important the
But
work
Minister,
is that
Minister, the Premier said, and it is in his own words, the future agency would be leaner and nimbler. So if I'm a staff member in Resilience listening to the Premier, I'm thinking my job's under threat, and you've done nothing to allay those fears, and you're telling us here on evidence that you can't really guarantee their job, but you value them. Is that your evidence?
No, I'm rejecting outright the premise of your question.
Okay, well, very simply, the Minister has said, the Premier said he wants a leaner, nimbler agency. That's what the recommendation, I think, of the report was. The government has accepted the recommendations, which sounds very much like the government endorses the contents of that report. Now, Commissioner Fitzsimmons is on record this morning as saying he doesn't agree with the content of the report. So are we to conclude that the government's original plan in setting up Resilience New South Wales is the government now thinks that was a mistake? Is that right?
I'm really not quite sure between yourself, Mr. Searle, and Mr. Buttigieg which questions I'm answering.
Well,
I'm
it's
certainly
very
I'm
simple,
certainly
Minister.
Not,
let me
I'm
rephrase
certainly
it so
not
you
saying-
understand.
So am
There's
I now answering
200
your question or am I
Well,
answering Mr. Searle's question?
Let me
It
rephrase it.
doesn't sound like you're answering either question, Minister.
The questions are very similar, Minister. There's 240 staff you've identified who would have a ton of anxiety because of the announcement and the comments that the Premier's made. You said you valued them. The question was, have you engaged them about their job security and given them any undertaking that they will have job security into the future? Very straight question. Yes or no?
Mr. Buttigieg, I have indicated, I have said I would very much like the resilience staff to stay. I'm advocating with them and for them to stay. I'm more than happy to meet with any of their representing unions to have these conversations.
You haven't today.
I have had multiple conversations with staff, and of course, I have multiple conversations with Commissioner Fitzsimmons.
None with the unions?
To the best of my knowledge, although I'm happy to take it on notice, the union hasn't reached out to me in relation to the discussing specifically the future of Resilience New South Wales staff, but I'm more than happy to meet with any union. I meet with unions regularly in relation to the people that they represent. DPC, as I've already said it a number of times, but I'll reiterate, has a project management office has been stood up, and it is getting on with the work of looking at the recommendations, and that will assist to guide where the future is for resilience and for their staff.
Okay, well, that sounds like you haven't. Can I ask this question, Minister? The report, the flood inquiry report, found that Resilience New South Wales did not perform as intended, primarily due to the size and scope of its remit, and talked about its slowness and its unresponsiveness. As Minister now, you accept those those inquiry findings, correct?
Well, the government has received the report and has supported either in full 6 or 22 in principle of the recommendations. We are now working through there is a lot of work that needs to be done in relation to the recommendations that we have supported in principle. That's why the Project Management Office has been established. It is within DPC, and the role and responsibility of all of the agencies now in the portfolio that I oversee is to engage with that process, engage with the Project Management Office to ensure that that the recommendations are implemented in a way that delivers the best outcomes for the communities of New South Wales.
Okay, well, there's a number of criticisms of the agency in the inquiry report. I won't go through them, but they're of that flavour. The government supports the recommendations and is committed to implementing them to some degree. Commissioner, you've indicated you don't agree with a lot of those criticisms of the agency. What do you have to say to those findings, that it was slow, it was unresponsive, People were confused about what it did. It wasn't doing what it was intended to do.
Yeah, and if I can, thank you, Mr. Searle. And you made a comment earlier. My feedback of things I didn't support or agree with were around aspects of the inquiry findings, not the entirety of it.
Sure.
So, but there is no doubt, in my view, there was confusion, and we need to address that. There's confusion at a community level, at a local government level, even at agency level. We've identified over the last couple of years, but there is just so many other aspects concerning those broad statements around slowness, presence, and expectations. I don't know whose expectations or what expectations, but in any available simple analysis of what's been delivered and what's been undertaken, I can happily demonstrate that we've never seen a more joined up, comprehensive, expeditious pursuit to recovery interventions and recovery operations ever before in the state of New South Wales. And the other finding that we'd grown to something is equally against the available evidence, if only we were asked, because we actually scaled the agency back from what we inherited when the thing was initially set up.
Okay, Minister, going back to you about the 240 odd staff. Now, whether they're staying in the one agency or going to a new agency, can you give a commitment that those people will continue to do the functions they're currently fulfilling and they'll have ongoing roles in doing that?
It is, as I've said, it is my hope that the people that are working for resilience today will stay working within government and doing the important work that they are doing. I think it's important to note that some people might or might not want to stay, and that's a matter for individuals in relation to their future. But the expectation of government.
Can I just take you up on that point, because it's very important. You said that some people can go just like any job. People have a voluntary view on whether they stay or go, but let's assume that the vast majority wanted to stay, they had jobs. You hope that they stay. Can I take that to believe that if DPC or the Premier makes the call on this stuff, you really don't have much influence over their job security?
Well, I think there's a couple of points I'd make in relation to that. The first one is that this is a process that is being worked through by DPC at the present. But I want to make it extremely clear that I'll continue to advocate for all of the staff of resilience. The work they are doing is, quite frankly,
and I'm
amazing.
sure you will, Minister, because I
Point
know
of
you're
order,
genuine.
it's just
Please.
happening too much, the talking over the response.
I will continue advocating on behalf of staff
I
to
understand
to
this. You've said that like
DPC.
the Minister
I'm
said
sorry,
the
but
same thing
I lost my
5
train of
times now.
thought.
But my question is very, very
Minister can
straightforward.
answer the question
Ultimately,
any way she likes. She could say it 10 times.
sure. Ultimately, Minister, you don't make the call, do you?
I think that it's important to recognise that we are at the start. This report and the government response was released on the 17th of August. By my calculations, that's about 2.5 or a bit over weeks ago. We are at the start of a journey now, and we have 22 recommendations that have been supported in principle. Even the ones that have been supported in full, they have a considerable amount of work to be done in order to see that through. The ones that have been supported in principle have even more work to do. And it's important to acknowledge that we are on the start of a process and of a journey. And what we need to keep in mind at the end of the day is that we have communities that are still recovering from past events, and are still very much in that recovery phase. And the rebuilding in these communities will take years and years. And at the same time, we need to make sure that as a government, our agencies, our structures, our relationships, the particular roles that people have are in place for the benefit of our communities going forward,
I
and
understand.
the
Just one
challenges
more,
that we
Minister.
know we're going to
Just
face
one more
with
on
more
this.
and more natural
If
disasters
I could just
in the
ask
future.
one final question just to tie this up. You're on the record as saying that you hope that these people stay on. If you had the ability to make that happen, the hope would be manifested in reality because you could make the decision. I put it to you that your evidence suggests you don't have that remit. It's a very simple question.
I'm not accepting the premise of your question, Mr. Buttigieg. I have said, and I'll say it again, I will continue to advocate for the staff of Resilience. I believe in them. I believe in their work. Their minister has confidence in the work that they are doing and will undoubtedly continue to do into the future. I will continue to work with DPC as required. So will all of the agencies within the portfolio that I lead, and we will have more to say as that work is undertaken.
What is your time frame for implementation of those recommendations? Specifically about the future of Resilience New South Wales.
So, as I indicated earlier, we will provide updates. This is a project management office set up within DPC.
Okay. I'll just return to the issue of the Mount Wilson strategic backburn issue. I raise bushfire inquiry recommendation 47D, where I think it says that where there's significant concern regarding a backburn, there should be community engagement session to discuss any investigation. Now, I think, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, you were informed on the 10th of January this year that the bushfire inquiry progress report stated that this had been done in relation to that matter, but that was in error. Can you enlighten us? Why did that happen? Because those communities haven't had such a session yet. I think Commissioner Rogers said it's happening, but it hasn't happened yet. Why was it communicated that it actually had to happen?
My understanding was that community forums had been held, and I even spoke to Commissioner Rogers about that, and there was a focus on doing further. When you're holding community forums, obviously you don't guarantee that everyone in the community goes to the same forums, and at the time, when I recall, the reality was that a number of forums had been held, and particularly with local volunteers in their communities as well.
So just to be clear, are you saying that that these debriefing sessions had occurred in Bilpin and Kurrajong Heights?
I'm not. No, as a matter of fact, I met with members of the community up there on an unrelated matter.
Yes.
And some of those members, including members that said, community members that also said they were members of the RFS, had raised concern that they hadn't been involved in a community meeting, and I forwarded that information to Commissioner Rogers.
Right. Okay, Minister, I'm just trying to get clarity. Why have this sort of post-event, debriefing sessions with those affected communities not taken place before now?
I think
You can defer to whomever you like, Minister.
Commissioner Rogers, could I please call on you to talk to this matter yet again?
Sure. Thanks, Minister. A number, as Commissioner Fitzsimmons said, a number of community engagement events had happened post the incident. I can't honestly answer without, and I'll have to take on notice the sequence of events that led to what was done, what was committed to be done. And to be honest, I'm a little confused as to how the reporting ended up the way it did as well.
Yes.
I don't know. I honestly don't understand.
My
how that's
understanding.
happened.
I'm a resident of the Blue Mountains, and obviously,
Yes,
my understanding is there's a lot of confusion about how it was reported that it had happened when it hasn't.
Yeah.
So if you could, on notice,
I'm more than happy to look from an RFS point of view and provide a response on that. And I think that and just talking to some of the people even here in the gallery, like there's other communities clearly that we also need to reach out to, which I've given a commitment we will do that.
And very specifically, like for example, the RFS conducted, I think, online town halls and discussions with the community at Lake Conjola in about May of 2020, and yet similar consultation about the backburn at Mount Wilson hasn't yet occurred with those affected communities. I'd like a detailed answer or notice as to why that hasn't happened to date. Minister, recommendation, I think 47C of the Bushfire Inquiry Report provides that when fire conditions are approaching severe or above, an independent review must be undertaken at state operations level before strategic backburns are implemented. were outside experts included in the development of the RFS response in the wake of these events?
I'll ask Commissioner Rogers to answer your question. If he's unable to, we're more than happy to take those questions
Well, let's see
on
what
notice.
Commissioner Rogers has got to say, and we'll interrogate
Would
that.
you mind? Sorry, would you mind just restating the second part of that
Yeah,
question?
so for example, well, I guess the first question is, given the recommendation of the inquiry that an independent review should be taken at state operation levels before strategic backburns are implemented, I think subsequently to that, there's now an operational protocol for backburning, I think that was released last year. Now, who was consulted in the making of that operational protocol?
That was our incident controllers, who obviously have carriage of those things. We talked that through with them and worked out what was a reasonable. There's a balance, and I guess the thing that I have to balance is the need to sometimes put these things in quickly, and or else you lose the effect of it. But obviously taking note of the fact that the bushfire inquiry made specific recommendation about that we needed to ensure that we had additional checks and balances where, as you rightly said, where those occurring in that severe fire danger period. So we developed that with our incident controllers, and that's now in force.
Okay. Were any outside experts consulted about that before the backburn was implemented?
Other agencies,
Yeah.
absolutely. So agencies like National Parks and Wildlife, and I think Fire Rescue, and State Forest. So the combat agencies were certainly consulted.
Okay. All right. Well, I might come back to that. One.
Can I just on a quick follow-up on that previous line in terms of the consultation, there was a progress report that said the consultation had been completed.
Oh, we've done that.
We've done that?
Yep. we've done
Sorry.
that. That's good. All right. Minister, in relation to the Mullumbimby pods, I think that the Deputy Chair, Acting Chairs were raised with you. We've heard from locals that the land chosen for the placing of those pods goes underwater even in a modest flood, and yet I think earlier you said you were confident that the location was a correct location. Now, given the local intel that site goes underwater even in modest rain, how was that site chosen? And are you confident that it's an appropriate site if in fact it goes underwater?
That's it. These are fair questions, and I'll ask Commissioner Fitzsimmons to provide an operational update on the
course.
site selection, etc.
Look, and thanks, Mr. Searle.
I should disclose I'm a former resident of Mullumbimby, so
there
I've got
you
a bit
go.
of an interest. So.
That's all right. As signalled earlier with the Deputy Chair, identifying land in a lot of areas across the Northern Rivers has been extremely challenging, and the availability of suitable sites in Mullumbimby particularly was extremely limited. I think it's the Station Prince Street site that you're referring to.
Yep.
It had been identified by council and the Transport Asset Holding Enterprise as suitable for a possible housing development prior to the floods even, and then it was evaluated for suitability through planning and environment. It was reviewed and considered in the process of putting into place the North Byron Flood Risk Management Plan as well. Site design and construction was then managed by the engineers and construction experts. We have had community feedback and concerns, and that continues to be addressed. Design amendments to mitigate the flood on that site was a reduction in the size of the number of units on the site, and making sure that the building was on areas of the site worse affected by that 1% or the 1 in 100, ensuring that the pods were raised above that mark, and ensuring appropriate stormwater and overland flow was factored in as well. And I'm also the note that things like fill being carefully considered and based on the advice of the civil engineers as most effective construction to minimise any effects. So it has been challenging, not just there, but right across the rivers.
Thank you.
Thanks. Minister, I just want to take you to the subject of resourcing now. According to annual reports in FY 10-11, there were 3,516 full-time fire officers and 3,382 retained fire officers. And that amount has subsequently gone only increased by a very, very small percentage in the ensuing decade. So I put it to you that the figures are as follows. We've had a population increase of about 1 million in Sydney over the last decade. So it's gone up by about 13.5%. And in that same period, total firefighting staff has only gone up by a number of 4 if you add up all the figures in the various annual reports. So that represents a growth of about 0.06% compared to a 13.5% population growth. I put it to you that that's unacceptable given the calamities we've seen, and even if we hadn't seen the calamities, the idea that you wouldn't have staff, frontline staff, keep up with population growth is unacceptable, isn't it?
Mr. Buttigieg, the detail that you've provided in your question very much suggests that that this is an operational matter for fire and rescue, and I'd ask Commissioner Baxter to provide you with an answer.
My colleagues just tabled the documentation which backs in the figures I've given you. Happy for you to do the maths. I can assure you we haven't bodged up the figures. They're from your reports. So I'm putting to you that over a decade, the New South Wales population has increased by almost 1 million, 13.5% population growth. The firefighting force has increased by 0.06%. Clear mismatch, and I'm asking you to take that on face value, do the maths if you want, but given those figures, are you comfortable as the Minister that that's enough to keep up with protecting the public?
Commissioner Baxter, I'd like you to answer the question, please.
Thanks, Mr. Minister. Morning, Mr. Buttigieg. The figures that you've provided, I'm not sure what you're referencing, but I think
We just handed them up.
they are. I don't dispute them. They are what they are, and they have been
Very good staff, Commissioner, I can assure you.
Yeah, and they're relatively consistent with what I've got, I think. The linkage to population, whilst it is one factor, is not in and of itself the only factor that you would use to determine the necessity for increased resources, because a lot of the population increases occur within fire districts that fire and rescue already services. So that population increase has been able to be serviced within the current capacity of the service.
I would accept, Commissioner, on that point, I would accept that if the figures weren't so grossly mismatched in terms of the population growth we've seen and the amount of firefighters which have been taken on in the same period. Like, there's got to be a lack of resource by dint of pure logic there, surely. It doesn't matter how efficiently you use the resources. I mean, and through this time, of course, we've raised it on budget estimates before, you're implementing the practice of tolling and all the rest of it. So I just want to know what your view is, Commissioner, on whether or not you need more resources to keep up with population growth, or are you comfortable with it being static, which it essentially is?
I think that there's just a couple of things I'd like to point out. Number one, we have a record $4.2 billion budget in relation to emergency services. So we will continue to provide all of the necessary resourcing right across all of our emergency services organisations. Your question from memory didn't break down whether you were talking about the full-time, part-time, on-call. I'm confused by some of the detail in your question.
Well,
we
the
also have
documents have been
community
provided
fire
to you, Minister.
units, and of course we also have the RFS and their volunteers. So we have we have two agencies which are predominantly providing community safety in relation to fighting fires.
Well, it comprises full-time, retained, trades and administrative staff and executives. So it's not like we've left any cohort out. Now, I'm putting to Minister, you can allocate as much money as you want to the budget and the headline figures, and if it doesn't flow through to frontline resources, aren't you putting the public at risk, given those figures that I've presented to you? And I'm happy to stand on those figures. It's before we move on to fire stations, can you just answer whether you think that's concerning or not?
No, I believe that we have. We have a record budget for both fire and rescue, New South Wales, as an agency in their own right, and overall, we have a record $4.2 billion in emergency services. And so you've presented no evidence here today that the community actually has been put at further risk. And from an operational perspective, I'm sure Commissioner Baxter, you may want to elaborate a little further.
Yeah, happy to do that. And I mean, this is not without prior discussions obviously already occurring with the Minister's predecessor and the current Minister about the pressures for fire rescue. And I certainly believe that we're at the stage now where we do need to address some of the demand for services, and we will need to see some increases in resourcing, particularly due to the growth that's occurring in the northwest of the GSA, the southwest of the GSA, and indeed the growth around the new Aerotropolis area, where our modelling suggests we're going to require a number of additional fire stations. We already have the Oran Park Fire Station under construction, due to be completed in December, and we have funding for the Marsden Park project once we get some certainty around flood modelling for that particular area. And I think, just to see the consequent and compounding disasters excuse me, that we've been through over the last 2-3 years since the 1920 bushfires, the way that we've been using our firefighters, particularly our professional firefighters and on-call firefighters from fire rescue, has been completely different than how they've been used traditionally.
I mean, just to, because I'm conscious of getting into my colleague's time, but Minister, you just heard your commissioners admit there on record that there does need to be up-resourcing on frontline staff. That's not the evidence you gave. Are you going to reconcile that position now, or?
No.
Okay,
Don't put
thanks.
words.
You
No,
answered
don't
the
put
question.
words in.
Thank
Don't
you.
put words in my mouth.
Well, you
Mr.
just said
Buttigieg.
no, Minister.
No.
Is it
if
no
you
or yes?
No, you are interrupting me and not allowing me to answer the question properly. So my position is consistent with Commissioner Baxter's insofar as the following.
Think so.
We have a record budget for Fire and Rescue New South Wales. We have a record budget of $4.2 billion across all of emergency services. I work very closely with my commissioners, as is probably evident
Minister,
before
does dollars
this
mean
committee
Point of order,
today.
Chair.
Do dollars
Point of
mean
order, Chair.
frontline
And
people?
Point of order.
please let me finish. And I will continue to work closely with Fire and Rescue New South Wales and all of my commissioners and their agencies on what resourcing they need into the future, and where more is required. As Minister, I will fight tooth and nail to secure that for them.
Evidently not.
Minister, how many people are currently displaced from flooding in New South Wales?
Mr. Fitzsimmons, could I ask you please to answer that in the? It's complicated and it changes.
It's a very
daily.
difficult figure to because what is the definition of displaced? So we have got figures around people that are in emergency accommodation, but I think it's fair to say there are literally thousands of people that have been impacted, affected and displaced by floods, even in this financial year. And what a lot of people don't realise, whilst necessarily and understandably we've got an enormous focus on the Northern Rivers region of New South Wales, in the last financial year, 21-22, we've had 14 major disaster events across New South Wales that has resulted in 158 local government areas being declared natural disaster areas, and they are all related to floods and storms. And if I extrapolate that over the last 3 years, apart from the 1920 bushfires, where there were 50 local government areas declared natural disasters, we've had 486 local government areas declared natural disasters, with many of them being declared several times in the last 3 financial years. So depending on how you define displacement, and I'm not being funny, we literally have to accept that we're talking thousands of people that have been terribly impacted and affected by the disasters of recent time.
Thank you. And so let's just try and be. I totally understand the breadth, but just in terms of specifically in flood recovery right now, with the Minister's responsibility and Resilience New South Wales, how many people are you or are on your lists, either in your temporary housing or on the list and in need of somewhere to be over the next few years?
So, Ms Higginson, we have around about 1,200 people who are in emergency accommodation presently, and the overwhelming majority of those people are in the Northern Rivers region in the aftermath of the February-March floods. But that 1,200 does include people out in the Hawkesbury Nepean area as well, a small number who are still requiring emergency accommodation from their experiences this year as well.
And so of those 1,200, is the plan for them to then move into temporary? Is it emergency to temporary? Is that the plan for those people?
It potentially that is one pathway. I spoke earlier, but we ran out of time in relation to the housing package more broadly that the New South Wales government has stood up and rolled out progressively. There are a number of elements to that. So if you take someone who's in emergency accommodation today, they may be eligible, for example, for a back home grant of up to $20,000 to make repairs to their own home so that they can move back home, for example. They could also transition out of emergency accommodation into a private rental, and the New South Wales government has the temporary rental support package, and that provides, for example, up to 16 weeks of rental accommodation in a private rental if someone is able to also locate that. So that's just a couple of examples. They may transition to one of our at-home caravans under that program, which is rolling out. In fact, we announced a further expansion of that program today. So there are a number of pathways for a person from emergency accommodation into another form of accommodation, and the temporary housing villages, or those modular homes or pods, they form one plank of a number of options for a person.
Thank you. So in the Northern Rivers, out of those 1,200 people, how many of them need to go into the temporary pods?
Well, that's subject to very regular surveying and interaction with people, and it varies. It goes up and down, but we are identifying up to 2,000 people that we're looking at accommodation. But the number does move because alternates are found, and what we've been able to do, working closely with communities, and particularly given that some of the temporary accommodation sites are limited, the idea of expanding the Caravan at Home program has taken some people off the desire to go into a temporary village area, but prefer to be located with their home. They've got their yard, particularly if they've got pets, they've got somewhere to keep their pet while they're looking at, fixing up their home and that sort of thing. So there is, as the Minister's indicated, a range of variables to that. We've also got an unprecedented number of what we call recovery support services, where there are local entities and organisations that are engaged to provide effectively case management and support services to individuals in understanding their circumstances, their back home arrangements, options, those sorts of things. And the services that we've engaged so far, I'm confident in the figures I saw just recently. We're close to 2,000 cases being managed through those recovery support services as well. Now, Deputy Chair, some of that will overlap with the people we've got in emergency accommodation, with the feedback we're getting through Service New South Wales, also with the recovery support service providers online, and in the recovery support services that we're providing into the villages as well. So there are housing providers that are working very closely with tenants of the villages too.
Thank you. Minister, are you satisfied with the relationship between the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation and Resilience New South Wales? I know the NRRC is answerable to the Deputy Premier, but are you satisfied that we've got the best working relationship in the recovery at the moment?
Well, no issues have been brought to my attention, if that's one way to put it. You are quite right. The NRRC does report through to the Deputy Premier and is certainly focused on that longer-term rebuild, reconstruction, that all of that devastated infrastructure, looking at land swaps, buybacks, all of that sort of thing. And the Resilience New South Wales will continue to focus on the temporary housing package as you know, a big chunk of their work, but it's not the only thing that we're doing in that space, and it's important that we don't take our eye off the recovery and people's journeys as well. It's really important to note that
on the people's journey, if I may, do you think it's okay that yesterday or the day before the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation opened up expressions of interest for landholders that may want to have their land purchased, but people who are just begging in limbo to actually have their a land swap made available to them? Do you think that, like in terms of people's journey, have we got it all back to front?
Ms Higginson, I'd respectfully ask you to put those questions to the Deputy Premier. The NRRC does report through to him, and that program of work is under his remit.
But is it helpful to you, who's responsible for all these people, of which there's perhaps up to 2,000 or some in there, who are living in their caravans in the front of their destroyed homes, and all they want to know, and all they've wanted to know since March, is what the heck are we going to do in terms of can they ever contemplate being able to live somewhere safe where they may not have to go on their roof again, and yet we're busily working out whether somebody can get some opportunity through selling their land to the Reconstruction Corporation. Is that seriously helpful to your recovery program?
Well, Ms Higginson, what I can confirm is that the work of the agencies under my remit and my focus as Minister is on ensuring that people, those 2,000 up to 2,000 that you talk about, or the give or take 1,200 that we've got in emergency accommodation presently, that our focus is on them and providing a safe and dry roof over their head at the moment. That's our focus.
Minister, how many of those people have told you or your agency that they want to leave the land and the home that they were rescued or that they survived in?
Look, everyone's recovery journey is different. I've spoken to, as I know you will have, many people, and there are different views. There are some people that I've met.
How many have asked to be relocated? How many have asked you that they want to relocate?
There are some people that have asked around about that relocation, but I was, to be honest with you, I was in Lismore over the weekend, volunteering with Resilient Lismore on their 2 rooms project, where we fixed up, well, wasn't quite 2 rooms, but we did a good job. And speaking with that particular resident, South Lismore, she doesn't want to move.
No,
okay, so there are different.
The question
people
is,
have
though,
different views on these things.
The question is, how many people have asked you, or do you know of, that want to relocate?
I don't know the specifics of that, Ms Higginson. In terms of an overall number, you've got something. Thank you.
So just answering some of your questions there earlier.
Yes.
You can be assured that Resilience with the Temporary Housing and the Reconstruction Corporation are working very closely together. We're co-located up in the Northern Rivers. We've appointed a dedicated director up there from our perspective to look at housing and work very closely with Mr Witherden's team. Mr Witherden is a member of our State Recovery Committee, which we meet every week, and he provides regular updates. And I've just pulled up this week's report concerning the I'll look at the flood property assessment program. I don't have a specific figure. I'll take it on notice. Those that have signalled a desire to relocate.
Thank you.
Minister, and just on a different tack now, can you advise the committee on the status of bullying complaints in the various services, whether it's fire and rescue, whether it's state emergency service or rural fire service?
The actual status per agency, I'll ask the commissioners to
The number of bullying complaints,
provide you
the
with
status of those complaints,
Yep.
list of complainants, which cases were settled for and how much and when. And I'd like to also talk in the same terms about workers' compensation as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. If I just might make some opening remarks before we might start with Commissioner Baxter and work our way along the table. In relation to bullying and harassment, look, I've made it very clear, and the commissioners, we are all on the same page. There is no room for bullying and harassment in our organisations, or indeed in any workplace or in any environment. And each agency has its own set of processes and procedures and policies around.
Can they be done to the same standards if the government standard's high?
Well, it doesn't mean that one agency has something of a higher standard than another agency, just that they have policies and procedures that are appropriate to their operations. And in that spirit, Commissioner Baxter, could you please provide an update in relation to the Chair's question?
Yeah, thanks, Minister. We've had reasonably consistent.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
We've had reasonably consistent reports of bullying and investigations undertaken. And with respect to the last financial year, there's been 8 formal bullying investigations undertaken, of which 3 resulted in sustained findings, 1 not sustained, and remedial actions undertaken in 4 others. In the bigger picture, the statistics from our People Matter Engagement Survey, of which we've had a significant increase in the amount of people participating in that survey, has given us confidence that we're making improvements in the area of bullying, both in witnessed and experienced responses. We've seen declines, so from people witnessing bullying fell from 2019 at 27% to 21% in 2021, and employees reporting actually experiencing bullying fell from 17% in 2019 to 14% in 2021, and I'd like to think that that's in response to a huge amount of work that's been undertaken across a whole range of areas, from leadership to how we deal with the more complex and serious matters.
Well, you mentioned there that in the last 12 months, I think there were 2 or 3 that were found to have been bullied, or where bullying actually. So how were they resolved? What's the status of those?
There's a number of them resulted in disciplinary actions. Some of them resulted in people being removed from the organisation, and others would undertake remedial action that was specific to the actual case, appropriate to the circumstances.
Have you got those statistics in a table that you could?
We have, yes.
Put on notice and supply to us, please.
Yep, be happy to do that.
Especially in the comparative years, maybe going back 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, we go back.
Mention that.
The data I've got in front of me now goes back to 2016.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rogers, you?
Mr. Borzak, I don't have the statistics that on bullying per se. I think it's fair to say, though, we've been doing considerable work within the agency about the way we deal with discipline, including bullying, sexual harassment. And I've been very public in acknowledging that we've let some people down historically. We haven't done as well as we should have in supporting some of the members. And indeed, there's some people out there that were not comfortable that we've addressed their matter. So we set up an independent process through a law firm that people could go to get someone else to look at what was historically done to see if RFS did the right thing or not.
But how do you know whether you're addressing all the issues and the complaints if you don't have any statistics or any?
Well, no. I just said I didn't have them here. I'm not saying we
sorry.
don't have statistics, but I just don't have them here. But what we are doing, and we've gone out to our membership. We've asked for what they think about the system. We had more than 2,500 people participate in a survey. We've now got a new system designed. We've put that out for consultation with our membership, and we'll have that in place by the end of this calendar year. We've engaged a number of people from outside the organisation that have had experience in dealing with those matters, for example, in the military, to try and make sure that we get a good system that works well and supports local people. One of the big problems we have is that we have not had line of sight over what happens in local brigades at a corporate level. It's been managed locally, and we haven't had line of sight, and that clearly isn't good for us because we can't have statistics, comparison, see where areas are going wrong. So part of fixing the system will be to address those issues. So
Can you supply on notice the sort of data that I asked for from Mr. Baxter, please?
yeah, I'll
So we
do
can
my
see
best
what's
to
actually
supply.
happened, because the Rural Fire Service in past inquiries that I've chaired hasn't particularly had a good track record, as
No,
you
which is-
acknowledge. But you're
acknowledged.
telling the committee now that things have improved.
Well, no. What I said is we're changing the system, which will be in place by the end of this year. We've acknowledged where we've had some failings, and we're fixing the system to make
That's a
sure
bit
it
slow,
delivers.
isn't it? End of this year.
Well, I've got to say,
Problem's been around. I think I've sat in 2 inquiries where people have sat there and given complaints about the way they've been treated, bullied and harassed. And how many years now, and you don't even have a process?
well, we have a process.
Until now?
No, I didn't say we didn't have a process. What I said was we need to update our process, and the process that we've had in place is something that's been there for some decades. And to put a new system in place has involved a lot of consultation with our members to make sure the system we put in place works for them. And so I'd rather get it right.
Well, I'd put it to you that you haven't got a sense of urgency in this, have you? I mean, why would it take the whole of this 4-year term? And I know we had inquiries not in this term, but in the last term in relation to bullying in the Rural Fire Service, and still we don't have a finalised process.
We're doing an updated process.
Mr. Fitzsimmons was the commissioner.
I'm just simply saying that we've been working on this. I think for about 18 months. We've been working on this updated system, and
I don't think that's good enough. But anyway, all right. If you could give us that on notice, that'd be good.
Commissioner York.
Ms.
Yes,
York?
thank you. First of all, building on what the Minister has said, this is an area that I've been involved in for many, many years as a senior leader within the public service, both within the New South Wales Police Force and carrying on that same lack of tolerance towards this as Commissioner of the New South Wales SES. In some figures that you've asked for is in 2019-20, we had 19 complaints of bullying and harassment, and 6 matters were formally investigated, 13 addressed by managerial action. 2020 to 21, 19 matters. 1 matter was formally investigated, 18 addressed by managerial action. And in the most recent year of 21-22, we've had 13 matters. 2 matters were formally investigated and 11 addressed by managerial remedial action. I have invested a lot of time, resources and training into our processes for staff and volunteers to build capability and awareness to deal effectively with bullying and harassment issues, such as online training courses on the New South Wales Code of Conduct, SES Code of Conduct and Ethics for all staff and volunteers, training for the New South Wales SES volunteer leadership, and a rollout of what we call the Aspire Leadership Program. All of those programs have the message that we will not tolerate bullying and harassment, and we have put out information out to our staff and volunteers how they can easily report allegations of bullying and harassment. In the recent People Matters Employment Survey results in 2021, we have had some good results compared with the previous year for bullying and those who have witnessed it. We have gone down 7% and sit at 23%. For those who have experienced bullying, we have gone reduced by 2% down to 14%. The only area where it has increased is sexual harassment, which was at 5%. That did increase by 1%. Also, as chair of the AFAC board, the emergency services are represented through the Champions of Change, and we do a lot of positive, proactive work across all emergency services across Australia and New Zealand in relation to addressing these issues within fire and emergency services.
Thank you. Could I get that data off you on notice too, please, in writing?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Mr Fitzsimmons, in terms of Resilience New South Wales, that being a new organisation, did it have any issues in this area?
Since our inception, we've had zero.
No?
We've had zero bullying.
Okay, thank you. Minister, are you actually happy that we've got different standards across the services? I mean, the service that's always had the major problem, as far as I'm concerned, is fire and rescue. And they're sitting here and they can't give us any stats. The other two services do. Is that satisfactory?
With respect, Chair, we have committed today to take on notice the information that you've asked for, and we will provide that back.
No, but that's not my question. I said, is it satisfactory?
Well,
yes or no,
fire
simple
and
yes or no.
rescue, to the best of my recollection, fire and rescue were able to provide you with statistics today, and Commissioner Rogers has taken it on notice and will provide that information back to you. From my perspective as Minister, I absolutely expect that our organisations will continue to really put the shoulder to the wheel and address issues within their organisations, to have a constant focus on improving culture, to ensure that people, whether they're paid staff or they're volunteers, feel valued and part of what are very, very important organisations in our state.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, Minister, we haven't got much time left with you, but I want to pursue this theme of mismatch of resource. So on top of the minuscule growth in frontline staff I outlined before, which we've tabled, you've actually, according to your own annual reports and your website, you've actually had a reduction in fire stations over that same decade of 3. So 13.5% population growth, 0.06% growth in frontline staff, 3 less fire stations, and then the same time you've had chemical emergencies rising from 89.5 to 174.7, and fire and non-fire rescues have gone up from 151 to 210. So obviously the need has gone up dramatically. Your resources are actually vastly deficient for that demand. What representations have you made specifically for that money to go into frontline staff and stations? You said $4 billion, but is that going to be translated into people and stations? Yes or no?
Thank you very much for asking me a question about fire stations, which allows me to talk very proudly as the first female emergency services minister in relation to the $50 million investment that we have for fire and rescue to upgrade female amenities at stations right across New South Wales. You are fully aware that
I didn't
we have
ask about the
330
amenities.
Point of order, Chair.
I didn't ask about the
Point of
amenities.
order, Chair. Back to your earlier ruling where you actually said that the Minister can answer the question however she likes. But then further to that, I note the time we're now eating into government.
I'm prepared to allow a little bit of extra time to finish this final questioning, and I agree with your point of order.
Thank you.
Go, Minister.
Thank you very
Are you
much.
finished?
Thank you. I'll just say in closing, I'm very proud of our firefighters right across New South Wales and the work that they do. I'm exceedingly excited about this future investment in our fire stations, and I look forward to seeing the results of that investment, which will be more female firefighters in Fire and Rescue New South Wales into the future.
Minister, just I did not ask you about amenities. I asked you about the quantum of resource. Frontline staff, fire stations. that money you outlined before, which you boasted is going into the service, will it translate into increased human resource, frontline firefighters plus fire stations? Yes or no?
We are always looking to improve outcomes for our emergency services organisations. I have a close working relationship with all of my commissioners, and will continue to advocate on their behalf to make sure that our emergency services organisations have what they need to protect our communities and to save lives into the future.
All right, at that point, we'll draw the questioning with the Minister to a close. Thank you very much, Minister. I note you took a number of questions on notice, but before we finish, we'll ask if the government have got any questions.
I don't think we have any further questions.
No
Thank you,
questions? Okay, all right. Thanks very much for coming. And we'll start again at 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Ministers. Thanks, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the air.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
No, you're right. You're entitled to talk. We've got a camera on you and we can work out what you're saying.
Read lips.
If need
All
be.
right, questions, opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back for the afternoon session. First question is to Fire and Rescue New South Wales. Is there any contractual relationship between Dr. Mark Stitka and Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
Would need to take that on notice to see whether there is any contractual relationship still exists, but I think
Has there been?
There has been in the past, yes. I think it's now completed.
Okay. Can you tell us a bit about that engagement? What was it for? How long did it go? How much did it cost?
Well, with regard to the actual dates, once again, I'd have to take that on notice,
Sure.
but it was related to the development of strategy, particularly around culture and behaviour, and the formation of our long-term strategic plan back in, I think it commenced in around 2017 and continued on till last year sometime.
Okay. And how much did it cost?
Once again, I have to take that on notice to give you the actual amounts for that.
Okay. And how did Dr. Stitka come to be engaged? Was it, was he approached directly? Was there a tender process?
There was originally, I brought him on originally because I knew of his services and his capability. And then after that time, there was a procurement process that was undertaken and he was onboarded from there.
Okay. Could you take on notice how much he was paid by Fire and Rescue New South Wales, since you've been the Commissioner, for example, just in terms of that time period?
Yep, certainly. And I think that has previously been tabled in budget estimates of past.
Okay, well, you've got the advantage of me. If you've got it to hand, that's even better. Have you worked with Dr. Stitka in any other role outside of Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
No.
Okay. Did you provide...
Sorry, no, let me qualify that. I've worked with him previously in New Zealand Fire Service.
Okay. And
in a similar role as a consultant on strategy.
so you were at Fire and Rescue New Zealand,
Yep.
and while you were there in that capacity, he was engaged as a consultant?
Correct, yes. Yep.
Okay, so did you have responsibility for engaging him on that previous occasion?
On this occasion?
On that occasion?
As far as engaging him, yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay, and again, was that through a tender process? Or?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. But you can't remember whether the current or the most recent engagement by Fire and Rescue New South Wales was via a tender process?
It was via a New South Wales procurement panel process.
Right, so he was a pre-approved
Correct.
provider?
Yeah.
Okay. But did you make the decision to engage him?
No, I did.
Okay. Who did make that decision?
My recollection is the engagement was undertaken by the then Deputy Commissioner responsible for strategic capability, who's no longer with us, and the Program Management Office.
Okay. Did you have any input into the decision to engage him by
No,
Fire
I
and Rescue New
didn't.
South
No,
Wales?
I brought him on originally for a couple of strategy sessions that we used to bring our team together and start formulating policy.
Okay.
And then the team looked at the range of people available and made the decisions around him. I didn't have anything to do with the actual procurement panel.
Okay, so I just want to unpack, you brought him on initially.
Yeah.
What did that comprise?
Facilitating a couple of leadership and extended leadership team sessions and some wider organisational engagement with employees.
Okay, so you made the decision to bring him on initially in that
I
capacity?
did, yes.
Okay. Was that subject of any tendering process, or was it just because it was under a certain amount you got to engage
It was
him?
because it was under a certain amount at the time and was within the parameters to engage him, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think you provided a foreword to one of Dr. Stitka's books, is that correct?
Some time ago, yes, yeah.
Did you have to declare that connection when you made the decision to engage him?
No,
Okay. And you didn't declare it?
no.
Okay. Alrighty. The Plus Plan has been a pretty significant component within Fire and Rescue New South Wales, I think, during your term. What has been the cost of the program?
Well, the cost, to pretend how you would unpack that and look at the cost, because what the Plus Plan was about was reforming the organisation's direction and capabilities, and basically looking at everything that the organisation was doing. So everything that has been undertaken since approximately 2018, when the Plus Plan was finalised, was around aligning all of the expenditure the organisation undertook on strategic priority work to align to the priorities that were set out by engaging with our staff. And we engaged with hundreds and hundreds of staff across the organisation to determine what they thought the priorities were. And there's been a multi-year program as a result of that, including the lobbying for additional funding from government to complete and prioritise works that have been undertaken, for example, in mental health services for firefighters, for improved personal protective equipment and laundry facilities for firefighters, for new equipment, for new aerial appliances, even up to and including the work through the bushfire inquiry and the resulting recommendations that have seen additional resources brought on from that. So it would run.
How much has been spent on the program?
Millions.
But can you put a number on it? Like, if you don't have the number, take it on notice. But I'd like to know what has been the cost of the program to date.
I doubt very much whether we would be able to actually give you a completely accurate figure of what we did, because, as I've said, the whole idea of a strategic plan is that you align the work that the organisation wants to do,
Sure, you must
and
have some
ensure
idea
that
what
what you
costs.
are spending money on is directed towards the long-term goals of the organisation. So everything that we have been doing over the last 4 years has been aligned to the Plus plan. So all that expenditure has been aligned, whether it's been for new fleet, new rescue equipment, for drones, for personal protective clothing, for laundry systems, for prioritising the fixing up of our fire stations. It just goes on and on and on.
Okay, so is the Plus plan not a discrete program? It's just part and parcel of what you do. It's just you've just badged the re-engineering of the outfit.
No,
as
we
the Plus plan.
prioritised what we've wanted to do, because, in an organisation as large as ours, there's lots of people want to do lots of things. So we engaged the organisation extensively at the start of the development of the long-term plan to work out what were the priorities, what did the people see as priorities, what did government see as priorities, what did industry, what did the community, so that we could focus our attention on the things that were mostly important.
Okay, so you said you probably can't develop a completely accurate assessment of the cost. Can you give us a ballpark?
I would, what I would undertake to give you is an extensive list of the activities and the work that has been completed as a result of the Plus plan.
Okay, and are there any projected future costs associated with the Plus plan?
There's a current body of work that's now been undertaken as the 5th year of work as part of the strategy, which involves improving our working conditions and engagement and support to our on-call firefighters. There is also work that is being done, continuing to be done around our culture, so to continue to make improvements around the bullying and harassment, supporting leadership programs within our on-call firefighters, and addressing training. And once again, I note that those are all the issues that came up from our firefighters when we developed the plan.
Okay, how are you measuring the success of the Plus plan? What metrics are you using to evaluate it?
There's a variety, and for example, one of the hallmarks that's been enduring throughout the length of the program has been our culture and our inclusion. So the diversity of our organisation and how people are included, because once again, from the outset when we ran staff sessions about how they wanted the organisation to look in the future and what they wanted us to focus on, there was an overwhelming amount of feedback came from staff about wanting the organisation essentially to behave better, and to be more inclusive. I am very proud of what the organisation has achieved in terms of our diversity numbers. We've just been able to top more than 10% women participating in our permanent workforce ranks now, which is the highest performing of any like urban fire services across Australia or New Zealand. We also, year on year, have increased the amount of Aboriginal firefighters that are participating in the workplace, and we've reduced the amount of bullying and harassment that's been occurring within the organisation as well. And once again, very proud of our achievements, and they've been borne out through scientifically developed information and the People Matters employee survey, which year on year has seen improvements in our scores almost across the board with respect to confidence in senior leaders, the area of bullying and harassment, focus on strategy, and responsiveness to the community.
Okay. Can you confirm whether Fire and Rescue New South Wales executive officers have accepted any frequent flyer points during their business trips?
I wouldn't know the answer to that question.
Can you take that on notice and come back to us?
Sure.
I mean, is there a Fire and Rescue New South Wales policy about
There is
whether people are allowed to acquire them?
There is a New South Wales government policy in that respect, yes.
Yeah. And you'd expect members of your organisation to be
Yeah,
compliant?
completely, yes.
Okay. Can you come back to us on notice to
Sure,
about whether, as far as you're aware, all of your officers, your executive team are compliant with that policy? Okay. Commissioner Baxter, is there currently an application before the IRC to refer potential contempt proceedings regarding you and Fire New South Wales to the Supreme Court of New South Wales? Is that a
Yes,
matter?
there is, yeah.
Okay. Where's that matter up to?
I'm not 100% sure. I think both parties are filing information in respect to that at the moment. That would be the most up-to-date information I'd have on it.
How much money has been allocated or spent so far in relation to those proceedings?
I imagine we wouldn't even have a bill in. It's a pretty fresh matter, so it wouldn't even matter we have a bill in at this stage for that. But we have retained counsel in that respect, yes.
Sure. Well, okay. On notice, can you tell us how much has been expended, if any,
Yep.
and what your assessment is going forward?
Certainly.
And how did the matter come about? What's the genesis?
It relates to a staff member with a previous bunch of matters within the IRC. I think it would be inappropriate for me to delve into the details of the personal circumstances.
That's okay. I can just ask and put up a flag. Did Deputy Commissioner Stifler make 14 trips between Sydney and Melbourne from the 22nd of October last year till February this year?
Yeah, I understand that's correct, yes.
Okay. And for what purpose was that?
That was part of her package for relocation from Victoria to New South Wales, and I'm of the view that was completely within policy allowances for a senior staff member transferring interstate.
Okay, so it was part of her contractual arrangements with the
Correct, yep.
service, and that's all fine. Okay. From the weekend preceding Monday, February 28 onwards, the New South Wales SES, I think, was pretty much overwhelmed with phone calls from flood-affected people seeking assistance. Is that correct understanding? There was a flood.
I'm sorry, I just missed the date. I'm sorry.
Well, from February on, in February onwards, there was a lot of calls to the SES about the flood.
That's true. In that February, it's about 8 weeks.
Yeah, there was a lot.
But there was only a number of days where we were overwhelmed
Sure.
during that period.
When was the decision made to direct 000 calls to the SES?
I'm not aware of any decision being made. 000 is run by New South Wales Police, and they take the calls for life-threatening requests for assistance. 132500 takes the other calls that aren't a priority call for life-threatening incidents.
Okay. When was the decision made to have a pre-recorded message answering SES calls telling callers they could receive a call back? When was that implemented?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. How many staff were rostered to respond to calls at any given time in that February onwards?
I'd have to take that on notice as it alters daily. We have a process where we have 2 contracted agencies. When I started, we had one to provide services, and that became, it does become difficult to get people to do that. So we expanded that to have 2 companies providing casual staff. And throughout COVID, there were some difficulties, but we then switched over to being able to allow those staff to take the calls remotely. It does depend on what's available and what we ask for each day, but I'll try and get as accurate figures on notice as possible for you.
So, what was the name of the first company that when you only had the one?
I can't remember.
What was the name of the second company that was engaged?
Yeah, I'll get that for you in those figures.
Okay, that'll be fine.
I haven't been party to the
Okay.
contractual arrangements, but I was informed that it did expand out to 2.
Is there a limit on the amount of calls that can come in before the system basically says no more?
Yes,
There is? What's that?
I'll have to take that on notice as well.
Is it about 5,000?
I wouldn't like to guess, not here, but I'm happy to give that give that to you. We have had other experiences where it has been overwhelmed as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, our information is that it's 5,000, but we'll take that on notice. But does that imply that the amount of calls that can be taken, it's obviously a resource constraint by the amount of people that can take the calls? So is there a sort of a way forward in addressing that imbalance, that shortfall?
We are looking at reviewing how we do that better. We also engaged towards the end of that event with customer service so that we could, or Service New South Wales, so that we could divert calls that weren't asking for an SES response and into Service New South Wales so they could be an additional capacity.
Commissioner Rogers, could I ask you, are you able to provide us with a current list of vacancies across RFS and indicate the location of the vacancy against a current organisational chart? I mean, I'm assuming you'd have this pretty much ready to go, wouldn't you? Are you able to provide that for us before the end of the day? Is that okay?
I'll give it a try. I'm not sure how quick I can put it together, but we'll get
Okay.
it for you.
Do you have any ballpark figure of that vacancy rate versus the structural fill?
I can give you an estimate.
Yeah, sure.
There is it's around 1,300 established positions, and I think at the moment there is just over 100 vacant, and a lot of those are because we've had year-by-year funding for our mitigation crews, and that's made it difficult to retain staff in those areas. We've now got permanent funding, so we're putting on permanent employees that are in the market now to get to recruit those. We've also had some additional positions, some Aboriginal identified positions from government to do work on Crown lands and our own like normal work, in other areas. So we're in the process of recruiting those as well. So there is new positions that we're also recruiting, and I think it's just over 100, but I'll get the details for you.
100 on, roughly ballpark, 100 on 1,300 structural.
Yeah.
Is that likely to have an effect on response for the coming fire season?
Look, the positions that we've got are identified mitigation positions. That's predominantly the large number, and look, and they do a lot of good support work. So I mean, I am keen to get them filled, and they are going into the market. If it's not already in the market, they'll be in the market in the next week or so. So I am keen to get them filled. So I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be saying we don't need them, but we're moving as quickly as we can to get them filled.
Okay. I just want to continue on a theme we pursued this morning in respective stations. Marsden Park, what year was that promised?
I think originally it goes back to potentially around 2014.
Okay.
If you just give me just a moment, I'll.
And can I ask if that's ballpark accurate, then can we get an update on the status of construction?
I can certainly give you an update on the status. The program to build the station has been fully funded. Unfortunately, we've had to carry over that funding. We have acquired the land. The land parcel is out there. But subsequent to the 2021 floods, Department of Planning have announced that there is more work to be done with respect to the flood modelling. So we're just waiting to see what the outcome of that is. Obviously, we don't want to build the fire station in the middle of a flooding
So
area.
no shovels broken on the ground yet?
No.
Contract-
We've carried over the funding at this stage.
Okay, and the contractors haven't been assigned to the construction?
No.
So I mean, we're talking about what, seven, let's be generous, 2015, 7 years now. That's a long time, notwithstanding the flood issue. Is there any reason it's taken so long?
Well, originally the project wasn't funded. I think it was announced, but not funded. It was funded the land was purchased in 2015, 2016. and then the land was purchased subsequent to that. We obtained full funding for it in the 21-22 year of 5.4 million to construct the new fire station, but it was then that we became aware of the flood modelling suggesting, one, that the residential development that was originally planned for the area that would be immediately around where the fire station is located might not go ahead. So we might be building a fire station where there wasn't going to be any urban development. So we're waiting for the outcome of that to go, where might we be able to locate a fire station? It may require us to move to a different piece of land.
Okay.
If you want to keep going, you can.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you, Sue.
More questions for the whole thing, so you guys go.
Okay. So in terms of that population growth around that fire station, or what the fire station would be slated to cover in terms of population, do we have a figure on that?
Not immediately to hand, but I mean certainly the projections was for quite dense residential areas around that whole area. Marsden Park on the other side of the road, the west side of the road, as you would, if you've ever been out there recently, you'll see is hugely developed. But the area where we were going to put the fire station was on the inland or the eastern side, which has got no development at all at the moment.
No, but so we don't have an idea ballpark of what that fire station would cover, notwithstanding the fact that you've said the flood sort of planning might mitigate the further development.
No, I mean we could probably provide that information on notice through Department of Planning.
Can I just clarify on some of those figures? So the allocated budget set aside at the moment is for Marsden Park?
Is to construct is 5.4 on top of the original land purchase.
5.4 construct, and the land purchase was
1.7.
Okay. And what about?
Sorry, can I?
Yeah, of course.
I'll just qualify that. The actual build was 4.4, but there was also nearly $1 million allocated for appliances and equipment.
Say that again, Commissioner.
So the total amount allocated was 5.4. That was made up of 4.4 for the build and nearly $1 million for an appliance and equipment.
I see. Okay. Will Fire Rescue New South Wales be provided with new firefighting personnel to staff these new stations?
Yeah, it's the intention, and we have already proposed this to the Minister. She's well aware of the need. I mean, we expect to finish the construction of both of these stations, Marsden Park and Oran Park for that matter, and we've put costings on the amount of staff that will be required for both of those stations, and they're going forward into future budget bids.
So these are new appointments that will supplement?
That's the intention, yes.
Okay. All right, so there is actually a specifically allocated budget for full-time firefighters for Marsden Park?
No, there's a proposal.
A proposal?
Yeah.
Okay, and where's that at?
It sits with the Minister at the stage. Obviously, the stations aren't completed yet, so they're not required to be staffed.
Okay. What about RIDE? Are we still on track for a November completion this year?
As far as I know, that is on track. There has been a number of hold-ups due to the hold-ups everyone's been experiencing with COVID things, but the construction's well underway, yes.
Okay, and so, again, this was slated to be completed in 2020. What's the story with the delay there? The story
was locating a piece of land suitable, the size land that we require to build on, and originally some objection to local residents in the area that we had identified that we wanted to build in first, and then moved on to another piece of land and worked with health to actually provide the size parcel that we need to build a functioning fire station.
And the original allocation, I think, was, well, can you tell us how much has been spent on the project to date? This is RIDE.
If you give me a moment, I'll come back to you with that.
Yeah, sure.
So it is due to be completed December 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, if you give me a moment, I'll come back to you with that amount. I do have a figure here somewhere on that one.
Would it be opportune for me just to come back to a couple of those details you wanted in relation to our telephone call system?
Yes,
Whilst,
for sure. Thank you, Commissioner.
The two contracted companies are Randstad and Hoban.
Randstad.
Randstad, R-A-N-D-S-T-A-D, and Hoban, H-O-B-A-N. I'm informed that during the February 22 floods, we took more than 40,000 calls. I can thank Commissioner Rogers also because we did utilise the bushfire call centre that's called the BIFL. I don't know exactly what that stands for.
Bushfire Information Line.
Yeah, so that we had extra resources brought in there as well as Service New South Wales. The call taking system has a limit of approximately 280 places in the queue. When the queue limit is exceeded, callers are directed to a recorded message and advisors that we're unable to take the call and try again, but if it's life-threatening, please ring 000. Triple O calls are indeed passed on through what's called IGEMs, which is an interCAD electronic management system, I think. Messaging system.
I think it is, yeah. Moves data.
Moves data through a system across between the agencies, which is utilised for any emergency.
So when that threshold of calls is reached, whether it's 5,000 or whatever the number is, how is that built into the system? Is that just a function of the software or the equipment used by the contractors, or is it some other threshold?
It's a function of the system that we have internally with us.
Okay. And when was that system implemented?
That was before I started, so I'll take that on notice.
That's okay. I'm just wanting to sort of understand, particularly in the light of the circumstances, whether consideration is now being given to have a higher threshold of calls able to be absorbed before that trigger of referral or that recorded message is being hit. Is that something that's under active consideration now?
Yes. And we're also trying to investigate how it could come in through electronic means such as by a computer request, like an email or some other message, but we've got to be assured we can get to that message and do something about it. So we're investigating how that would be done.
It strikes me that 200, I get that, you can only take so many calls at a time, but 280 bank up in an incident, a major incident for a population the size, it just strikes me as a very quite small amount. To a degree, that's a function, isn't it, of the amount of people that can take the calls and action. So
yeah, I think they're interrelated. That's exactly right. And it is, I would agree with you, in these circumstances it was deficient.
Yeah. And I guess one of the issues you've got to deal with is that these are sporadic events, albeit a lot more frequently than they were hitherto. Is there any sort of forward planning on dealing with this sort of mismatch? Because it's becoming more and more frequent, and the idea that after 280 calls, people go to message bank, it's a way of pretty much delaying people's ability to respond to people's dangerous circumstances, isn't it? Like I'm not suggesting there's a conscious effort to push back against people wanting help, but it does seem to me as though there's a pretty big gap there.
Yes, and also the problem's exacerbated, and I understand this as well, that people will hang up and then re-ring in. So when we talk about the number of calls, there's obviously a number of repeat calls as well, and there's a number of people that hang on for a long period of time. So we're currently preparing something to go up to government in relation to doing an analysis of our whole computer systems and our systems across SES.
And what
try and cover that problem.
But so you could have the best sort of data collection phone system, computer system in the world, but if there's not enough people to say we need XYZ person at this site, then it kind of doesn't matter. So I'm interested in that other side of the equation too. Have there been representations made about that?
Yeah, I don't think any phone taking system in circumstances like we've had in some of these hugely challenging environmental events could meet that demand. one of the things, obviously, we want to try and make sure and increase our public education awareness program and preventing people having to. So we're working on it from a number of ways. Is looking at what we can do to improve the system, but also what can we do to improve the need for people to be ringing us for assistance.
Okay.
Commissioner York, leaving aside the staff of those two contracted agencies, how many additional staff were rostered on to respond as the number of calls rapidly increased? Were you able to put on new staff, additional staff to deal with that?
As in paid by and employed by the New South Wales State Emergency Service?
Yes.
I haven't. No, I haven't put in any additional staff into that area.
No, I guess I mean during like February, during that sort of heavy demand time when the call system was, overloaded, my term.
Yep.
In that time, were you able to expand the directly employed workforce to deal with any increased demand?
Through our two contracted agencies, we do that.
Yep.
And then on this circumstance, Service New South Wales and the bushfire line as well.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
On notice, can you tell us how much by? How many additional bodies were
Of
put
course.
on?
Yeah.
And were
Yeah,
they,
that was their tent.
so these are only through contractors,
Yeah.
not directly employed by your agency?
I have some employed by us in our communication centre. I can get those numbers on notice.
Thank you.
And with the BIFL, we have pre-trained 65 personnel to assist us as our surge capacity. Because, as you say, you can't just employ these people and keep them there when the
not, right.
required's not there.
No, understood.
I think it's mine, and I've only got a couple of
No,
questions.
that's
and then
fine,
it's back
Sue.
to you
No
for your
problem.
whole
While we're
section.
doing updates, Deputy Chair, did you want to update on the couple of things that you asked me about?
Yeah, thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
So, particularly concerning the $70 million Aboriginal Housing Office fund, the flood recovery program there was part of that Phase 5 flood announcement recovery package, and it's a jointly funded package under Category D of the disaster funding arrangements. It's in two broad work streams. Work stream 1 is the housing recovery, flood recovery program, which is in the order of $61 million, which essentially focuses on restoring and rebuilding Aboriginal community-owned social housing and community-owned buildings that support social cohesion that have been affected by the event. And applicants must be a registered Aboriginal housing provider. And then the work stream 2, which you alluded to, was the one Aboriginal Housing Office assets, which is estimated around $9 million, is for the new supply and construction of approximately 21 Aboriginal Housing Office owned units in disaster declared areas with allowance for special needs. And there's some processes that are being administered through the Aboriginal Housing Office. And if you need any more particular details, then Minister Franklin and his department would be able to follow that up. And the other aspect you talked about was back home grants that had been approved in the Northern Rivers, just over $100 million worth through just over 7,000 applications. In Lismore particularly, $34.25 million, reflective of 2,469 applications. And then Ballina, $11.66 million. And 1,009 applications, and that's as at the beginning of September.
Right. And so, can I just ask on that, are you capturing, is Resilience able to capture the kind of, those back to home, the satisfaction of those grants in terms of, what capacity they're filling for people in terms of repair? You know what I'm saying? So, are those grants being experienced by the recipients as enabling them to get back into their homes?
I think the feedback I've received, and I'll double check on the formal feedback that we're getting through service and what have you, but there's no doubt this program has never been done before. It's a new program, so it's support and assistance that has been put into place for this particular event, given the concentration and the magnitude of displacement and damage. And the feedback I've received is yes, every bit is helping people, get back on their feet. I think the point you raised earlier is also important, that some people may be pausing decision on expenditure at this stage, awaiting the potential, depending on who they are, on their potential for considering the land swaps or buybacks or what have you.
Yeah, when Mr. Witteren was here yesterday, I think he said to the effect that hopefully that expression of interest for those land swaps
Correct.
would be open in maybe a month, I think he said. I mean, obviously he wants it to be done yesterday, like everyone. But yeah, I think the sooner we can get that happening.
They were the two things I had, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Can I just go back just briefly, and it's quite discreet, I think, in relation to the recommendation. I think my colleague, Mr. Searle, spoke of this. I don't know whether this specific thing was asked, but in relation to recommendation 47D of the fire inquiry, that where we were talking about the RFS should undertake a community engagement session in relation to the backburns and those affected residents. Are you aware of other communities other than the ones that I mentioned and that we know have not had the benefit of that you're now planning to do? Are there other affected communities? And in particular, I refer to Conjola. Are you aware of others where we may need to now try and do that work and that consultation?
I believe there has already been a number of community interactions, such as Conjola. I think Balmoral, that was another community fairly hard hit. I think there's been work in there, meeting with those communities. So I think there's been a number of community interactions. So I'm not aware, apart from the ones we spoke about, that I've given those commitments, I'm not aware of any others. But I'm certainly, if there is other communities that, the committee becomes aware of that feel they would like that, that opportunity, then I'm happy to give it to them. It's no,
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not a, if people feel that would be help them, then that's our obligation to do that.
Great, thank you. And can I just go back to the terrible thought of another catastrophic event and whether it's whichever type of event it is. In terms of our evacuation centres and readiness for those, do we have, is it within resilience sort of scope that we do need these evacuation centres to be better prepared, better ready, on standby, with, stocked with facilities, particularly in key locations where we know are the more vulnerable, susceptible, like Lismore, say, or is that something we're looking at? Because I still kind of have that concept that if it was to happen, and I appreciate Commissioner York's input about, we do get advanced warning to some degree of these events, but I also know we kind of don't. We sort of don't get as much as we would like to get in terms of warning. And this idea, are we ready? And the reason I bring this up is I still have so many voices in my head about that experience of how awful it really was, and there was nowhere to go. The place to go felt like a place they didn't want to be.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point, and I don't think we can lose sight of the unprecedented and unparalleled nature of the events that unfolded in February, March, and each local emergency management committee, which is local council led, is in its local planning, is to identify the preferred evacuation centres and have those arrangements in place. So working with the local agencies for potential evacuation centre and then activating those. And as we signalled at the previous forums around this table, the activation and management of those centres around DCJ, the lead combat agency and the local police. And where those evacuation centres do or are expected to breach what is the the guiding level of X number of people presenting and all those sorts of things, then the police have responsibility for establishing and managing what we call major evacuation centres, which may or may not be the same facility, or they may be another facility. So in March, I engaged an independent review into the activation and management of evacuation centre, and that report has been received, and it's been factored into the consideration of the independent inquiry, and we'll be working through that as well. So we did do some supplements around evacuation centre with DCJ around COVID management and other things, but there are clearly some learnings coming out of evacuation centre identification, activation and management beyond what would be the more routine disaster events, because invariably most of the evacuation centres activated in disasters don't have high patronage. It's only in those extraordinary events where the facilities or the amenities get quite overwhelmed, as they did in the Northern Rivers.
So with that work, Commissioner, I'm hearing that you would like to get to a point of satisfaction where we are better ready and we can respond better.
Absolutely, and that's a continuum of my entire career, and that's the whole lens through which disaster and emergency management operates. It's a continuous cycle of learning lessons, of importantly capturing the things that worked well and understanding why they worked well and seeking to emulate them and grow them into the future. And where there are limitations, what caused those limitations and how can we do better into the future. So there is no doubt, whether it's the evacuation centre management, activation, response, or any other element of the emergency management framework, absolutely, we will continue to optimise and improve that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I might just go back to Commissioner Rogers just on a previous answer with regards to the the vacancies against FTEs. Those mitigation crews that you identified, are they gonna fill existing mitigation vacancies, or will they be used to respond to incidents as well?
Their prime work is mitigation work. They also do airbase support. They help with base camps, a whole heap of other things. Now, particularly during the weekdays when they're working, if there's crew shortages, they can also be deployed to incidents, responding.
Okay, so the current 100 vacancies that you identified, the job roles will be the same.
Correct.
In terms of okay.
Correct, and if I just may add, Mr. Buttigieg, so some of them are to fill existing vacancies, and some of them are new positions that we were given by government, which is those Aboriginal positions particularly.
Okay. Commissioner, can I just come back with that? How did we go with that cost?
Yeah. The total budgeted cost at this stage is $9.1 million.
9.1?
Yeah, and with a estimated completion time of March 23.
March 23.
Yep.
Okay. So I think the original completion was 2020, so there's 3-year delay. Is that right?
That would sound about right, yes.
And what was the reason for these delays?
Because the first piece of land that we'd identified.
Oh, that's right. You had
project,
residents.
Yeah, there was residents objected to that, and it was near a school. Whilst it suited our purposes, there was too much community objection, so we found an alternate site, which took some time.
This is I'm not obviously not slating blame to anyone particularly here, other than the general theme that seems to emanate from this government. Constant delays, and that's almost a doubling of the budget from 5.3 to 9.1. Were there any particular reasons for such a big blowout?
I think that the first amount was the increases in the land costs originally, and then the significant additional costs that we're now seeing in construction, around 20% or more in some circumstances.
In terms of the site selection, is there any risk of response times being slowed by school traffic, given the proximity to Ryde East Public School?
No, the modelling certainly doesn't show that. Overall, the modelling and the response time should be positively affected. Obviously, that's it's for response in the immediate area, but also across the network. So the close proximity to Ryde Road and the M1, M7 motorways is going to be a really good resource for us.
Notwithstanding the public school traffic there.
No, it's a normal obstacle
been modelled in, yeah.
Response drivers have to encounter, yeah.
And again, in terms of firefighters, new allocation of firefighters for that station?
No, that's a transfer of staff from the old Ryde station will transfer down to the new one.
So the old ride's going and
That's
this
right.
is just a 1-for-1?
Yep.
Okay. Oran Park, which you touched on before, last estimates we had Acting Commissioner Stifler indicating that the station would be completed by December this year. Is that still on track?
That is still on track, yes.
Okay. And how much has been allocated in the 22-23 budget?
For the completion of the station the total is $6.2 million project. Station construction $4.5 million, and for appliance and equipment $994,000, and then an additional hazmat vehicle is $750,000, so a total of 6.2.
6.2. And do we have a figure for this year's budget?
I could come back to you on notice with
Okay.
that in terms of the allocation across the financial years.
Would I be correct in saying that there's no budget to staff Oran Park with full-time firefighters?
There is no budget at this stage has been allocated. However, we have discussed this extensively with the Minister in terms of the requirements and the estimated completion date. when it
Again,
will need to be staffed.
another huge growth in population in that area, and I mean, what are we talking? December this year, so we're only a few months away. So if you don't get the allocation, what are you going to do? Deplete firefighters from other stations?
Well, there's no current provisions for it, so we'll continue to discuss that with the Minister, and I would expect to see a future bid going up to ensure that is staffed.
But at the moment, no budget allocation.
There is no budget allocated currently.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Just on this sort of theme of resource and response, in respect of tolling, this is the practice of taking stations offline. We've been assured there's an adequate process of risk management. We went over this extensively in the last round of estimates. If we're no longer reporting response times, how can we make an objective assessment on the efficacy of tolling?
Well, we do report on response times, so we do track those across both the 50th and the 90th percentile to look at our overall performance. But also, in conjunction with response times, we look at all of the other metrics, which are important to note as well, which is the total amount of incidents that we attend, total amount of structure fires, the fatality rates, the injury rates, and the amount of containment within the structure. So they're all measures that we use to look at the overall effectiveness of the system. And the response times are reported every year in the Report on Government Services, or the ROGS as it's known.
But in that, I think we touched on this last time as well. In neighbouring states, you've got the community expecting response times. This is based on room of origin and weight of fire attack research. These are targets. Victoria arrival at incident target. Structure fires 7.7 minutes. Medical response 9.2 minutes. Fires in medium density areas 8 minutes. Fires in low density areas 10 minutes. Fires in rural areas 20 minutes. And then in Queensland, they got 50% of first arriving appliances at a fire in 7.8 minutes and 90% of first arriving appliance at a fire in 14 minutes. So we don't have those targets in New South Wales anymore, do we?
As far as targets go, no, but certainly we monitor the effectiveness and the performance through our response times just as actively as any of the other states do.
And you're confident that the issue, what I'm struggling to understand is that if you don't have targets to meet, and sure, you're reporting what's going on, but with the process of tolling, there's no sort of incentive there is there to make sure it works? Because if there's no targets to meet, then it doesn't really matter if things blow out.
Well, probably two really quite different things there. Looking at the effectiveness of the system, as I was trying to describe earlier, is about obviously the outcome of the incident, each and every incident, and where we look at the performance. If you look at it from a comprehensive point of view, we should be measuring the effectiveness of our fire responses based on injuries to people and loss of property. So we do measure all of those things. So, working at the front end with education and prevention to stop incidents from occurring, and then the actions that people will take when a fire occurs, so alerted to a fire with a smoke alarm, being able to get out of the house, will result in less lives being lost, less injuries being occurred, and also less damage to the property overall. So when we look at that whole system, year on year on year, we've continued to track down in terms of the amount of residential fires occurring, the amount of fatalities occurring, the amount of significant injuries occurring, and we've also increased the amount of restriction of spread within a structure to one room. So the system itself, when you look at it in its entirety, is performing very well. We look carefully at those response times when we're trying to determine where we might like to put a new fire station, so that overall that we can improve the response times. Because response times are still an important factor. I mean, ask anyone that's got a fire when they call us. They want us there really smartly, and that makes a lot of sense. So we do still look at that very carefully, and we measure that across what we call both the 50th and the 90th percentile. How many incidents that we get to in that period of time, and measure the time output from there. Now, it's fair to say that we have seen a slight increase, and we do measure it across both the Rural Fire Service and Fire Rescue New South Wales for the whole state's responses, which at the moment we're attributing primarily to congestion on roads, which is very difficult for us to deal with. So there are some initiatives underway to improve that, with green light corridors, the ability to switch green lights in our congested urban cities to allow emergency services to move freely, and also some other technology that's coming on that will better alert drivers to the presence of fire appliances. So I think it's fair to say we manage this very actively, and in a year where we've seen a record amount of fire fatalities, unfortunately, across the winter period.
So just on that point, Commissioner, can I ask you how many fatalities this year compared to last year?
Regrettably, we've had 16. In this winter period, the 3 months of winter, which has really been a complete blowout as far as the loss of life, which has been very unfortunate. So we measure, if I just clarify that, we measure what we call preventable residential fires, because the majority of people that die in fires die in their own home. And at this stage, those figures are still preliminary, because the full outcomes in terms of investigation, police investigation, our own investigation, and coroner's inquest obviously hasn't been completed for all of those incidents as yet.
So what I'm seeing here, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, is there's a fundamentally different approach, the New South Wales approach versus, say, the exemplars I've used of Victoria and Queensland, where they are using targets that they guarantee the public to enforce a discipline, and then the resource requirement is engineered around that. Whereas in New South Wales, what we seem to be doing is saying, and this is in the context of what you've just told me on record here, that fatalities have gone up. We seem to be saying, look, we're reporting everything, but we'll manage it on as we see fit. So I put it to you that it's a fundamentally different approach, and that the interstate model enforces a greater discipline. And given that's how they're operating, has there been any research in New South Wales in terms of going down the same path? Or any discussion of going down the same path?
Not that I'm aware of. And I think what you'd find is the previous practice of putting times on attendance is actually a historic measure. And Fire Rescue New South Wales, for its own reasons, some years ago, removed that and moved to the 50th, 90th percentile measurement to track performance year on year. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but it does give us the measure. But the other important thing that I've tried to communicate is the performance of the system with respect to fatalities, injuries and loss of property, which gives you a complete picture of how effective the system is, not just based on response times alone.
Okay. In terms of containment of structure fires to room of origin, how do you monitor that?
That's done through the reporting system that the fire officers make when they attend an incident in the fire incident reporting system. And that's simply a measure of what they see. So they start with the object of origin that's caused it, and then the room of origin and the structure of origin, so that we can see how effective, once again, the whole measures.
Do
Because
they fill out a report, Commissioner?
they do,
wouldn't they?
yes. Yeah.
And how does it track against previous years?
In terms of restriction to room of origin, is improving year on year.
It is improving year on year.
Improving year on year. And it's important that you look across the long term. I'm talking 10 to 15 years when you look at anything to do with fatalities or injuries or these rates. But year on year, those are showing improvements. And the same as probably cold comfort that whilst we've seen a huge loss of life in this last winter period, still year on year we are seeing a reduction in fatalities overall. And I certainly hope that this year's performance is an aberration, and we're looking really carefully at what we need to do to ensure that remains the way it is.
And I know I touched on this before, but I just want to get it on the record. There's no plans to reinstate targets for response times?
No, and I think the other thing to note here as well is that comparing, say, with Victoria is a very apples and oranges comparison, because FRV is predominantly a solely urban-based fire and rescue service, with the majority of their services confined to the metropolitan area of Victoria, whereas we're providing services across all of the regional and rural towns and villages as well, in conjunction with the Rural Fire Service, who also provide some of those services. So it's interesting to make a comparison, but it's not a direct comparison.
Okay. I just want to move into the spectre of the merging of the back of house functions between the SES and the RFS, and in particular recommendation 12 of the Fuller O'Kane inquiry, which recommended that. The government's position on that is to support it. Is that right?
Sorry, you asking me?
Well, whoever's the most
Support in principle.
Okay. And in the report, the RFS was characterised as a full-time organisation and seasoned campaigners. And by setting up that comparison, is the insinuation that the SES is neither of those things?
I'll answer that. That's the way I read the report,
Okay.
which I don't accept.
Okay. And what is when it says back of house operations, what does that actually mean? Presumably there's some sort of vague concept of a sort of cohort of admin clerical people that don't add as much value, and therefore we can just smash them together and save a lot of money. Is it that kind of the concept?
It's probably a good question for the authors of the report, and I think that may be why it's been accepted in principle, so that we can work with DPC through the working party, and both Commissioner Rogers and I can have a look at what's meant in the report. Certainly the normal definition of back house is administrative processes, but there is reference also to planning and intelligence, which I would have to say is difficult to remove out of operations when we've got some of those positions spread across the state.
So how did they come to this conclusion, unless they did a qualitative analysis of the functions of those back of house operations? Because presumably, my information is that these people, to a degree, are trained up to help during a disaster and take calls and,
Yes, because of the size of our... Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but because of the size of our organisation, A lot of our, what we would normally call corporate staff, so whether it's finance, HR and other areas, would tip over into operational roles and would go into the operations centre or be targeted with some roles in relation to responding to significant events. In the hour and a half I had with the interviewers, I did make it clear that I could see that the SES needs more planners. We have...
Sorry, Commissioner. You had an hour and a half interview. Was that the extent of the consultation with the SES on the implications of this?
We provided multiple documents that were asked by the inquiry, but in relation to sitting down and talking with the review team, it was an hour and a half where I did say that we needed more planners. That has been reduced over the years. I also, based on coming from the police force, have identified a gap, I suppose, in relation to any intelligence cell across the organisation to get in information and transfer that in, to get data in and transfer it into information. So in principle, I'm supportive of enlarging that capacity within the SES, but I've had no discussion about any backroom analysis at all.
And can I ask, how many staff does the RFS have back of house?
I have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, Mr. Buddy. I don't actually.
It's a definitional thing as well.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, I'd probably want us to understand exactly what we mean by back of house, because I think, like Commissioner York mentioned, there's because I think if I'm correct in.
Did the report identify numbers?
No, not that I saw it, but it also said, the report said corporate and back of house. So, which goes a little bit probably to where you're questioning of what does that actually mean, and I don't actually.
Seems bizarre that they're gonna have all these efficiency, unfortunate turn of phrase, but one that comes to mind, a dividend by smashing these two groups together without identifying the quantum, what they do, how they're going to get these efficiencies, the impact on the service. Bizarre.
And I think, though, that just following off what Commissioner York's saying, and I think that's why the government said accepted in principle, and there needs to be work carried out between RFS and SES about, and I don't think we've ever done the comparison between what we do, whether it's the same sort of structures. I don't think that's been done, not to my knowledge.
I'm not gonna put words in your mouth because I don't want to put you in that situation. But it sounds more like a media plan than a thorough analysis based on improving the service to me. But I know my time's up.
You can keep going.
Okay. So in these disaster situations, do we have any feel for the quantum of those? I know we don't even know what the number is and what they do, but in terms of a percentage, how many do you reckon we'd use in a disaster situation in terms of all hands on deck? So they basically switch, if I could characterise it crudely, they might be doing admin clerical one day and then, taking calls the next. So in terms of the shift in resource percentage of the workforce, do we have a rough idea?
I have a rough idea. First of all, they are trained to shift. It's not like we're just picking someone up who's untrained. So we make sure that they have the skills and capability to do the jobs that we're asking them to do during an event. We have approximately 330 full-time staff within the SES, and we make sure during an operation that payroll gets done first, and always. That's
always wise.
Always wise, keeps them coming back, but they do it for many other reasons, obviously. And at any time, many of those 330 could be utilised in the operation, particularly when you look at the February, March, when it's over such an extended period of time and it's 24/7.
So the government's getting, and the public are getting pretty good value from these people. They're flexible, multitasking. In terms of,
can I just add also that when most of the positions, when we advertise them, we do notify the applicants that they will be required to assist. But would have to say, and I don't know the number, but there are some where we haven't expected that they go into operations.
So roughly 330, do we have an idea of what the staffing levels were a decade ago, say?
I can find that on, take that on notice for you.
If you could, that would be good. I mean, our initial research indicates that they've dropped from about 430. But
I would say we have less now than we did, but I can't give you the exact
sorry,
number.
Commissioner, how long have you been around?
Almost 3 years, and it's been record floods every year since I've been there.
All right. So has anyone done an analysis on how many jobs could be potentially lost from both the RFS and the SES as a result of the merger?
No.
No? And who's going to conduct that analysis?
If that is something, it will be done under the Department of Premier and Cabinet working party.
Okay. Can I ask about... yes, go ahead.
I won't say.
Okay. Can I ask about any potential plans to relocate the Wollongong headquarters of the SES to Homebush?
That was another recommendation that was accepted in principle and to be done under the DPC working party.
I think it was just the operational
And
component, wasn't it?
Was a
relocating
finding.
Yeah,
the
it
whole
wasn't
SES.
closing down headquarters at all.
And I think it was,
so...
and if I may, sorry, Mr. Buttigieg.
Yeah, of course.
My recollection of that report was that the operational function of SES would potentially move to Homebush, and corresponding more, I don't know what they classified a corporate job, something like, I can't remember the language, would then move, I think that's what it said, to move down to Wollongong. Didn't it say something like that?
Yeah,
I don't think it
did
ever
say-
made it to the recommendation. I think
No,
it
it
was
wasn't a
in the
recommendation,
finding.
but that's it. I think that was in like a finding that led to the recommendation.
So you wouldn't necessarily get rid of Wollongong and just have everything at Homebush. The idea was to move the operational part of it. So does that mean that, in theory, there shouldn't be any job losses as a result of that proposal?
I think the way that was written, that was the intention, but I mean, I haven't. I think we've read the report just like you have, so
Yeah.
probably don't necessarily understand.
I haven't been consulted on the recommendation or what evidence was provided to the inquirers why that would be a positive move, and it will be done under the DPC working party. But again, and we mentioned a lot about it this morning, I have had to go out to staff. I've had them very upset. I've had people in tears. I've had people
bet.
packing up their bags and thinking they didn't have a job and trying to look at alternatives for their home situation. So it's something that we're very conscious about. Both Commissioner Rogers and I at the DPC is looking at what that means for our staff, and I try and make sure that they feel, again, appreciated, but that they will be part of any change management process if it has to happen. And that will happen through the working party, and they do a great job down there. And as we say, a lot of that staff are in my administration and corporate areas, so it would need to be closely looked at.
Apparently there's a 12-year lease for the current Wollongong-based headquarters, which was signed in 2015. So that would have taken us into, 2027. Has there been any plans to break that lease, do you know?
No, and I agree with what Commissioner Rogers says. I don't think the report went as far as we have to close down Wollongong at all. It talked about functions. It didn't talk about positions. So we need to work on that.
Okay. And okay. So I'll just tie up this line of questioning now. Prior to 2017, the SES was divided into New South Wales, of course, 17 regions for operational purposes. And then there was a 2017 organisational transformation. I remember this word coming up regularly in my previous life as an organiser for Ausgrid, which cut 17 regions into 5 zones, which now means one zone services some 60 to 70 units. So how has that created efficiency in servicing communities across New South Wales?
I think it was promised to provide efficiencies. I don't see the evidence of that. I'm very thankful to the government in the $132.7 million that they have given us that I can create now 2 further zones, and that's one is obviously splitting Northern Zone and splitting a very large geographical zone of Western with additional staff. There are 70 staff in that financial budget enhancement as well, and 70% of those will be out to regional areas because obviously one of the comments within the inquiry is we need to be in touch with the locals, have local volunteers, local management structures that understand the uniqueness of individual areas. So we will go back to 7, but it is nowhere near the 17.
So we've still got a massive issue in terms of what the original divvy up was compared to where you were sort of tracking back to where we were.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask, is there, going back on that back office merge project, is there a working party that's been formed to look at that?
Only the Department of Premier and Cabinet Working Party. We'll have that as one of the lines of work to have a look at.
So DPC have formed a working party and there's no permanent buy-in from any of the agencies, the RFS or the SES, or is it just like tell us what you think, but we're going to call the shots?
From my indications that we will be consulted and that there is to be a permanent team established, and one of the considerations is whether we can second someone in from our agencies where we feel it necessary into that working party.
Yeah, I think that I agree with Commissioner York. That was the offer, and I think it is, to be fair, it's in its infancy, the working group.
Oh, so Commissioner, there was an offer from DPC for permanent seats?
We could second officers into there where it's relevant to, and particularly the RFS SES, that's clearly going to be something SES and RFS will want to put people in there to make sure that our agency views are represented. So, I would expect that we'd both be putting people in there.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Fitzsimmons, during the 2020 Bushfire Community Recovery Resilience Fund, second round administered by Resilience New South Wales, obviously it funded some things and didn't fund others. And I've got a couple of pages of a GIPA which I can provide to you. I'll just tell you what it seems to say. It lists a number of meritorious projects not able to be funded through Stream 2 of the funding. And one of those was for dance lessons, $300,000 to Hawkesbury City Council for collaborative community-led social enterprise partner to deliver dancing lessons for bushfire-affected areas in that part of the world. So it was rejected as not being able to be funded, and yet in March, Senator Maurice Payne and the member for Hawkesbury, Ms Preston, announced that Peppercorn Incorporated was to be given the $300,000 for dance lessons, had been funded under Stream 2. So I guess my question to you is, how did this dancing lessons grant go from being rejected to being funded under that stream? Was there a subsequent reevaluation for some reason?
Look, I think it's... we have ventilated this previously at estimates from memory, and I think it's really disingenuous to characterise it as a dance lesson project. Okay, and we just need to be really careful about that. So we had the BCRRF administered by Resilience and the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund administered by Regional. They were funds designed to provide support different aspects of bushfire recovery. BCRRF was designed to support community recovery, promoting well-being, connectedness and social recovery and future disaster resilience, whereas the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund was more around those economic drivers. The program that you refer to applied for funding through the BCRRF fund to provide community-led social engagement opportunities for rural communities of Hawkesbury, with a focus on building connection through gathering. Yes, that included some dancing and access to psychological support. The BCRRF fund assessment process determined the project had merit, as it would help foster connection, support local recovery, improve access to mental health support, and build resilience for people impacted by the bushfires.
Okay. My question, how did it go from being not able to be funded in that round to being funded?
I'll take that specifically on notice. I think you'll find it was funding envelopes at the time, and then there was a range of significant number of meritorious projects, I think, that got picked up in the next round, but I'll validate that.
Yeah,
on
if you could.
notice.
So I'd like to know.
And I'm pretty sure I provided that previously, but I'll
You
double
probably
check
didn't.
it.
I probably wasn't here.
Yeah,
so
yeah, no, you're probably right.
If we're going over, again, I do
Yep.
apologise. My understanding is that 7 Black Summer bushfire survivors from Bilpin did contact Resilience New South Wales, wanting some details about the approval and also wanting to discuss getting funding for permanent roadside water for bushfire fighting. Are you aware of that? And did anyone from Resilience New South Wales meet with them to discuss that issue?
I'm assuming we're talking about the same group, but my team did meet with lots of people, and I also met with a group from up in that area as well about a project that was unsuccessful in BCRRF, which was about water and car park and building or something like that from memory. There was a mixed bag of stuff in that project, and as a matter of fact, pointed them in the direction of an alternate grant funding mechanism, which I understood was successful.
Okay, so you're okay. Well, if you could just confirm that on notice, that'd be very good.
And in the first instance, that application was deemed ineligible because it didn't have sufficient documentation and all that sort of stuff in its original application through the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund, and it wasn't included. But then there was a separate Commonwealth Fund that I spoke to the team about and spoke to the Commonwealth about, and I understood that project was then successful in that grant program.
Okay. Well, if on reflection there's anything further on that you wanted to let us know,
Yep, sure.
Feel free to do so. Do you want to go back?
Yeah, sure. I think Commissioner, I know Commissioner Rogers, we touched on this last time. That was back in March 2021. This goes to the whole issue of respiratory protection for for volunteers.
Yes.
Last time you were asked about a review of the RFS that the RFS was conducting into PPE that's specifically related to respiratory protection. Can you tell us where that's up to?
Certainly. So we selected a product. We provided 2 appliances, one for, I can't remember now the numbers, 4 or 5 on each truck, and they've been now, I don't think they're in the process of being distributed. We've signed it off, they're out. I think they might be all done, but I'd have to confirm that. But in parallel, we've still got the work that we've commissioned with University of Wollongong on a broader respiratory protection issue, and there's quite a lot of research going on because there isn't a lot of research into this spot because, and that is completed. Sorry, just confirm we have now distributed them to all trucks.
So Commissioner, these are the screw-in canister,
Correct.
like the Mickey Mouse.
Correct.
Good stuff. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've been provided to trucks.
Yep.
But it's fair to say that they may not ultimately be the final solution for it because there's issues when people are working in really hot temperatures away from trucks in really steep terrain. There's a metabolic heat build-up issue, which is what the university is also looking at. So there's some different products in the US that they're looking at that are, for want of a better word, they're more positive pressure fan, like they have fans in them to try and help keep firefighters cool. So they're looking at things like that. We're trying to look at something that balances protecting their airways, but also making sure that we don't cause more problems with heat, stroke, heat exhaustion.
So that heat mitigation feature, do the professionals have that?
No.
No.
No,
So
and
this
it's
is
not.
this
It's not
is a-
here. It's not in place.
looking at an overall sort of upgrade, potential upgrade for everyone. Yeah.
Correct. I mean, and the only thing where you have the positive pressure at the moment in that is in breathing apparatus, and that's not something that you can wear in a 8-hour, 12-hour shift in the bush. It's just not feasible.
Yeah.
So it is something new. And I personally haven't seen them, but I know they are there in the US, and that's the sort of thing we're looking at. And I'm really happy we have a New South Wales University working on this and working with our firefighters to carry out a whole lot of trials under different heat loads, trying to make sure we understand the impact on them, because it's easy just to say here's a mask, but you've got to obviously also look at what's that follow-up and making sure we're not creating more problems. But I'm certainly happy that we've got those additional masks out to all new trucks, all our
That's
truck
good
fleet
news.
now.
Commissioner Baxter, I understand that there are Fire Rescue New South Wales stations staffed by firefighters who've undergone treatment for cancer, and requests have been made for adequate diesel extraction systems. Are you in a position to give us an update on the status of those requests?
So, what specific request do you mean, Mr. Buttigieg?
Well, the information I have is that they've made, presumably there's some sort of link between diesel particulates and this contraction of cancer, and they've requested diesel extraction systems. So I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but that's the information I've been given, and those requests have been put in.
Okay, I do understand what you're talking about. So we've had a multi-year program, and I referred to this earlier, done under the Plus Plan Strategy program to address firefighters' exposure to carcinogens across the board, like in its entirety. Obviously, the most risky exposure firefighters contracted to is in internal structure fire attacks. So we've focused our efforts and attentions on the most dangerous areas where firefighters are likely to be subjected to contamination from carcinogens. That's resulted in new protective clothing. It's resulted in a new world first, actually, laundry system for the laundering of equipment. It's resulted in new procedures for what we refer to as our Clean Firefighter program, which is bagging and tagging equipment on scene. It's removing that to the laundry and provision of clean equipment back on stations and clean dirty areas on fire stations.
Can you just clarify for my purpose, Commissioner, because I don't pretend to be across the fine detail, but what I'm implying from this request is that if it's diesel extraction, it's probably related to the trucks, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and that's what I was just getting to.
Sorry.
So we've taken a risk-based approach. We've addressed the majority of the issues that are most at risk and put firefighters most at risk. I'm aware now that because we've done so much work in those other areas, that the issue of diesel contamination on fire stations is back on the agenda. So we've got a lot of work going on across our stock of fire stations now to reassess that risk and look at what other measures need to be taken to manage that risk.
So the requests haven't been knocked back. They're under active consideration.
We're reassessing all of our fire stations at the moment with respect to both carcinogens and privacy provisions for our workforce.
Has there been any capital expenditure submission made to address?
Not that I'm aware of as such, and that would all need to be part of that process. And it's important to note that there's a number of different ways that clean fire stations can be achieved through the design of stations. So on new stations where door openings and mechanical ventilation can achieve that requirement can be done that way, and also for fire stations that have got the newer fire appliances in them don't emit the sort of diesel that was seen in the older fleet of fire trucks. So all of those things need to be sort of taken into consideration in assessing the risk. But I'm certainly not opposed to us addressing those things. I've been a strong advocate for better management of carcinogens, and I think and contamination to firefighters. I've lost colleagues and friends of my own in the business and my time in the job, close friends, and I want us to be able to do all we can to provide the best workplaces that we can for the firefighters.
Well, at the moment, it's just something that's under, active consideration presumably, but nothing, no dollars against it at the moment.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Regarding the flood recovery back home grant, which I think opened in April, of the nearly 23,000 applications received, more than 9,000 were deemed ineligible. I think the eligibility for the grant changed at least once due to criteria not capturing permanent villages. But my question is, what efforts were made to ensure that all applicants who needed support were not rejected?
As I signalled just a moment ago, in the Northern Rivers alone, I think there was over 11,000 grants. And I think it's fair to say, like was mentioned this morning, not one of the support packages, and there was more than 30 across nearly $4 billion worth of announcements, not one of them was off the shelf. They were all modified, adjusted, nuanced in an attempt to actually seek to tailor what was needed and prioritised for those impacted and displaced. And the government was very open about their commitment to adjust that along the way, and indeed we did in a range of programs in consultation with local feedback, the state government and the Commonwealth agreeing to adjusting criteria as we went. Just give me a moment and I'll see if there's anything of note in here concerning the back home grant. I know we did make a number of amendments.
Well, just while you're looking at that, I understand around 29% of declined applications were because evidence that was required in support was not supplied. Was this because a lot of the requisite evidence had been destroyed?
That's a fair comment across the board, and what we call the grants blitz program was actually about getting out and providing grants administrators, experts from Resilience, from Service New South Wales, from Regional New South Wales, from LSS, all those different bodies into locations together, advertising and promoting it. People could make bookings and come in. And yes, a lot of that was around people that had challenges with evidence, people that had challenges with connectivity and use of tools and technology, all manner of things. And those forums, including some that are only just run recently, and the feedback I had again was overwhelmingly positive about the number of people that were able to come in and have grants matters worked through and resolved.
Yeah. So, for example, I think with the flood rental recovery support payment, I think there were 9,300 deemed ineligible. Again, I think 45% of applications that were declined were because required evidence wasn't supplied.
Yep.
And for the flood recovery grant for small business, I think 63% of declined applications, again, were because of requisite information. Is it the same problem?
I'll accept your figures, and I think the principle is the same. And look, what we also did in concert with the Blitz sessions, the Grants Blitz forums, we actually started door knocking a lot of streets in the high impacted areas, just under 6,500 properties. And what we found through that door knocking exercise as well, where people were home, about 15% of them had not yet sought to access the support and assistance, but because of where they were at, physically, emotionally, psychologically. And then even though we had 95 recovery centres, unparalleled to any other event, putting those facilities in place with the grants blitzes provided enormous support. And as I said before, I got resilience service, revenue, all manner of people deployed in to assist. For example, in just 6 days in Evans Head, the Blitz was able to approve more than 200 applications for locals worth millions of dollars, and then that was extended to the direct telephone line services and even those call services, the customer support services. The last figures I've got here is we're up close to 185,000 calls, which is also helping and supporting people with that stuff.
And that's obviously...
It's staggering, all right, when you consider for the bushfires it was 47,000 and the floods of last year, in March of last year, it was 40,000. this is up to 184.
Oh yes, no, it's a very significant body of work. But in relation to people who haven't been able to access these different support packages because they don't have documentation, what is being done to see
If anyone is out there that is in that circumstances, we need to hear from them and we can help them through.
so there's still the capacity for them to come
Absolutely.
forward and
Absolutely.
even if they've been declined and they can come back and go, well, look, actually,
Yep. If they've been declined because they didn't have the information at the time, and you've got to, I know you appreciate this, so I'm not saying it in a condescending way, but
no.
it's that real fine line and the balance between expeditiously rolling out support
For whom you
as
can.
as effectively as you can, as quickly as you can, as painlessly as you can against those that are seeking to thwart the system.
I think the acting Premier told Question Time
Got 1
end-
minute.
at the end of March that the government had announced
We have
over
afternoon
$2.5 billion to support communities impacted by floods. And I'm not expecting to have the number at your fingertips, but can you tell us how much of that 2.5 billion has actually been got out the door?
Oh, no, I can't off the top of my head.
No, but you can on notice.
I might have it. I might have it before we close out in terms of running a total. I can assure you that close to $4 billion now alone for the February March floods has been allocated and is all allocated and assigned and dedicated to different programs. As you would expect, there's a fair bit of that is tied to significant building and infrastructure programs, which will take some time to roll out. But there is also a number of others that are tailored directly to individuals and businesses and family units. And if I can get a figure on the total, I will let you know. But we're talking many hundreds of millions have already been spent across programs.
I think we've hit afternoon tea time.
I think we've hit afternoon tea time. Thank you. We'll have a break for 15 minutes and then come back. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we invite our witnesses
Yeah,
to
there's-
enjoy a cup of tea? We're all talking.
We're ready?
Okay, yeah, we're ready.
Mr. Chair,
Opposition.
just before I resume questioning, I've shown the witnesses 4 pages of documents. There's 2 pages that refer to firefighter numbers, and I'd like to table those.
Table that.
And the second document is 2 pages from a GIPA relating to the $300,000 grant to Hawkesbury City Council. I'd also like to table those for the Secretariat, and we can deliberate
Take it
whether
the
or not to
long way around.
publish them subsequently.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Searle, before you start, can I give you some updates?
Please do.
Okay, so I can confirm that concerning the Bilpin group and the funding rounds, yes, it was round 1 where there wasn't enough money. It was oversubscribed.
Yep.
And others were deemed a higher priority in that category at that time. And when more funding was available, it was successful in that second round. And then the other group, if we're on the same page, the Bilpin Recovery and Resilience Project, concerning the Currajong Bowling Club, I understand they received over $800,000 from the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Fund that was run by the Commonwealth. And then to your other question just a moment ago, the reconciling of nearly 3.5 billion announced already. We're just under 800 million that's actually been spent, and that's on top of, from what I understand to be, for the flood events of February, March, a further 1.35 billion of the Commonwealth disaster payment that's gone out to individuals and what have you.
Okay, I thank you for that update. Is there any, I know it's relatively early in the financial year, but is there an appreciation of how much of the additionally committed funds you'll be able to get out the door in the balance of this financial year?
We do have projections, but they're fairly fluid because some of these are very much demand driven. So what you might have a pattern of demand at point A and point B. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to extend right through in the ensuing months.
No.
We do know, working with all the agencies and partner organisations, there are a number of programs where they're expecting to see expenditure over this financial year and forward years as well, particularly around some of the infrastructure and other programs. We've also got wraparound services like recovery support services and support to community organisations, which are rolling on for periods of time over projection years.
Okay. Of the $285 million announced in temporary housing support, can you tell us how much of that money has been allocated and how many applications have been received for that to date?
One moment. Temporary housing support was across a number of. So are you talking about the rental assistance package, or you?
Well,
Because it did go across a number of different.
Yeah, I understood there was a temporary housing support fund and there was a separate fund for rent relief, but maybe I don't have that right. So
Bear with me 1 second. I have got it in this myriad of documents here. So rental support and the payment scheme towards the end of August. Yeah, so the 285 temporary housing package included 240 for rental support, 248. As of the end of August, towards the end of August, 13,648 applications were received, valuing 128 million. To 2,815 have been approved at 25 million. 9,500 were deemed ineligible. 1,100 are under fraud review, and 24 applications are currently being assessed with a value of $240,000.
are they all in the Northern Rivers area?
Yes.
Okay. And in relation to the ones deemed ineligible, is there a particular theme of reasons for the ineligibility? that has emerged?
I haven't got that detail with me.
Again, and I wouldn't expect you to, but if you could take on notice as to whether or not it's the unavailability of crucial documentation that's essentially rendered those applications ineligible, that would be useful to understand.
That was pretty low doc and modified. So I'll double check what the reasons might be.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, 1100 are under fraud review. So
Oh, well, that's very important, and I totally, no cavilling with, got to make sure that the money is actually going to people who are actually in need and not.
I think
gaming.
I think the primary ineligibility from memory was not being in the area.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty clear.
Well, and I mean,
No, that's good.
It's funny if it wasn't so serious, but it happens.
Yeah.
I'll get it. The Owens Review, the independent review of the New South Wales SES operational response to the Northern Rivers floods in March 2017, the SES gave a response to the recommendations. Recommendation 2 concerned suitable premises for the Mooloolaba SES unit. I think damage to the premises had occurred because of a landslip, I think a decade ago. Is there any progress on suitable premises for the Mooloolaba SES unit?
We're in discussions with the council still in relation to that. We've spoken about it today, trying to identify suitable land for us to have new premises on. The legislation outlines that councils are responsible for providing reasonable premises for the New South Wales SES. So we've had ongoing discussions with the council, but nothing has been identified at this stage.
Okay, over what period of time have you been trying to resolve this with council?
I think it's been pretty well on and off since 2017. Obviously, it hasn't been continuous.
No.
But there have been a number of sites identified by the council but rejected by us because of the location. A number of our premises are in flood-prone areas, not all of them, but I think about 30%. So we're very conscious of making sure that we don't get flooded out when we've got to respond to the communities.
No, I can appreciate that, and I reflect on the earlier comments about the constraints of the terrain, particularly at the current time. Are there any? I mean, I know this is a difficult question. Do you expect to resolve this anytime soon, or is this going to be a continuing?
One of my deputies is planning to go up there and speak personally, because we have our business managers having the conversations and our zone commanders, but we're going to go up and see what the problem is and see if we can identify with the council how it can be resolved.
Or indeed possibly identify sites yourself.
Yes, but we work very closely with the councils and we appreciate their difficulties as well. But certainly it is one of our priorities to identify a location.
Okay, I think recommendation 3 was for an availability app to streamline out-of-area deployments. At the time of the most recent floods, I don't think an app had been produced. Is that now going to be halted in favour of a consolidated disaster app as recommended in the Fuller O'Kane report?
No, they're two different things.
Okay.
The availability app is more our understanding because we have volunteers, it's
Of
more
course.
like an online rostering system, understanding what their capabilities are when they're available and being able to deploy, but also importantly link in with our existing systems. I have some excellent news that the Expenditure Review Committee I have received an email today that it has formally been approved to provide us $4.9 million to go ahead. We've already been out and identified who can provide and build that app for us, and so I've already told the Deputy Commissioner to start going ahead on that project.
Okay. How much money has been spent on that project to date? Or has nothing been spent and now you've got the money?
I'll have to get back to you on notice, but it's it could be a couple of $100,000 just to identify and go out to an expression of interest out into the field. But I'll take that on notice that internally we identified that as a priority, redirected some funds to that, set up a project team, heavily consulted with our volunteers, and obviously looking at our corporate management systems for information that I felt was lacking. That, I'm constantly asked how many volunteers have been out at this event, how many hours have they done. We look at whether or not there's they're within the realms of getting sort of medals for different events, and it is a hugely manual process. So this will assist us in moving us ahead to more of a technology result.
Okay. Thank you. So if you'll come back to us on notice as to how much has been expended on the project to date, that'd be
I
really
will.
good. The Lismore...
Oh, sorry, can I just say, I think there have been on and off projects over the time. If you would allow, I'll come back with what I'm aware of that we've done to proactively push this forward.
Of course, that'd be very
Thanks.
good. Very good. The Lismore Citizens Flood Review Group completed a review and issued its recommendations in, I think, August 2017. I think the SES responded to those recommendations. What is the status of that input from the Citizens Flood Review Group?
I'll have to take that on notice. I know that some of my staff have met over the last 12, 18 months with that group in relation to their concerns, and so I'll get the information about the recommendations and from their review.
Okay, that would be very useful. I think the SES accepted that the 2017 Lismore flood didn't go according to plan, quote unquote, and so I'm interested to sort of know what you took on board since that time and what lessons were learnt in time for these floods.
Yes.
And whether there were learnings that were able to be put in place in time, or whether they weren't, and so we now have some more things to factor in.
I'm pretty confident that we're well advanced on those recommendations, but I will take that on notice and get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think in answers to supplementary questions in March, Commissioner York, you distinguished between out-of-date flood management plans and flood management plans that had simply passed their review date. How many flood management plans have passed their review date?
I'd have to, the whole state, those areas of risk of flooding is relevant to that question. I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. When you answer, can you indicate which local government areas those plans cover?
Yes.
Is that how they're measured? They're measured in local government areas? Yep.
Yes.
Is it correct that the Ballina plan was drafted in 2013 and had a review to be completed by 2018?
I'd have to take that on notice as well.
And I guess my question is, was the review completed by 2018?
Yes.
Same question for the Byron plan. I think it was drafted in 2013 and had a review to be completed in 2018. Again, my question is that information correct? And did the review take place?
I'll take that on notice. It has been an issue for us to update some of those plans. I don't know if those ones specifically, but we have. I have redirected some additional resources for the northern zone to make that a priority to get those matters up to date.
I have the same question for Kyogle.
I can. Okay, I can tell you. I have the answers here.
Oh, please.
The Lismore City Local Flood Plan was endorsed last in March 2018 and due for review by March 2023. Ballina, I think, was one of the ones you asked. That was endorsed in July 2013. Significant work has been undertaken with updating and reviewing of that throughout 2021. The draft has been prepared, however, consultation with the LEMC had been delayed due to the flood event. So that's ready to go for consultation.
Okay.
And the next one?
Byron and Kyogle.
Right, Byron, last version was endorsed in July 2013. Significant work has been undertaken with updating and reviewing. Similarly, the draft has been prepared and consultation with the LEMC commenced at the end of 2021. So we're awaiting that finalisation. And Kyogle, similarly, a draft has been prepared and consultation with the LEMC commenced at the end of 2021.
Okay.
So significant progress on all of them.
And how many flood management plans are there apart from the ones I've specifically asked for? I mean, they're the ones covering the whole state? I mean, individually, all through, like, is each flood-affected local government area supposed to have one?
Yes.
Okay.
Each flood-affected local government area should have one.
Okay. Could you provide on notice the same information you've provided for these for each of the other flood plans?
Yes, I don't know how much work is involved in that, but we will certainly...
Okay, well, if it's an unreasonable diversion, obviously you can come back to the Secretariat.
Certainly.
And maybe I can narrow my request, but...
Yes, certainly.
How many flood emergency sub-plans are out of date? Are there sub-plans?
Yes, I'll have to take that on notice as well.
Okay, happy for you to do so. The Black Summer Coronial Inquiry recommendations. Recommendation 55B, the operational communication strategy The former minister previously advised that a roadmap for the interoperability with Victorian counterparts was due for completion by Q2 2024. Are you able to give us an update on how that is progressing?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I thought you were talking to Carlene.
No, that's okay.
I
Who's
hope
responsible
not.
who's responsible for the coronial inquiry, the Black Summer bushfire inquiry recommendations?
It's ongoing.
It's ongoing.
But yeah, I
So
guess it depends on
operation.
what's
So
about.
recommendation 55B. Where's that up to? That's the one about the operational communication strategy and the interoperability with Victoria.
I'm sorry? Yeah, there's been multiple cross-border committees with Victoria.
Yep.
And there was, I think, one last year in the Snowy Mountains that was held, brought together all people from all different agencies. And there has been comms plans developed as a result of that, cross-border work. The cross-border commissioner has been involved in it as well. So they are there. I can get you details on notice if that's okay. I don't have the details exactly.
No, I guess I think it was due to be completed by Q2 2024, which is still some way off. So I just wanted sort of a progress report.
Q2 2025.
Sorry, I stand corrected.
But I do believe there's been work.
Well, if you could tell us what has been done, just an update as to where things are at. I think there's $28 million directed to research and development of new technologies to tackle future bushfires, and I think there was $7 million in the 2020-21 financial year was allocated and spent, and I further understand that the New South Wales Chief Scientist and Engineer is administering the bushfire response R&D mission. Do any of you have visibility about that work?
Yes, we do. So I'm happy to give you more details, but we are coordinating in the order of 70 to $80 million worth of research activity, including contributions to the Natural Hazards Research Centre. $69.8 million over 4 years for the establishment of the Natural Hazards and Research Technology Program, the Bushfire Response R&D mission to accelerate research and development. Funding includes $16 million over 4 years for an early stage bushfire commercialisation fund to enable small and medium enterprises to develop and commercialise products, related technologies. And that's open for applications in July of this year. And my understanding is that's currently going through the evaluation process of vendors submitting and working with resilience investment. We'll be administering over the forward years, and we're working extremely closely with the state's chief scientist in that regard.
Okay, and so what research and development has already been produced from that funding stream, and how are you making sure that is, I don't like the term, but weaponised, actually properly deployed to assist in
Look,
the various...
I'll take that on notice and give you a response, but I think it's fair to say that what we've been able to do is consolidate our jurisdictional contributions to the national programs, and then tailor a nuance engagement with other entities domestically in New South Wales and build this centre of excellence process with the chief scientist. And as I say, that's currently in the market at the moment and undergoing evaluation. But I'll see what I can provide you.
Okay, and how is that money being dispersed? Like, is it through Resilience New South Wales? Is it like a grant application? Is it going through?
Yeah, so we've gone to market for interest. There's, in terms of the national centre, we simply pay an annual contribution to the collaborative research initiative. So yeah, it's administered through those budget processes.
Okay. Do you have a total or itemised cost for the suppression costs for the 2019-2020 Black Summer fires? Do we know like what it cost to battle?
don't think we detailed.
I think the problem is that that there is so many different areas. I mean, I could provide on notice, for example, the direct firefighting costs.
Yeah, that would be useful.
That we have claimed, but I'd also have to talk to Commissioner Baxter,
Okay.
National Parks, State Forest, and make sure we can
Okay.
give you a full.
If you could give us a coordinated sort of, best estimate.
We can demonstrate expenditure that's been claimed and sought through disaster response arrangements. We can do
That's
that
the federal. So that's
well, it does ultimately tie to the feds, but we shouldn't be thinking that the feds are funding it, because the state's got to meet all sorts of thresholds before it claims percentages back from the Commonwealth. But we can identify what that expenditure claim is.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is, what does it cost New South Wales? What was reimbursed from that Commonwealth funding sort of arrangement? So we can sort of get those two figures.
Yeah, that might take us a little while, but we'll be able to get
That's
that.
okay,
We'll be able to get
and I appreciate this might be difficult, but if it is broken down into areas of expenditure, that would be also very, very useful.
I think it's broken down into, like, you got aviation and direct firefighting, earth moving, things like that. There's broad categories.
Yeah, okay. If you could provide whatever's
Yes.
available to you, and we can absorb that. Now, did I just hear the bell go off?
No, you're going.
Okay. Do we have an assessment for the total value of the impacts of the Black Summer fires on property, that's including private property, public property, infrastructure?
Dollar cost,
I guess the insurance industry would have an idea too.
There's an insurance cost, and then we also have indicative infrastructure implications, but that may or may not capture all of the private and government-related partner infrastructure.
Okay, well, if on notice you could provide us with whatever information you collectively have, that would be useful.
Because you got roads and you got bridges and you got all sorts of things.
Yeah, is that presumably the state government has, developed some kind of at least rough assessment of the total costs?
Yeah, they do that. That's what I'm saying. So, but it depends on how it is. So you've got council infrastructure and assets, community infrastructure. You've got state. You've got the domestic market. You've got insurance. You've got federal. So yeah, it depends on how that's compiled. I'll see what we can provide you.
Okay, regarding recommendation 1 in the bushfire inquiry progress report, what outcomes have been achieved in promoting the continuous improvement in the emergency management sector? Are you able to address that, or you want to take that on notice?
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay. Yeah. Regarding recommendation 28 and the rural boundary clearing code, are you able to tell us about the uptake and any benefits and impacts of the code and how that's being assessed?
Sorry, Mr. Searle, I'm just looking back at your other. Oh yeah, so the ensuring that in order recommendations set by the government establish a central accountability mechanism to track implementation. Is that what you're referring to? Recommendation 1?
Yep.
Yeah, so we've actually, the government made some amendments to legislation to ensure that the SEMC have explicit function for promoting the continuous improvement and lessons learned. And we've actually put together work through the State Emergency Management Committee, which was the lessons learned framework was endorsed in 2018. And as I say, some legislation making explicit for a statutory function of the SEMC in the tail end of 2020, November 2020. Mm-hmm. And in 2020, we led the state lessons analysis process on behalf of the SEMC, state-level lessons. In the 2021 report, coordination of donations received during the process of donated goods, finding informed the government's partnerships. So we identified things around donations of goods and materials and finance was very, very challenging. So we've got arrangements in place to better deal with that. We've also got emerging lessons across organisations in 6 broad areas: procurement and finance, interagency communication, data information intelligence, interoperability, incident and operational command, evacuation and vulnerable people. The The 2020 State Lessons Report made 11 recommendations, increasing capabilities around situational intelligence, information sharing and interoperability, operations management and coordination, community engagement planning, capacity and resilience and community information alerts and warnings. The SCMC endorsed the report in March 21, and as at the 30th of May 22, all the 11 recommendations are completed or in progress, and the SCMC is continuing to monitor the implementation of those recommendations.
Okay. What about recommendation 28, the rural boundary clearing code?
Mr. Rogers might talk about that one.
Certainly. That's in place and in force.
Okay.
as well.
Okay, and how are the uptake and benefits and impacts of the code being assessed now that it's in place?
Well, it's considering it's a code of, once it's in force in an area, it's a there's no permits or anything
Yep,
given.
so you're not involved?
No, we don't have any way of, it's up to individuals that they're entitled to the code, and if they follow the rules and they work, that they're not on land that is excluded, like a koala habitat, things like that, then they're entitled to use it. If they fail to do that or they misrepresent their ineligibility, then they'll face the laws as it was if the code wasn't there.
Okay, regarding recommendation 48, the progress report on the progress report January to March 2021 said the final report by the University of Wollongong on backburning was due in November of 2021. Has that been completed?
Sorry, what was that?
Was this in relation to recommendation 48?
It's still
extant?
underway. Yeah, it's
Okay.
still underway.
Do we have a time frame when it might be expected?
I'll have to get on the notice for you. I'm sorry,
That's okay.
I don't know, but it's a current body of work.
Sure. And is there, when you answer on notice, could you also indicate what has caused the delay in its completion? That would be useful.
Thank you. This is probably a question to all of you in the context of the various agencies that you head up. Any plans to sell any physical premises that you know of across any of the agencies?
Don't own any, so that's no for me.
And
Say again, sorry.
I don't own any, so that's no for me.
And I don't own any either.
Ours are vested in local government.
Yeah, we might touch on that later. Commissioner Baxter?
I'm not immediately aware, but I would check that on notice for you, Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you. And what about outsourcing elements of emergency service to private operators? Any discussions, plans, papers, briefings?
What do you mean like that?
Well, outsourcing emergency functions to a private operator, like it's fully in-house now, but controlled by the state government and your agencies. Is there any plans to outsource, call centres, response, anything like that?
The only thing I could suggest that we do have private operators carrying out functions is contracted aircraft. So that would be a private operator technically doing it.
Yeah.
And some things like retardant loading. We have a mixture of our own people and contractors do that, but that's always been the case as well. Certainly from our point of view, there's no intention to outsource or any direction to us to outsource anything further.
Okay. Look, whilst we're on that topic you touched on, Commissioner Rogers, in terms of RFS assets, so the audit, you'd be aware that there was an Auditor General report that said, look, it's about time local councils, some of them hitherto had been accounting for them anyway, but it's about time local councils started accounting for these assets on their books, which has created quite a bit of consternation in terms of the burden on councils' books in terms of depreciation. And the argument is look, councils don't control the assets, they don't purchase them, they can't sell them. Why do they have to put them on their books and accrue that financial burden? What's the logic behind all of this?
Well, it's always been that way. For one, the RFS has always been a partnership between state government and councils, and you might remember the councils had more of a role in RFS activities back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And progressively that's been moved to the state. But the Act says...
So,
that,
Commissioner, can I just... This is an important point, because there seems to be a historical evolution, obviously, where control and ownership has transferred to the state. And historically, because of local council control, that financial reflection hasn't been updated, if you see what I'm getting at. Would that be a fair sort of comment?
I could understand someone saying that. I mean, I think it's still a partnership, though, between councils and the RFS. Councils are still very involved in the local RFS and running it. We have various liaison committees. So there's constant involvement because to be honest, I would hate to lose that connection with local government because I actually think that they're a key partner for us in emergencies as well, and keeping them involved in the RFS I think actually works very well. But I mean, at the end of the day, obviously from an RFS point of view, I'm a mere public official here to carry out government policy, and the government policy in the Act actually states that it's sits with local government, and obviously that's been supported by Department of Local Government, Treasury, and the Audit Office.
So have you been involved in any discussions, though, as to why all of a sudden there's this, obviously the Auditor General's put out this report, but have you been privy to any discussions about why there's this now big push to shift this onto councils?
I mean, it has been an issue for years, and there has been that requirement for councils to take account for them for purposes of depreciation and the like for many years. I think because audits have focused on it, and I think that's my that's what I believe, that's what's brought it to a head now.
Well, Commissioner, I served for many years in my local council, and I'm appreciative of the partnership. And I think it's a good thing, but councils, I think, only fund 11% of those services. Much more is funded by the state government, and the state government, I don't think, is required to sort of account for these assets. Council doesn't control these assets; it doesn't decide when to purchase them, can't sell them, it doesn't have that kind of leverage. Isn't this just another example of cost shifting to council, and that just sort of puts a fairly unfair burden on them? Given their limited financial resources.
The only thing is, I would say, just with respect, I don't think it's cost shifting because it's always been there. It's not something that.
But it's now. If they're all going to be required to account for it absolutely in their balance sheet, it's going to change the what looks like the operational outcome for many councils. It's going to deteriorate their financial position, at least in an official way, even though in reality nothing much has changed.
Yeah.
It's going to make them look bad. It's going to affect their rating. It's going to affect their creditworthiness. It's going to have all of these potentially negative impacts for no public outcome.
I know, and look, and I do, and I've got to say, I do get a bit. I was trying to think of the right language here. It does bamboozle me a little bit that we're not talking about real money here.
No,
it's not real money at all.
It's just a depreciation.
Yeah, correct. And they don't,
Cost.
and it's not even real dollar depreciation that they have to put down. So I get a frustration with it, and I understand it, but I'm not an accountant, so it doesn't make sense to me. But that is the accountancy standards. But I do know the minister has been pursuing this issue on behalf of local government to try and get some level of resolution. I haven't been privy to all the meetings that the minister has been at with them, so I can't tell you exactly where that's at, but certainly the Audit Office has written to councils and I think threatened to qualify them if they're not accounted.
That's been one of the major points of concern, obviously, because just to elaborate on my colleague's proportions, so I think it's roughly 74% is funded by insurance levies, 15 by the state government and 11 by council. I guess the question I would ask if I was a council is that, does my 11% contribution include the depreciation and the cost burden of those assets?
Of the whole amount.
Yeah.
Has there been any anything you've seen that has that analysis in it? That
I,
yes, presumably, I mean, the government may counter-argue and say, well, yes, the original funding model hypothecated depreciation and other expenses for councils to have these assets on their books, and yes, the 11% caters for that. So,
I mean, if you go back, you go back to the early 90s, it was 25% contribution that local government had to put in, and I think as things
sorry, Commissioner,
5%
back in the 80s.
early 90s, I think it was.
Yep.
I think it was the early 90s when that changed, and then it became 12.5%, and then over different times when things have changed, different. It's reduced a little bit more. So I think there has been accommodation by the state through various governments to try and minimise the burden on local government. So I think to have a good look at that and analyse the whole imposition, you'd have to take it back a little bit further. I'd suggest.
So your sense would be that, and I'm not asking you, it's not really something that you have responsibility for, I understand, but your sense would be that the government's response would be, well, you've got a good deal over all these years and you're actually being looked after in terms of your contributions decline, therefore this is just a bit of pullback.
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to provide some, some background information to the committee. But
no, that's helpful. I appreciate that. All right. Just on to recruitment and infrastructure. And I know we've touched on some of specific examples in terms of Marsden Park, Ryde and Oran Park, but in terms of new stations planned for new and growing suburbs in outer Sydney, Commissioner, do we have any information on that?
Obviously, Oran Park is underway. Marsden Park, we hope to be able to make a decision on as soon as we get some certainty around the flood planning information. We have done a lot of modelling work around the demands that we expect to be present as a result of the construction of the Western Sydney Airport and the accompanying residential, industrial and commercial that is already starting to take shape around there. We expect around 4 to 5 stations may be required around that area over the full course of the development of that area.
Are you, Commissioner, on that point? So aside from these sort of emblematic, I stress historical examples, which we touched on earlier, there's no specific plans for stations given. Because one of the issues we see coming out of all this is there's all this growth and there's all this publicity around this growth and what the government's doing, but we see a huge lag in the resource and infrastructure necessary to support those populations, and presumably new fire stations, well, not presumably, I'm sure new fire stations are part of that. So is there any light you can shed onto more targeted planning for specific stations, given the growth we're seeing in those areas?
It's hard to answer your question exactly.
I mean, if the answer is no, I'm not going to blame you, but it's just good to know how mature that planning is.
Well, the growth areas, we do the modelling of the expectations of the growth and where we think we'll reach those thresholds, and we talk very closely with the RFS because obviously a lot of the areas where this growth is occurring is currently covered by rural fire district areas. So there's a need to look at the services that RFS can provide vis-a-vis when the attributes of the area become more of an urban fire district. And as I said, it's population, it's industrial activity, it's commercial activity, which comes with its share of risk. That means it requires a corresponding fire service capability in the area. So the majority of the areas around all of New South Wales already have fire stations in place. So what then becomes more necessary is to look at how the staffing model in each of those areas work, because we have a number of different models that exist. Our full-time permanent firefighters, and then firefight, they're working across 24/7 shifts, and then also our on-call firefighters, which are our part-time firefighters, and when they may need to move from an on-call model to a permanent model, so either a daytime staffing when the demand is there, and then a 24/7 staffing model when the demand is there. But what we also do as well is look at where that growth is. For example, outside of Queanbeyan, for example, we've land banked, so we purchase land knowing that the development is trucking along and that we're likely to need a fire station there in the future. So we've purchased land in that location and ready to move, when the risk builds to that level.
Commissioner, just talk me through the mechanics of the input data to that. You have a principal planning officer, I think, don't you?
We do, yes. Yep.
And he or she, presumably, where do they get their intel from in terms of growth? Do they get it from the planning department or?
From many areas. So, obviously the planning of where future plans are for where the development might occur, looking right across the whole state, but also census data, and then also demand data. So what's driving our responses, our whether it's fire calls or hazardous materials incidents and all of those other incidents starts to drive what capacity that we might need in any particular area. So all of that is blended in and used in a computer tool. At the moment, we're having some validation work potentially done by an external company just to validate our approach to make sure that it's on song, and that will show where we've got gaps in the service delivery model. And
is there any mismatch between? Presumably these models are reasonably sophisticated, and we've been doing this modelling for a long time now, so they get better and better over time. So I imagine your predictive ability is fairly good in terms of how far ahead you can predict with any certainty that these suburbs are going to spring up. Is there a mismatch between the ability of government to react with dollars and these predictive tools?
I think there's probably more an ability of us to communicate that with government, and we've done that, particularly across the current minister and the minister's predecessor, to make them aware. For example, the Western Sydney Airport development. We've signalled that we see over probably the full development of that area of land how many fire stations that we expect to need there, and we continue to monitor that, and then at the right time acquire the land, bring those proposals forward. We've got an ongoing capital budget, so we propose any land banking that we might want to do in our budget papers. And they're either endorsed or not supported by the government.
But from what I picked up in that answer, Commissioner, you're feeding your data back to the government with those predictive tools, and it's a little bit hard to communicate the urgency of the infrastructure required.
Well, some of it's
not hard to communicate. You're communicating it quite clearly, but the feedback is, understand what you're saying, but leave it with us. Is that kind of a rough way of putting it?
Oh, not really. I mean, I think both the ministers that have been in the seat for the last couple of years have acknowledged, particularly the stuff around the Aerotropolis. They've acknowledged what we've needed there, and have just asked us to bring forward those proposals at the right time, which we've been continuing to do, as well as engaging with the Rural Fire Service, because
So has the minister then gone, as a result of that advocacy for extra funds based on that predictive growth, has the minister gone cap in hand to Treasury and say, I need this?
Well, we've been, I'm not...
Is that how it works, or do you...
Well, I guess that's how it should work, but also there is other means for us through Department of Planning, for example, to look at allocation of land in the developed, from a developer's cost, to provide parcels of land for us for community services, which obviously a fire station is one.
And is there any requirement on developers to take these sort of things into consideration, like fire protection infrastructure, fire appliance access, into consideration when planning the development? So So a developer comes in and says, right, I'm going to subdivide so many acres. Is there anything in the planning instruments or government requirements to say you need to take these things into consideration because there's not adequate emergency services there yet?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
do they just
definitely.
let it rip and then you guys play catch up?
No, I mean, we try for that not to be the case. So there's whole of government working groups that look at those future developments, particularly through Department of Planning. And we sit on those groups so that we make sure that we've got our needs taken care of and taken into account with any of the developers that are proposing those large-scale developments.
Yeah, so how does that work? So I'm a developer, right? I've got all this land and I'm going to subdivide it. And do I have to? Can I go ahead without there necessarily being the emergency services in place?
No, DPE would make sure that the developer knows that they need to provide those lands, and that includes things like areas for schools and play areas and ambulance stations, fire stations, all of the public services. So that's how, in a pure sense, the process is supposed to work. We're at the table all the time advocating on behalf of the Fire and Rescue Service for those developments.
Because I know in the example of the analogous example of schools, for example, you have and I've spoken to residents down at Gregory Hills and places like this where you get the developers coming in a decade ago saying you're going to get a school here, and 10 years later, suburbs have sprung up and there's still no infrastructure. So it does seem to me as though there's something systemically wrong in the ability of government, not so much to plan, I think, because I think it's quite straightforward to plan population growth and predict it, but the funds flowing to provide that infrastructure. Would that be a fair comment?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, obviously, government has had to dip into its pocket to fund both Oran Park and Marsden Park being probably a classic example of how the urban development hasn't proceeded to meet what the projections were for whatever reasons, whether it's COVID or construction problems or whether it's the floodplain development areas. So we're left with this position where we may have land where we don't actually need a fire station, dependent on the outcome of that flood modelling.
Okay. And can I ask, just on that principal planning officer, how often would you get updated statistics on population growth in New South Wales?
Well, I mean, it's census data driven, so it's subject to when the data is available to feed into that system through the census predominantly, is my understanding. I could perhaps provide some more information on how that works.
Does that mean that it's only as often as the census comes out that you get updates?
Yeah, as far as I know, other than the predictions, so where there's developments planned, they can work out how many house blocks and those sorts of things. So they would be factored in as well. But the census data gives you actual, and then obviously our incident data gives us the demand on our services.
Okay. In terms of this planning, does it factor in fire trucks being able to respond and arrive in a timely fashion? This goes to that earlier thing we were pursuing about there being no targets in place. But do you still sort of say, well, we need to respond in X amount of time, therefore resources have to go into this particular area?
Yeah, completely it does, yeah. And it takes into account current travel times. It's also able to factor in planned roading and predictions around the planned roading, arterial routes or motorways and what that might do, because when we put a new station in, say for example Oran Park, that affects all of the stations around it because they're used in a contingent way across the network. So you've got to factor in the impact it will have on our total resources, not just that particular station area.
So if, and this goes to the earlier point, right? So if there's no mandates on response times, then what time do you put on it? Like typically, for example, let's take Oran Park as an example. What would have been the response time you would expect to justify putting a station in there? And what's the threshold where you go, well, we can still respond by sending a truck from Camden, for example. So therefore, we don't need the station there. What would be the threshold that you would think would be a key thing, a key time?
Well, I guess it's driven by the incident type. So predominantly, the most serious incident that we're looking at is residential structure fires, because that's where life is at risk. And once again, if you're looking at across the 50th to the 90th percentile, you're talking about times. In fact, Oran Park, specifically in 21, 22, the average response time was 11 minutes 23, as opposed to 2021, where it was 10 minutes 30 seconds. So that's not outside what we might see in a number of our other areas.
What did I say the Victorian one was? 7 minutes, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, it's really interesting when you look at the Victorian one, because the matters I raised earlier about it being
Urban
a different
density,
model, which it is. But then also, if you look at it comprehensively across the whole system of, what are we here for? We're here to save life. We're here to save property and to protect the environment, obviously. Our performance as a state in terms of lives lost and injury rate is actually better than those other states. So that's why I say that the direct comparison on just one metric doesn't give you the whole story.
In terms of planned urban release, and you touched on this before, if there's development in train, you know about it. Are there any areas you know of that that a fire rescue has decided not to put a station in?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And what's the percentage of the New South Wales population that Fire Rescue New South Wales stations cover?
I will come back to you on notice with that, but I think percentage-wise it's around 90%.
Okay. So does that implies, Commissioner Rogers, that the RFS covers the remaining, 10?
Whatever the remaining is, and we have the broader land mass, whereas obviously fire rescue are very much concentrated in those population centres.
Yeah.
Our biggest challenge is the vast distances that
Yes.
we are responsible for that have a lower population base.
Yeah, you get less economies of scale because of the sparse. Yeah. And in terms of the allocation of the Fire Rescue New South Wales budget that's spent on areas outside Greater Sydney, do we have a sense of that proportion, Commissioner Baxter?
No, we don't. I mean, we would be able to aggregate that data to regional versus metropolitan areas without too much difficulty. But important to note that the resourcing and staffing model in the majority of the regional and rural areas is quite different than the metropolitan areas, where the metropolitan areas have our firefighters rostered on duty 24/7. A lot of our regional and rural locations are on-call firefighters who are therefore paid when they train or when they attend incidents. So the actual personnel costs are quite different.
Could we get that on notice?
We'll have a look at that.
Proportion of the budget spent outside Greater Sydney?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to touch on some frontline responder welfare issues. Commissioner Baxter, are you familiar with the Beyond Blues 2018 National Survey Answering the Call?
Yes, I am.
There's a national mental health and wellbeing study of police and emergency services. What percentage of your workers' comp injuries are post-traumatic stress disorder or mental health issues? Do we have an idea of that?
I'm not sure in terms of percentage versus physical injury. We can certainly provide that on notice for you as well. I can give you the data on the costs and the severity.
53.
Just have a look here. I can't break it down by percentage, but I can give you information on average costs of claims, etc., and total amount of claims. happy to follow up on notice and
That'd
give
be
that
good.
data.
The proportion would be good. So the national survey showed that police and emergency services personnel apply for workers' compensation at a rate 10 times higher than in the Australian workforce overall, and that those exposed to the workers' compensation system overall find it unhelpful, no surprise to us after what we've seen in other areas, or detrimental to their recovery. Most concerningly, 61% of employees reported that the process of claiming workers' comp had a negative impact on their recovery. And this is not something that's just anecdotal. I've had this feedback from many of my colleagues right across industry, but you know, if it's 10 times higher, then it's obviously chronic in this particular area. What's been done to ensure that claiming workers' comp does not worsen injuries suffered by emergency service personnel? So you have this situation where someone's been through a trauma as a result of their occupation, and then the process of getting compensated for it adds to the trauma instead of ameliorating it. And this wouldn't be news to you, I wouldn't imagine.
No, completely. And I mean, I think the Beyond Blue research was quite groundbreaking. There were no revelations in it. I mean, I think we all knew that people that work in emergency services and police were more likely to suffer mental health issues as a response to the trauma that they see every day in the workplace, and that has been well acknowledged, I think, and at Fire Rescue New South Wales we have been able to significantly improve our outcomes for those people that are seeking assistance with issues with response to mental health. Previously we only had one, when I started, only had one FTE, one full-time person that was responsible for supporting our whole workforce. We now have, through the bushfire funding, interestingly, because that was another impact on all of our staff across all of our agencies, we've been able to attach funding for 5 full-time psychologists, as well as a wellbeing support officer and 4 wellbeing support officers, which are peer officers, firefighters that work in the front line working directly with firefighters that might need assistance. As well as better support to our peer support team, which is firefighters assisting firefighters. We have a whole range of programs in place to assist. I've met with some of the clinical supervisors of our program who have said they think we've got some of the best across Australia, best systems across Australia in place. We have seen an increase in the amount of mental health cases, which I think is actually a good statistic because it's indication that the stigma of actually asking for assistance is being reduced. And what we are seeing as well, which is still an early indication of success of our programs, is that the quantum of the workers' compensation claims payable are reducing over time. So it would indicate that we're dealing with them better and more quickly. And I know that our team that deal with the people that are requiring help are a very motivated and dedicated group of people. In fact, just in the last couple of weeks, we announced a new program that we have with the sports codes, which we trialled initially with the Rabbitohs to work with their recovery people, physiologists and resilience trainers, which has been hugely successful. We're now extending that across some of the other codes so that we're able to provide that support to our firefighters more broadly across other areas in New South Wales.
So you think if you this is 2018 that 61% were reporting that the process worsened their injury. So in the ensuing 4 years, you think if you took the survey again, that number would drop?
Yes,
given
I think
those
so.
initiatives?
I think so. I mean, if we were to do specifically delve into people that have had mental health issues, I mean, anecdotally, I get told all the time how great our support mechanisms are, and I know, again, I can't sing highly enough the praises for our people inside the organisation that work day to day with us. They're very motivated to support our firefighters, and there's been some very, very good outcomes. It's accepted widely across the organisation that it's an issue, and we've moved a huge long way from just suck it up cupcake approach to actually acknowledging that it is a problem and it is okay to ask for assistance. And, you know, as we've seen in the media in the last couple of weeks, the worst possible outcomes for some high-profile individuals, we just do not want to see. So we've completely rewired our approach to our staffing, firstly in our recruitment processes, looking for firefighters that already have those inherent resilience factors around mental resilience, but also reinforcing that, and I do that myself with new recruits. I talk to them about accessing assistance and supporting their workers, but also in leadership positions so that our leaders in the various positions throughout the organisation also know it's a responsibility of them to support their people that may need assistance in those areas as well.
So the report, the Beyond Blue report, it stresses early intervention here in terms of services and supports. Is that what's happened in reality?
I think so, and I think that's been evidenced by the fact that we've seen an increase in the amount of cases because people have felt it's okay to ask for help.
Is that an agency sort of initiative on the ground, or is it something the government formally responded to?
The government formally responded to it in the bushfire. There was all of the agencies received some funding, and the Board of Commissioners had previously been looking at this up until that point. And then the government responded with a significant amount of money as well as money into the communities.
So, and I think it's important, Mr. Buttigieg, you might remember the first big strategy we had across the emergency service agencies in New South Wales was back in 2016, developed by and in partnership with the Mental Health Commission. We had the parliamentary inquiry back in 2018 into emergency service agencies, and they made 10 sector-wide and 17 agency-specific recommendations. And as Mr. Baxter indicated, following the fires, $36 million worth of investment was put into mental health for the agencies. We're talking about 200,000 emergency service volunteers and employees, so we're all joined up through the Board of Commissioners on strategies, but there's a lot of tailored work that's going on across the agencies. And the latest strategy, which will see us project out between 22 out through to 2026, is looking at 10 actions across 6 priority areas. The 6 priority areas are improving quality and accessibility of mental health and wellbeing services, boost support for preventative interventions and mental health resources, strengthen research and knowledge management, build best practice frameworks for data management and governance, champion capability development for senior executives and leaders, and drive cross-agency and selective collaboration. So it's with the agencies you see here, but we're also working closely with our colleagues in ambulance and elsewhere.
Just a quick follow-up on that before I hand over to my colleague.
Yeah.
Fire Rescue New South Wales, there was a mental health framework published 2020-2023. Does that, because I think part of the problem here is the workers' compensation system is historically designed to deal with physical injury, and it seems to be a lag or a gap in dealing with mental health and trauma. Does that framework include handling the workers' compensation claim process in a trauma-informed way?
It's improved. I don't know about fire and rescues, but the joined up strategy is looking at how we better manage and administer accessibility, utilisation of those services and supports. And I might also add, Carleen represents the Board of Commissioners at the National Committee, where we're seeking to leverage as much as we can from our national partners and arrangements as well.
But so, in terms of the process, then, I'm a fiery volunteer, professional, whatever. I've had an incident. I'm traumatised. When I go and put my workers' comp claim in, and I have this as part of the claim, where does my employer sort of leave off and the claim start, if you know what I mean? Like, what's the interface that fills that gap of what I identified, which is that I think there's an inherent overhang of this is really about physical injuries, mental trauma is a bit nebulous, a bit hard to prove.
Yeah, certainly for fire rescue, we now try to deal with that in the same way. In fact, what we've found in the past is if physical injuries aren't dealt with effectively and actively, then they often become mental health issues as well, because people are out of the workplace for too long. So our wellbeing support team deal with each and every case individually on its own merits and needs based on the person. And, for the most part, I imagine there's always an exception to the rule, but for the most part, our people are dealt with very, very closely and actively through that process. And I think that's why we've seen the reduction in the size of the claims. We've been able to return people to work more quickly and in a positive way before, because the longer they're out of the workplace, the evidence shows the more likely they are not to return to the workplace and the more severe the injury becomes. So dealing with it more actively at the outset, right at the beginning, is giving us really good results.
I think it's also just, Mr. Buttigieg, if I might just say, you saw after, and this is not just RFS, but across all the firefighting agencies, a huge spike in mental health issues following those fires, the Black Summer fires, and there was a lot of multi-agency work with Phoenix Australia, Fortem, the Black Dog Institute, to try and get that immediate help, because that was before we got the support package from government that Commissioner Fitzsimmons mentioned. And now we're very much in line with what Paul was saying about trying to be more proactive and reach out to people ahead of them being a problem as well, not just waiting for them to stick their hand up and say, oh, I've got a problem, actually reaching out and just having a conversation, just trying to make sure that those people feel supported, and we try and nip some things earlier in the bud, because that's obviously the key to it as well. Because you don't want to always wait until they get to a point where, it becomes that bad for them.
And can I just add from an SES perspective, because we've been part of this program as well and got $1.2 million from the bushfire inquiry, which allowed us to get employ 7 ongoing staff, which are 3 senior psychologists, and expand a number of services, because we're very conscious about the effects of the work that SES do, but also not restricted to just incidents and trauma from incidents. There's a lot of other things that affect in the workplace, whether it be complaint handling. So there's a whole area that we are looking to make sure that people feel valued in the organisation, feel engaged, and feel part of the decisions around them, so they have some control in relation to their decisions as well. So it's a really important whole of person strategy.
Thank you. Touching on the Black Summer bushfires, I think was mentioned ago. Compared to that period of time, what is our firefighting capability compared to what it was back then? Like, what have we done since then to improve our preparedness, if I could put it that way?
There's been a huge body of work, and I'll just give you some highlights, but I might, if you indulge me, I'll give you something in writing just to.
Of course.
So I'll give you a fulsome answer, but. We've got obviously more aircraft. There's been more aircraft investment in that. We've produced more than 400 tankers, replacement tankers that are safer, have the protection sprays for the crews. So a huge amount of things like that. We've got new PPE. We've got the respiratory systems that I spoke to Mr. Buttigieg about. We've also got new helmets for our firefighters. There's been absolutely record investment into our brigades. Sorry?
New members?
Yeah, we've had more than 8,000 people join the RFS since those fires, so which is good. But in saying that, sometimes they're not necessarily in the areas you want them. In those rural areas, we still, those remote areas that are in a bit of a decline. I think all the services are struggling in some of those areas, but there's been an enormous amount of work, and the thing that I've emphasised to our organisation is that we need to be ready to fight that same fire season or worse again, and everything we do needs to be about getting us to that place. There's another system that we're looking at that starts coming in October, the Athena system, which will look at artificial intelligence about predicting where fires will be, what resources potentially could be used for them, what are the highest risk fires. So there's a huge amount of work that we're doing to try and make sure that we provide a better service going forward. And you might have seen a new fire danger rating system got launched this week.
Yep.
And you know very well the fire danger. You have enough meters up in your area,
I'm
and
quite
you know
quite acquainted with it.
there's new technology there. Again, and you know what's incredibly good that New South Wales led the country on that, and we supported the whole of the country get to that point. But so there's some really good work that's been done to. I think across all the agencies to make sure that we're ready to do an even better job next time.
Some of the most damaging fires were lightning strikes in remote bushlands that were hard to access. In terms of that capability, is that something that we've collectively improved upon?
Absolutely. We've got a target of keeping more than 80% of fires under 10 hectares across the state. And that very much is about accessing those fires in an early, when they're in their infancy, when lightning strikes happen. So there's detection, and we've got a couple of extra planes that can map these fires, fly after lightning strikes. We're exploring satellites to try and get better detection methods. We've got more aircraft that we can winch our firefighters into to try and make sure we're on top of them. We're even we've bought some very light remote controlled clearing sort of machinery that we're looking at actually flying in by helicopter to those remote areas where we've got small fires to try and again stop them when they're small, so they don't become big problem fires. So there's other things, even in the planning sense, where we're highlighting those areas that have been subject to frequent ignitions, be lightning strikes or even arson, where you can
That's very problematic.
I'm sorry?
That's very problematic.
Yeah, it is. And you can nominate those areas. Local areas can say they become an ignition management zone. And we say we keep those areas at a lower fuel load than they otherwise would have. Yeah. So there's a lot of work going on in that space. And in recognition, and you know, and we can't just keep doing the same thing we did before that. So I think government's been very proactive with RFS, particularly giving us more powers to ensure that land managers, public or private, are carrying out their obligations under the Rural Fires Act. Okay. And if we become aware of government land, private land that are not doing what they're supposed to do, then we'll go in and issue an order on them. And if they fail to do that, we'll carry out the work and charge them for it.
Fair enough. What is New South Wales's bushfire suppression strategy? Do we have an official strategy document that deals with how we tackle this, at least at a high level?
There's a bushfire plan. There's a state bushfire plan which is under the CERM and the State Emergency Management Committee. There's a yearly strategy, there's a yearly outlook that the RFS puts out and gives to the minister each year. That then gets tabled in Parliament, which says this is what we're looking at, this is where we're at, this is what's changed over the last 12 months. So there's quite a complex strategy, and you'd also be well aware that there's the Bushfire Coordinating Committee, local bushfire management committees.
Does the Bushfire Coordination Committee have input into that plan?
Correct. Yes, and so it's a very strong collaborative arrangement. Whilst the RFS is the lead agency, we're certainly by no means the only agency, and I think that's the strength of the system we have in New South Wales that serves us so well for so many decades.
I just want to I just want to cover off on one thing while it's still fresh now in terms of the the workers' comp stuff. There's the multiple agency issue where the nature of the work is that emergency services people often serve across multiple agencies. So you've got this apportioned psychological injury, which presumably requires collaboration between the agencies in order to make sure that the victim is adequately catered for in the workers' compensation system. What measures have you got in place to deal with that?
I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, because I mean there also is restrictions on what we can do between agencies about sharing information about an individual. I'm not quite sure that there is any procedures in place, but I'm happy to check unless any of my colleagues have anything.
I just think the only other thing to add is invariably a lot of incidents are multi-agency incidents. So things like counselling and support services that get deployed to the field are neutral in terms of the agency or the organisation that they're coming from. So they do support each, and that field and that peer support is really important. And I think you'll find through some of that research, and I think you might have mentioned it just a minute ago, Mr. Buttigieg, but it's not so much the operational incidents that members are attending that cause them lots of challenges. It's other workplace-related matters that cause psychological injuries and challenges.
Yeah, but I mean, it would be good to get this because I think specifically the questions around someone who has worked across multiple agencies and sustained psychological trauma as a result of, let's call it, 20% RFS, 40% fire and rescue, and the balance SES, if to use a crude example, I can imagine them getting caught up in the workers' comp system, and it's not our responsibility. So it is an issue I think that needs to be dealt with.
I think we would rely on the treating doctor, regardless of whether there's a workers' comp claim in relation to reducing the risk, putting in alternatives for duties. It may come up in a case conference that we have with the member and the doctor in relation to the complexity of the case. But I agree with Commissioner Rogers. It's the privacy of the member that is paramount in any health assistance.
And it's, obviously, if there is a formal claim at that point, ICARE would be able to flag that there's potentially a claim from the same person from different organisations. But even then, there would have to be permission by the individual to share with the other agencies, because even though they're volunteers, or even if they're staff member, that we're technically the employer for the purpose of looking after them, they still have to give permission for the data to be shared back to us from ICARE, which obviously is their right. So I think some of that privacy, I understand exactly where you're coming from.
Okay, it's just my experience with in a different industry, having been a union organiser that dealt with a lot of this, certainly not on the scale I imagine of the emergency services. It was hard enough to get the poor people treated fairly within a single employer, let alone multiple agencies.
I think also, Mr. Buttigieg, as Commissioner Baxter was mentioning earlier, I think the destigmatising has been a massive investment, and it needs to continue to be. And what I mean by that is there are so many examples where we are now seeing members actually accessing and utilising the in-house or external professional services. And you've only got to go back a few years ago, and even following the major fires, people were getting benefit from that service. But what they would even say to me is, don't tell anyone I'm getting that service at the moment, because I don't want people to think that I'm not coping, that I'm not strong. And most importantly, they didn't want people to think that they couldn't come back to work, because working with that support and that assistance and the peer programs and those sorts of things, being at work and being part of the solution and working through things with their colleagues is a really important part of the healing process. So it's the destigmatising and the access and utilisation of services and assistance and normalising that dialogue, which hopefully negates the need to launch into workers' compensation matters as a last resort or something like that.
I think we've come to the end of the opposition
Come to the end
questions.
of the
And
line,
I
have
wonder
you?
if I could just clarify one of the questions I
Please.
took on notice for Mr. Searle. So that was in relation to the availability app, which I must say was the first thing raised with me as I was the Commissioner, and I think every unit I go to, it's raised again. I spent approximately $100,000 so far.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, government questions?
No questions from the government, Chair.
No questions. All right. Well, thank you very much
Thank
for coming today
Continually disappoint us.
and working with us. I know
But not on that basis.
I think all taken questions on notice. Days to respond. Very much for coming.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair,
committee.
There's a couple of, there's 4 documents that I have provided to the
I can
Secretariat.
see that they're very blank. Yeah.
No, I've already provided them to the Secretariat. Can I just move that they
So I
be
was
published as
wondering why you
table
were going to
documents?
table blank documents, but anyway.
They have one line on.
One line, that's right. The rest is too confidential.
Well, it's from a GIPper, you could appreciate it.